Alright, hello. So, this is going to be a pretty interesting type of speedrun. I've only ever done something similar to this once before, and it wasn't exactly like this, but that run is kind of what inspired this. Basically, as the title implies, well, I guess the title is hard to interpret, so I'll break it down a little bit. I'm trying to do a zero to hero speedrun. Basically, from scratch, new character to what I'm defining in this case as 0 to hero, 3k IO, and 280 item level. And then a few days from now, I'll put out a mini guide on catch-up gearing and use a lot of the stuff in this video as an example. So it's basically dual purpose. Leveling run and endgame gearing and blood DK M+. I guess tri-purpose in that case. And I don't know exactly how this is going to go. I also have no idea how long it's going to take, because I believe it'll probably take me around 5 hours to do 1090, ballpark. I haven't done a run in this exact context yet. I've done some practice runs for a super fast speedrun that I'm planning to do later this week. So if you're just looking for an ultra super fast optimized 10 to 90, that's going to be like probably around this time next week. But that will be on North America, because this is on my European account. And right now, Darkwind Fair's not up. I don't have Draft of 10 lands on Europe. I could theoretically get it, I didn't really have time, and I didn't figure it would be a major concern. Also, currently, because I'm on Europe, it's not the new week yet, which is a blessing and a curse, right? I'm intentionally doing that because I want to get a few things done at level 90 before the weekly reset, which will put me a little bit ahead, but it also means that we still have classic time walking. And classic time walking is weird because it's extremely high variance. There are some, like Capital Gardens, where Capital Gardens is among the fastest time walking dungeons, period, in all of the pools. But then you have things like Old Dead Mines or a Service Entrance, which are extremely slow. So as far as time walking is concerned, which obviously I will be doing for the 30% buff, it really could go either way. It could be really fast, it could be horrible. We'll see. For next week, when I'm doing the Ultra Fast speedrun, I'll have TBC time walking, and those are just on average significantly faster and way more consistent. Even the worst one is like only a minute or two slower. So that's one of the reasons I've waited alongside it lining up with Darkwind Fair buff. But for here, I still think I can get a fast run, but I don't really know what time I'm going to get. I think 5 minutes is, or, no, 5 minutes, 5 hours is reasonable. And from my recent experience doing all healers Keystone Hero, which in practice ended up being mostly around 3k. In fact, some of them I did actually get 3k. So in that case, it usually took about like 6 hours, I would say, on the long end. So I'm guesstimating that for the dungeon part of this. So that's like already above 10 hours. And then there's some gearing in the middle there. And while I will have the gearing incredibly streamlined, as you'll see, it'll still take at least a few hours. So I'm expecting this entire thing is going to take about 15 hours. I don't know if I have 15 hours in me at this exact moment. So it's probably going to be a part 1, part 2 type deal. And I'm going to do, obviously, the entire leveling process and then as much of the endgame gearing stuff as I can tonight. And then the rest we'll do tomorrow. But I think bare minimum, or rather at the absolute most, we should be able to do 2 parts to get all of this done. I don't think it'll take that long. It's just, especially if there's maintenance later today when the weekly reset happens, I don't want to like sit here for an hour while I'm likely going to already be extremely tired. So I'm going to play it by ear. I'll see how much I include here, but this will definitely have all of the leveling, which I think is the really important thing here. And I should also note that while in a lot of these runs I do a lot of yapping in advance, I'm going to move my timer a little bit. A lot of times I do that. Right now, I'm going to go just straight into it. I have everything set up. I have done a decent amount of prep in terms of items, like consumables, etc., partially to make up for the fact that I don't have Darkwind Fair buff, so it's going to be, well, and draft, so it's going to be around like 20% slower than a regular speedrun anyways. So I wanted to make sure that, okay, if I'm already losing time there, just to make up for that a little bit, because I want to try and make it faster, I'll at least make sure I do all the fancy item stuff. So I do have that all set up. I've also done
I've kind of gone above and beyond, and I've done a little bit of prep for the endgame as well. So, like, I've already bought enchants for my armor and weapons and whatnot at level 90. That stuff I haven't mailed to myself. I've organized it in my warband bank, but that way, the moment I hit level 90, instead of having to, like, go to the auction house constantly and be like, oh, let me go enchant this thing, I can just pop into my warband bank, grab the enchants I need, and boom, we're done. So I've saved myself a little bit of time and headache by organizing that stuff in advance, as well as a few other things, which you'll see. But right now, I have to get the leveling done because it is currently... this is live patch, yes. This is on live servers. What's it called? Nothing really changes on beta, right? Other than I wouldn't be able to do dungeons on beta, right? The entire point, so in case you missed it, if you're just getting here, we're doing 10 to 90 leveling from scratch, so this level 10 Death Knight, and then when I get to level 90, the timer doesn't stop, so the timer keeps going. Obviously, I'll probably jot down a note like, this is how long the leveling took, but I want to see the entire process. How long does it take to level, to gear, and then to get 3k? My rough estimate is 15 hours for all of that. 5 hours for the leveling, 6 hours for the dungeons, and then I don't know, like however much it will take to get the gearing, and maybe the dungeons take a little bit longer, right? So I'm adding like 4 hours of slush time, including gearing in there, but we'll see. I think that is a reasonable estimate. No Smork DK? Nah. Void Elf is Biss. Void Elf is so fucking good. Odd said, hello Harlan, looking forward to this. Glad you are. But what was I saying before I got distracted? Yeah, so because the European weekly reset is in, I guess that would be, right now it's 4:30 in the afternoon for me. I live in North America. And the European weekly reset is at midnight my time. So that would be, it's weird because it's technically speaking, I have, what, 7.5 hours at this point? But there's like some of the weekly events, like right now the Mythic Dungeon event is active, and that ends an hour before the reset, so I would only have about 6 hours. So I'm going to try and make sure I can get that done, if possible. So the faster I level up, and also by association, the faster I get going and start the stream, then the more time I'll have to do that before the servers go down. And then also there might be maintenance or something like that, which the launcher doesn't currently say anything. At least let me double check. Last I checked. Yeah, nothing on the launcher, but we'll see. And if I'm unable to get some of the weekly stuff done on time, like, it's fine, right? It's just, it means it'll take me a little bit longer. I'm just, obviously getting as much weekly activity things done as you can. They tend to be pretty time efficient in terms of the amount of gear that you get from it, so that would save me, like, if I could do it in 5 minutes, I might have to do it in 30 minutes later on if I fail to get something done. But now that I've taken a sip of coffee, I think I'm good to go. I'm going to hop in. When the loading screen finishes, I will start the timer. Fast loading screen, okay. And I can skip the cutscene, and then... where's it? This, stupid computer. Okay, as long as I didn't move, that's the only thing that really matters. A run up here. You have to talk to Lich King to do this thing. I'm gonna go down here and then grab a random weapon. A little cheeky Void Elf racial to save a bit of time going down the stairs there. And I don't think any of this really matters all that much. And then, as usual, there's a lot of stuff that I'm going to need to do right at the beginning. Okay. Let's take that out of my hands. Let's go land by the mailbox, and then if I did this correctly... Yes, okay, perfect. So I'm going to... all the stupid pop-ups that you have to deal with. And then because... you link the stuff at the start, I'm going to vendor this just so it doesn't fuck my bag spacing. You can't, right. Okay, well, in that case, so be it. And then I'll just try to destroy it as we go, and hopefully that doesn't fuck with my organization stuff too much. Should be fine. It's all consumables at the start here. Move some stuff around here to make it a little bit easier. And I'm going to, as I do this, queue for a time walking dungeon. The queue might pop while I'm getting everything set up. Yep, as I expected. But all I need to do is get my heirlooms on. Right now, that's the only thing that matters. I'm going to, in fact, yeah, since it's so fast, just buy myself a few more seconds, and it instantly pops. I mean, good problem to have, I suppose. The problem is, yeah, I'll be honest, I need... if I know that it's gonna pop instantly, then I may as well get ready, because then I'm not really saving any time by waiting. Okay, I'll do that. Can't turn on war mode just yet. And I guess the rest of this stuff I can probably do as I go. It's been ages since I've leveled a Death Knight. Okay, off to a good start. Capital Gardens? Oh, okay, it's not Capital Gardens, but this is still one of the faster ones. So... Spellbook. You do get Death's Advance early, so that's cool, I suppose. What else do I get? Really not a whole lot. I guess I probably want to use Death Coil. The nice thing is there's a lot of running in this dungeon, so I should have... I want to make sure nobody aggroed mobs. I should have plenty of time to get my bars sorted. Right, yeah, everything's a little bit of a mess. It's fine. I don't have my @player death decay macro. Okay. I take a lot of damage. Holy. Alright. I have a healer who is kind of, unfortunately, a little bit asleep. And they just pulled other stuff. Alright, so this is probably going to be a bit of a slow dungeon, then. Yeah. There's a reason why Death Knight is one of the worst low-level tanks. It is what it is. I'll make do. The time-walking mobs hit me surprisingly hard. Yeah, and they're just... It's everything. Alright, I need my healer to cast the spell. Alright, they are healing now. That is good. Unfortunately, Deathstrike does very little for me at the moment. Okay. I have to kite to survive. This is really not good. I mean, I don't know if they're, like, built incorrectly, but I do kind of feel like I should be getting slightly more healing than I am. Because I mean, I did literally just earlier this week heal a bunch of time-walking dungeons, and I was basically just DPSing the entire time as a healer. And I didn't need to do anything to keep the pug tanks alive. So, I don't know what's going on here. This is a little bit sketchy. At least this is one of the easier dungeons. So that's the only silver lining. At least it will be easy if they follow me. Which is... basically, do not pull Hydra Spawn. If they pull Hydra Spawn, this is going to fucking suck. Oh, that's annoying. I'm not going to get dispelled, am I? Nope. Okay, so... noted. Do not walk onto those things. Okay, we avoided pulling Hydra Spawn. We can go this way. Are there any consumables that I haven't used yet? I think I did use all of them. Unfortunately, it's just... I'm so incredibly weak at this level. And also, like, I could use Swiftness Potions right now to speed it up. I guess now that they're a little bit ahead, I will. But if I am ahead of the group, then it really doesn't do a whole lot to have me use a Swiftness Potion. I have to wait for them to catch up anyways. Oh, of course, it targets me. What do I get? I believe Blood Boil... Oh no, Heartstrike is the first ability. Blood Boil is the second ability that you get. Yeah. So, at the very least, level 11, Heartstrike will definitely make this significantly easier, so I'm not pressing fucking whatever Runestrike is. The last time I remember actually using this was Cataclysm Classic. That is actually crazy good, though, getting a ring, because I do not have heirloom rings in this character, so that is a colossal upgrade for me. Interesting how some of the scaling on that works. There's... Okay, I also miss doing this. Is that good, actually? I obviously want to use my... It's 2 strength, 3 crit. Okay, they activated the treant. So the BOEs I have are going to be slight upgrades. I can't use them until level 12, though. I can enchant my stuff. I can do that in a moment. Well, I'm waiting on the roleplay. Lighter kit, gun shoes. Can do this. This will help a little bit. A tiny, tiny bit in the interim. In, like, the one level, which will kind of matter because it is at least one dungeon. And then this stuff, I'm just going to start deleting to save bag space. Also, there's a socket here. Did not expect to get a socketed ring from Time Walking Dungeons while leveling. So I did not prep any, like, gems, but the stats in that are still very good. Definitely better than anything that I was working with before, so I cannot complain. This is going to be a little bit tricky. If I... The problem is, I'm just really not getting much healing. I mean, I got Ironbarked, which is, you know, something. I'm gonna let that person take some autos. I'm not gonna taunt. Okay, well, I threat back immediately. They didn't kick the heal. Might actually die here. Yeah. Okay, that's unfortunate. I'm getting B-resed. I mean, I don't know, like, obviously my Death Knight's weak, but at the same time, I have never seen a wipe in a Time Walking Dungeon ever, and I do just kind of feel like I'm just not getting any healing whatsoever. I have to check the healing meters just to see, like, am I fucking crazy here? I've never seen a wipe in a Time Walking Dungeon ever. Okay, no, the Resto Druid's just doing fucking nothing. And now the boss is bugged. Okay, we are... I'm unfortunately off to a fucking horrible start here, apparently. I got the Time Walking Dungeon from hell. Is this person even in Resto Spec? Okay, wow. Will I upload this on YouTube? I'm currently streaming on YouTube. I don't even know what to do now. This is kind of unfortunate. The thorns on this dungeon is bugged for time walking. I mean, I am taking a lot of damage. I mean, what do you do here? I'm gonna, I guess, log out, see if that fixes it. This is a fucking crazy start. This might be the most bricked speedrun I've ever done. Okay. Not much I can do about it, right? Like, the entire point is, I'm on real-time constraints. I have to work with what I have, but fucking crazy that this is the group that I get for the very first one. Surprisingly, log out and are they even? Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, no, that explains a lot, right? They're are is this scaled? Right? Level 85. No, I don't think this is scaled, right? Like if I inspect somebody else. No, like their gear is showing correct. Right? Yeah, no, it is just full eye level 13 gear 85 actually. I mean, yeah, okay. So I don't know what happens here. I'm guessing this is somebody's level 11 twink or something that they used a boost on and then just didn't bother buying greens. At least I know I'm not crazy though. It is actually somebody griefing, right? At first I'm like, okay, is the scaling just whack? Am I like just not getting healed? Which is the only reason I didn't think like maybe I'm just scaled so poorly because, you know, blood decay at low levels. But no, it's okay. The vote to kick has failed. I must wait 26 seconds again. I cannot believe that, dude. Like, this is actually what I have to deal with right now? That is fucking crazy. Alright, 3 seconds. Inspect the healer. They are actually wearing nothing. Please replace. Like, I don't... I understand that people are, like, hesitant to do vote kicks, but, like, at a certain point, like, where is the bar, right? Like, where do we say, okay, no, this is not okay. You cannot just, like, walk into a time-walking dungeon and grief. Like, you can't do that. That's just so fucking disrespectful. How is this actually the first run that I have to deal with here, man? Like, what the fuck? Am I... Are we serious here? Okay, they just do not want to kick this healer, man. Alright. Alright. I'm just gonna have to deal with the time-walking dungeon from hell, apparently. And I'm just going to have to do this with 0 healing. This is actually... yeah, no, you're... So, Cthulhu said, you still scale poorly as a tank at level 10. Like, yes, exactly. I'm aware that I have poor scaling, which is why I gave this person the benefit of the doubt until I inspected them, right? Like, their gear is not, like, as bad, apparently, but, like, still, they're wearing complete garbage. They're wearing random 15 item level pieces. At level 85. This is, like, half War Within gear, half, like, level 10 gear. I mean, they are doing 0 healing. It is... Definitely, obviously, if I could solo the dungeon, this would be so much easier. Definitely, tank scaling is not ideal at this point. But also, literally anybody doing anything that is like that you're supposed to do as a healer and wearing actual gear can press a single button in top characters. I have been running on my healers. So as a healer, time walking dungeons for this past week, because, was finishing up the 0 to hero on all healers challenged. And not only was I topping every single person in the group with a single global, because the scaling is not that bad, but I was also carrying the damage as a healer. It should not be that problematic. Holy fuck. I mean... Let this just be yet another point in my favor when I say that time-walking dungeons are fucking terrible for leveling. And, like, look, in the tests that I ran, as I showed in the video that I made, perfectly ideal conditions in those tests. And it was still, even with perfect conditions, still considerably slower. But the one thing that I kind of mentioned, right, and most people understand this to be true. Okay, thank God, not service entrance. Most people have encountered something like that, right, is even under perfect conditions, time walking is still slower. Time walking spam, right? But the reality of time walking is you are sometimes just going to get those fucking demons in your group that just completely screw you over. And then you just eat 15 minutes right out of the gate for a dungeon that should be 8 minutes or less. 8 minutes at the absolute fucking worst. That's supposed to be one of the faster ones. That's the first time I've actually wiped in time walking this entire expansion. That's fucking wild. At the very least, we should very quickly reach a point here. I guess I'll do that. Most of the class talents early on for Death Knight are kind of weak. If one of these people is able to, like, carry the damage, then I'll pull. But as it stands, I know for a fact I cannot solo this, so... The Demon Hunter's pulling this, he better be super fucking geared and ready to kill it all, because unfortunately... unfortunately that, right? Alright. There's just scaling issues where I just get one shot by arcane missiles. Like, I'm well aware that there are things like that in these dungeons, which is why I'm not just dragging everything on top of the tank. But... Jesus fucking Christ, dude. At the very least, I don't lose my XP pot. I just have to burn through all these extra consumables, which is like a little bit of golds. Don't really care. What was the recap for the death on that? It looks like actually I was more just melee attacks than anything. And then go here, so I'm not cut off. When you're level 85 and a tank's level 10, I'm sorry, that's just not true. That's just simply not true. Like I said, I just this past week, in Classic Dungeons, on a max level character, healed many tanks in pugs that were low level. And I did not have to, as you put it, spam flash heals to heal them. That's just simply not true. I mean, for that argument to even be made, like, we have to just be willfully ignorant of the gear that I just showed you on that guy, right? Like, we have to just pretend that that isn't the gear that he was wearing. Like, I don't know why we're trying to find a different reason for why this happened when I showed you the exact reason. Like, what else is there? And I mean, even here, right? Like, outside of me literally getting one tap, which, like, yeah, you can't do that much with that. The scaling is poor, of course. Healer can't heal through that, but look, this healer is keeping me alive. Now, what they should also be doing is just doing lots of damage. Now, unfortunately, I know that most healers are unwilling to do that, right? But at many points when I was running these dungeons, I would just pull everything as a healer and then just spam Chain Lightning or Holy Nova or whatever and solo it while also topping everybody off. Healers are very strong in Time Walking dungeons. Especially like Holy Priest. He's doing some damage, okay. At least once I get Blood Boil, this will become significantly easier. I would also be nice if I had Marrow Rends, but I'll take what I can get. Definitely don't feel like I can pull all of this. And yeah, I guess I really need to make sure I save runes for Death and Decay, just so that I have some sort of AoE damage and threat. Why we pull such small groups? Scaling issues. Did you see new shot? Okay, I'll pull more, but obviously. So why you tanking? Okay, dude. I mean, the mage says this while he's doing fucking 0 DPS. It's always the fucking people doing absolutely fucking nothing who are complaining. Like, yes, is this slower than some time walking dungeons that I've run? Sure. But frankly, this isn't even as slow as it could be. I'm still trying to pull somewhat aggressively. And if the mage fucking stopped typing, this might actually go a little bit faster. What are you gonna do? Easy clapback, so why you don't tank? I mean, obviously, if they were a class that could tank, I would have said that. I'm not even gonna bother responding. Yeah, see, like, this healer's doing fine. This healer just GS'd me. So, is the scaling poor? Sure. Am I taking lots of damage? Absolutely. Is this healer perfectly able of keeping, or perfectly capable of keeping me up? Yeah. So, definitely not a healing issue per se. I am level 12 now, so I can use... another Death and Decay. Oh, at the very least, we only have 2 more dungeons after this for the buff. But this should go to show why spamming time walking will never be fast. This is just fucking abysmal dog shit. Okay, that's level 14. And I'm going to some more. And these are still like this dungeon is still slightly above average speed in my experience. Because this has been, it's probably going to be about like 25 minutes, right? By the time I'm done. So you... Then... Sorry. Okay, that's unfortunate. Not having a kick right now is also really unfortunate. But yeah, so this, if it's around 25 minutes, that means this, I got in here at 20 or 16 minutes, so that's what, like, 9-minute dungeon? Generally speaking, my average time for, like, really, really optimized Dragonflight dungeons was still 8 minutes, and then some of the longer ones were slower than that. But that's kind of why this is, like, Classic is very high variance, because then there's also Capital Gardens, which is, like, ultra super duper fast. But that wasn't horrible. Definitely stuff like Dead Mines, Service Entrance, those are 10 minutes or longer. So, fingers crossed we continue to get lucky here. I think I'm just going to take that, because I need the survivability at this point. I still need... Let's pray for Capital Gardens. Unfortunately, the dream here is to get 2 Capital Gardens, but since we're on the 3rd dungeon... Nice. Okay. At least we got 1 Capital Gardens. The, like, worst thing that could happen is we get either Dead Mines or Service Entrance next, but there is no universe in which we get both of them, because now we only have 1 left after this. So this is, in my experience, an above-average run-out for Classic Time Walking. Well, I should say, the dungeon pool was above average. The demon group from hell on that first one is just like, I mean, what are you gonna do? Shit happens, I guess. Can't really control that. But everything else has been relatively good. Let's put on the belts. And then at level 16, I have rings that I can equip. Though, actually, I don't think I want one of them now. Yeah, this one I can drop. That's probably worth it. But then I have one other ring that would be a slight upgrade. Alright. Technically, you can skip this boss, but it should die fast enough. And the experience is still relevant, right? Like, if you're farming this at max level, I usually try to skip as much as I possibly can, but the amount of time it takes to kill this boss is worth it from a leveling context. There's going to be some treants, but as long as we're fast here... What's my damage breakdown look like? Yeah, makes sense. Auto attack. Go, 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 go. Cool speedrun idea, looking forward to it. Glad to hear it. Go, cool speedrun idea. Are you going to be pugging the keys? I'm going to be pugging the keys, yes. I will have no external help. What item level would I recommend? Really depends. Really much depends on your comfortability. I mean, I started in the 270s for all the healer stuff, but that's because I'm not comfortable on healers. I was trying to learn them. So I wanted to make sure that gear was not a factor. That, like, if those keys depleted, it was just because I was dog shit at healing, right? Overall, I think the challenge went well. But I wanted to make sure that the reason I couldn't keep the group alive was not because I was under-geared. Now, on Blood DK, obviously I'm much more confident with it. I'm going to really just go with whatever I can get in a reasonable time frame. But I feel like I would be able to go in early. I mean, I was doing 10s in, 240-something gear at the start of the season, so, like, you absolutely can. But that was also in coordinated groups with my guildies, so not exactly a normal representation there. I think I can, at this point, Death Coil is obsolete. We can leave instance group. I'm trying to slowly catch up on chat, because obviously during that first dungeon run, I really could not stay focused. Fucking crazy, by the way, that this is just a thing I need to spend a talent point on. Like, it's just absolutely fucking wild. I think I need to take Marrowrens here. There's a reason why Death Knight is just so fucking janky for leveling. Let's select the timeline, Legion Invasion. I mean, Death Knight has a lot of problems when it comes to leveling, right? Like, obviously, there's the fact that their mobility is just relatively poor. Instance is full. Huh. Instance is full? What the fuck does that mean? Well, it's service entrance. Okay, I thought that's what it might mean. It's service entrance, but it is partially complete. One of the other awkward things is there are these quests that you can complete. In theory, actually, I probably should have tried to do some of the quests. I'm not sure. Trying to catch up. I'm gonna grab these quests, actually, because I might be able to turn some of these in for XP. I don't think I had quests for the other ones. The quest when it comes to time walking is really weird because it obeys non-chromie time scaling. So if you're in a chromie time dungeon, let's say you're in a TBC dungeon, the quest will scale all the way up until chromie time ends. But if you're in a TBC time walking dungeon, then it only scales up until like the default scaling ends, which is I think around level 30. But it does scale with you up until that point. But the minimum level also applies. So if you if the dungeon wouldn't appear in Chromie time until like level 15, then you can't grab the quests if you get it at level 10. Now, I will admit I wasn't paying super close attention. I don't know if I was eligible for some of those other quests in the dungeon, but I feel like if I had seen one of them, like I just did here, it would have drawn my attention. In the case of, like, one thing that I've done research for, in the case of TBC dungeons, I'm going to know exactly which dungeons I will be able to pick up whenever possible. So I'm going to be ready to do that if needed when I do my super fast speedrun later this week. But I don't know the classic dungeon level ranges just off the top of my head. Does this kill him? Oh. He typed, "Don't kill me, WTF." Unlucky. I guess better me than him. What? I don't have threat on these. I'm surprised they're not all linked. Okay. Can only use outside. Is this not outside? This doesn't count as outside? How is Magistrate Bartholus dead? Did they, like, tag him right at the start or something? I guess they must have. Didn't realize you guys... Are they gonna... Hello? Hello? Are we awake? Hello? Hello? What can I get? I can get, I guess, more bone shields. More bone shield, and then more heart strike damage. We're a 108 item level on a level 88 H priest, and you were second DPS and easy heals, so you're not sure it's an item level issue? I mean, frankly, it might not be an item level issue. I don't necessarily know if the item level was part of the problem. The warrior is now bitching in chat. Dude, it's honestly, I gotta say, a little bit fucking wild how so far I've gotten some of the worst fucking time walking dungeons I've seen. I will say, the other day on stream, I mentioned that I saw a Reddit post that was like, stop kicking people from time walking, stop like being toxic, and it was basically like that one of their friends joined time walking dungeons and like people were super toxic to them. And I was like, this feels like kind of a fake issue, right? Okay. All right. You know what? I will vote yes. Fuck that guy. I'm not going to be the one to initiate that vote kick, but if that one pops up my screen, I do not mind. I do not mind voting yes. God damn. All right. The universe is healing. But what I was gonna say though is, it felt to me like it's kind of a fake issue because I had done a lot of time walking dungeons, and I had not really seen any toxic groups, and now we've seen multiple toxic groups in one sitting. So I guess I've just been lucky up until this point, where I've gotten, like, relatively chill time-walking dungeons, and, like, to be fair, though, it probably does help that, as I said, a lot of the runs I did, I was healing, and I basically just soloed the dungeon as a healer. So I guess people aren't really going to be toxic if your healer's just killing everything. But, you know, I'm obviously doing my best here with low-level blood decay, but there's only so much I could do, and I guess it makes people act a little bit toxic, but goddamn, that warrior fucked around and found out. Holy. LG Trade said, Harldan, you're the GOAT. The level 1 to 90 tuts are broken. What does that mean? Does that mean routes? And it's just misspelled? Either way, I appreciate it. Damn, when do I get fucking... Oh, okay, I see. In order to get Mind Freeze, I need to spend like 50 bajillion talent points. Lovely. I mean, the fact Runic Attenuation is a decent talent, so that's probably worth getting now that I have, like, basic survivability talents. What else do I want here? Honestly, Cleaving Strikes is kind of important, though. Tutorials, I see. Okay. Yes. Well, I am glad to hear you like them. This is Stratham Holy Water, right? I'm pretty sure that's where you get it. Yes, okay. Let me scroll up real quick, make sure I didn't miss any messages. I'm trying, but... There's wax scaling for the Hounds and Hellfire Ramparts? Yeah, I do remember that one. It's always the classes that are straight DPS that talk mad shit. So true. How long should 1 to 80 take? My guesstimate is... Well, unfortunately, we are... Oh, right, yeah. They killed Bartholus. Unfortunately, I ate a little bit of a time loss here, and I am missing some XP modifiers because I'm on Europe. I am hoping to get 1 to 80 done in... Or, well, 10 to 80, obviously. I'm hoping to get 10 to 80 done in under 4 hours. That would be ideal. And then I suspect that 80 to 90 should take around 1 hour. I believe. But we'll see. I think it's going to be ballpark 5 hours for the entire thing, though. And then obviously the endgame stuff afterwards. Back in the day, 9 out of 10 of those boxes are traps. The trapped ones are still here. It's just they've... You can see the ones that have the highlight on them are the real ones. Like, I'm pretty sure if I walk over those, they'll break and turn into fake ones. But yeah, I remember. I've played Classic. Okay. Ramstein. Where's the Blackguard Swordsmith? Oh, over there, I guess. Doesn't matter. Missed one quest. Should be fine. I don't know if I will get to level 20 off this. It would be actually a little bit awkward if I don't, just because I want to be able to turn on War Mode and then just not have to worry about it. But we'll see. You had one where the bear tank was spec'd into feral and never went into bear? What the fuck? Is it even worth using? How much does this actually do at this level? The damage difference between this and Heartstrike on single target is, like, negligible. This does cost more runes, though, so, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how much I really care about the Bone Shield's charges for survivability at this point. Yeah, we still can't go in. We still have to clear the undead waves. But... especially because right now I'm generating, what, like, 1 Bone Shield charge per Marrowrend at this level, which is, like, really, really bad. Okay, it is generating 3. It just burns extremely quickly. Sure, everybody's inside. Still don't know why they haven't changed this so it doesn't insta-lock you out. It's really annoying that it does that. I also should be manually dropping D&D. I'm used to, like, obviously at max level you only really press D&D when you get a Crimson Scourge proc, but I don't have Crimson Scourge yet, so... Do you dungeon all the way to 80? Oh god, no. God, no, no, no. Fucking time walking is horrible. Abysmal for leveling. You're literally only doing this because, as I will show you in one moment, I get this buff. 30% experience, and this affects everything. Holy shit, actually. Crazy ring upgrade. That's, yeah, that's probably better than this. Well, of course, I guess the one nice thing about not having heirloom rings and getting those rings is that downside is a little bit mitigated. Nice, level 20, okay. I was worried I wouldn't get there, but that is pretty helpful. Seems quite bad. Rots enemies. Seems terrible. Yeah, all those seem pretty bad. Or at least, like, just not helpful. But this means I don't need to circle back to turn on Crummy Time, so that's good. No haste on Bone Shield at low levels? Yeah, that's a talent point at some place. Yeah, Ossuary. Or no, it's a separate talent on top of Ossuary? Ossuary's only the... Oh, whatever. When Crimson... Do I get Crimson Scourge? Do I have Crimson? I don't even know. Okay. Well, work with what I got at the moment. Do this. This is Raise Ally. And now that I'm level 20, I have this thing. Oh, that's level 21. Okay, let's do this then. I am going to get my dollar on Hearthstone, just because that will prove helpful eventually. What item level will I shoot for? I don't really have an exact number in mind. It's really just... I'm going to try to get as much gear as I can in a reasonable time frame, and when I feel like... at a certain point, I'm just going to say, probably enough, right? Once I've exhausted all really efficient sources, I'll just have reached a point where I'm like, you know, it would be inefficient to continue trying to gear from here on out, and then I will jump into M+. I don't know exactly when that'll be. I think at this point it's probably good to drop that trinket, do that. I can also... Can I vendor these? They do have a vendor value. So I'm just going to do that to clear space. Okay. Only one of them has a vendor value. I'll do that as I go. And now we do Elwyn Forest into Duskwood into Lochmadon. I do have Crummy Time still enabled, right? Yeah. I think I've gotten everything important that I need. Quests. Here. I'm Alliance? Yes, I am. I am, in fact, a Void Elf. Okay. Thank you, Postmaster. Yeah, the, what's it called? At the moment, Alliance tends to be a little bit faster for leveling. That's not necessarily why I'm doing this, though. I really wanted to make my Death Knight a Void Elf. On, what's it called? On live servers, my main character, my Death Knight, is a Void Elf as well. I really like the Void Elf racial, so just figured it would make more sense. Yeah, it's only armor at this point. Not worthwhile. Definitely feels clunky, but it's not terrible. There's lots of worse specs at this level. Do this. And nice, the rare mob is up. Figured on war mode at this time of day it probably would be. Taunt range. Okay. Taunt range of these mobs is abysmal. Apparently I'm just not going to get them to be stacked up. More heart strike damage. How do I get as many of these as possible? I think it's a guaranteed drop chance. Oh, okay. I do have Crimson Scourge. Literally just unlocked it. That is really nice. Okay, that's all 8. Now we get Hogger. Can't not see at all. It's fine. Okay. That doesn't go away. I did want to see if there were any chests, but I didn't immediately spot any. I'm not seeing any. Probably fine. Okay.
It's definitely not a healing issue. Well, it was.
But yeah. Oh yeah, and I saw the other message about running time walking on your level 11 Schwink. I appreciate it, but generally speaking, I don't want to queue up with other people. What I always say is, like, if you want to try and, like, queue into me and queue snipe, like, you're welcome to try and do that. Obviously, we're done with dungeons now. I was only doing the 4 for the buff, but as a general rule of thumb, this applies to kind of anything. I don't want to queue with other people. I feel like that makes it a little bit unfair, but yeah. I appreciate that you're trying to help at the very least. But I try to keep it as balanced as possible. And while I have no control over whether or not people find me in a random dungeon, I want to make sure that, like, I am dealing with random variables here. Would like to generate an... Oh, I already have it. Nice. I think one thing that... In theory, specifically for classic time walking, it might actually be worth... Yeah, I normally wouldn't do this, but I was just thinking. It's probably worth doing this, and then specifically trying to hunt for Capital Gardens. I do not think that any of the other ones are actually worth doing, but specifically, since Capital Gardens is just so ludicrously fast, it would be worthwhile. And then I can just, if I get any other dungeon, I leave, and then I just eat the 30 minutes. And in theory, you're only getting 1 Capital Gardens out of that, right? Because then if you... Unlucky drops. I think the respawn's outside, or at least in the bottom. We'll be back up. Because if I get Capital Gardens and I finish it, then at that point, I will no longer be eligible to get it, because you cannot get the same dungeon back-to-back. So then I would just stop. But if I get, like, 1 more at any point up until... It's also kind of interesting to think about it, though, because what would be really optimal is I might need to refresh. Almost certainly this speedrun won't be quite fast enough to do the entire thing in one sitting, in one time walking buff rather, the 3 hours. Yeah. Yeah, so I will need to do at least one dungeon at some point to refresh that. I just kill this mob. And then I'll take it. Yeah, so, like, Zul'Farrak, for instance. I can leave instance groups. So, the hope would be that whenever I need to refresh my time walking buff, I queue for it, I happen to hit Capital Gardens, and we're good to... Oh, whoa. I wonder if it, like, lagged out and temporarily put me outside of war mode or something like that.
This is live, yes.
Yeah, it's live, but if you're saying that because I, like, took too long to respond to a message or something, like, bear in mind, I'm doing a speed run, right? I'm not constantly reading chat. I'm doing my best here.
Uh,
70 to 80 took you like 25 minutes. 70-80, when done properly, is basically 5 minutes, yeah. So, you queued time walking and it went stupid fast that level bracket? Yeah, that's not a time walking thing. That's just 70 to 80 is fast. You're gonna watch me do 70 to 80 in literally 5 minutes, if that. So, congratulations, you're about to learn that time is relative. That's kind of an issue that I run into a lot, though, where... And I know you didn't meet it like that, but the amount of times when people, like, try to say, oh, well, I did something in this time, and that's, like, so fast. I'm just like, no, that's actually, like, over twice or sometimes 3 times as slow as the route that I use. And sometimes I'll run into people who just refuse to believe that. They're like, there's no way. There's no way. I'm convinced that, like, the thing I did is just so fast, and I refuse to believe that your leveling method is real. I think that's where I have that mine. That it's Burning Crusade time walking now. This is on Europe. Europe has not had its weekly reset yet. I think while I'm out here, I can go check this rare mob. Figured it would be up. I keep instinctively using Marrow Rends, which is probably worthless. Also, now that I have my kick, I think I should go for Cleaving Strikes next. I looked like a Blood Elf, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, at this point, the customization options for Void Elf are so intertwined with Blood Elves. Especially since Death Knight, right? Like, can't see any of the special eyes. Okay. Burning these through the heal pot is rough. Now that you've dipped your toes into add-on making, are there any other add-ons you would want to make? Absolutely none. I have zero plans to make any other add-on other than Follow the Arrow. There's like other features that I will be adding to Follow the Arrow. But right now, none of the ideas that I have for add-on stuff are so outside the scope of what I want Follow the Arrow to be. So I would not make a separate add-on. And, like, in theory, right, eventually I might have an idea where I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, I can make an add-on out of this, but I'll be honest, like, I don't enjoy making add-ons, right? It's a lot of work, and frankly, I get fucking nothing out of it, I'll be real. So I'm only doing it because it's something that I know people have been asking me to do for literally years, and I do think it's fairly important. But, I mean, there's so many other people out there who are good at making add-ons. It's just, Follow the Arrow is definitely one of those things where it's kind of something only I can make, right? Like, obviously, there are other leveling add-ons out there, but only I can make this type of leveling add-on with my routes. It's either that or I work with one of the other add-ons, but there's a reason I didn't want to do that, right? I've never been happy with the design of a lot of them, or in many cases, their business practices. Some of them are free, and like those ones, I don't mind their existence, right? But I've never been like a huge fan of some of the design of those add-ons. I'm not going to call any out by name, right? But I do think they have a lot of limitations, which is why I wanted to build my own. Because if I'm going to do something like that, and the reality, right, is the amount of work that I would have to invest, even for something like that, right, to work with somebody else to help integrate my routes into their add-on, like that would still be so much work where, like, at that point, I may as well just build it myself. The vast majority of the work is just the route.
I bother you to remove all the unnecessary dialogue from your add-on? You don't care what got buffed in 12.0.7? Then you don't have to fucking read it. Hello? No. Politely fuck off. Like, I mean, what do you mean remove it? Remove it because you're too lazy to press the skip button? I mean, I could not have designed it easier to skip. You don't care about what got buffed? Congratulations. Don't press the thing that says patch 12.0.7 updates and just go to the alt route. Oh, you don't want to read all this stuff, right? Which, by the way, important information. A lot of this stuff, the amount of times that I get comments from somebody who's like, "Oh, I'm so confused about this. The admin didn't explain it." And I'm like, "Yes, it did. I put a comment here, and you just didn't read it because people are fucking lazy, right?" If you want to understand how to level quickly, there is some information that an arrow just can't blindly point you to. But okay, you don't want to read this stuff. There's a next button. You can do that. Oh, you don't want to read this stuff? Well, guess what? Mark is complete. Mark is complete. Boom. Done. Next one. Mark's complete. Look at how fast that was. And this section is purely information. You don't want to read all this stuff? Next. Right? A lot of these manual checkboxes are there because there's like esoteric things that you need to do as part of the route. And sometimes the arrow will even give you directions within that. But it's not tied to like a quest. It's not something that I can like track the completion of. So I need a step in there to direct you to do something. And then you're just supposed to basically click that to say, okay, I have done this thing, on to the next thing, right? But like all of those can be manually overridden. You can just skip to the next step if you don't want to read it. Fucking crazy to ask, can I just remove it from the add-on? Right? Like, just don't read it if you don't want to. I mean, did you think that you needed to read all this before you could skip here? There's a drop-down menu for a reason. You can select which route you want. Do I know when I'll have the 10 to 80 update? Honestly, I don't know. It'll be within patch 12.1, but I have run into a few delays. Just a lot of shit going on, right? So it's definitely not going to be ready for 12.1 release, but I am trying to get it done. I'm doing my best, but I am juggling a lot of things at the moment, and I'll be honest, I like completely transparent here. I'm really just not making anything off the add-on, right? And at the end of the day, YouTube is my job, right? And YouTube is something that I do need to at some point be able to make some money off of, and I've been making very few videos because I've been trying to keep it updated. And at a certain point, I just have to say, I need to take a backseat on the add-on to actually make sure that I'm, not gonna fucking starve here, right? So it's kind of the unfortunate reality of the situation at the moment. I'm gonna work on it when I have the time, but I did reach a point where I'm just like, I cannot continue to just slam endless add-on updates. There needs to be a little bit of a break. I made sure, like, all of the 12.0.7 stuff, I got it fully updated. Everything's in there. That I finished. Because that also is, like, current time sensitive, right? But, and I had to actually develop the routes in the first place, right?
It did not require as much coding because most of the actual implementation of it is relatively simple, right? It's just tweaking a few things in the existing route. Not, in the case of adding the 10 to 80 stuff, is literally building hundreds of quests worth of add-on steps, right? Like, that is significantly more time investment. So that's completely fair. I'm glad you understand. I appreciate that. But it will be, I can say at the very least, at some point during the span of patch 12.1, like, I have gotten started working on it. I've made decent progress on it. But one thing I don't want to do is I don't want to, like, release... like, Elwyn Forest is basically done, for instance. I don't want to show it here because, like, what I was worried about is if I followed Elwyn Forest as part of this run, then people would maybe watch that and be like, oh, wow, the follow the arrow route's out, so I don't want to do that, right? I have a lot of, like, the framework built for pretty much the entirety of the Alliance route, and Elwyn Forest is pretty much entirely done. And same for Horde, I've, like, gotten the general framework established as well. So I have made solid progress on it, but I'm not going to, like, release it zone by zone. I want to make sure that once, like, the entire thing releases as a complete package, right? So I'm gonna make sure it's polished. It's that, because that... probably also very actually. And this, so I can take Cleaving Strikes. And then I need Forest Bears. Where are Forest Bears? You have to actually play the character? Worst add-on ever, I know, man. Like, I will admit, maybe... Like, I might have come off as, like, a little bit hostile, but I'm just, like... I'm kind of a little bit taken aback, because that's just not how the add-on works, right? It does not force you.
You've read everything it said, but it does delay the leveling of 1 hour 35 minutes.
Well, yeah. Yeah, you're not going to match my time on your very first run. I mean, that's just insane to expect. Like, I mean, I didn't... On my very first run, I didn't get a time like that, right? And one of the reasons I'm able to go so fast is because I am not using the add-on, right? Like, the add-on is in my head. So obviously, I mean, this should just go without saying, the amount of time that it takes you to, like, read the step and understand why you're doing it, yeah, that's going to take time, for sure. But it's either that, it's either you read the add-on where everything is neatly explained for you, or you do what I do, and do multiple test runs and learn the thing from scratch on your own. One is far more preferable than the other. But, like, that's the thing, it's the trade-off. You absolutely could just ignore all of it, but then you are never going to be able to get the times that I explain and I show in my speedruns if you're not reading it. And you're just, mindlessly going in every single time without understanding why I'm directing you to different activities. But then if you do, like, on your first run, like, spend a little bit of time trying to understand why, by your, like, third run, at the very least, it should be second nature, at least part of it. And you should be like, oh yeah, I remember this. I know what to do. So you don't need to read the explanations. You can just, quite literally, follow the arrow. And one thing that I am going to try to do over time, there are a few things that people have pointed out. Like, there are extra trackers that I can add to streamline some of the things that are currently manual checkboxes. But there is a lot of stuff that is intentionally there as, like, big info dumps, which, as I showed, can just be skipped, right? Because of that exact reason. Like, the point is, if you know it, you can just press skip. If you ever watch me level using the add-on, obviously, I'm not going to read my own explanations. I just skip straight past it. But it also takes, like, less than a second to just go click, 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 boom, done. So it would be silly to ruin the quality of the add-on for 90% of people who are trying to learn and understand it just because you don't want to press click, 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 and skip it. But you said you didn't realize that you could click the dialogue or skip the dialogue by clicking next. So I guess there you go. Now you know. But yeah, that's anytime like you run into any issues, I wanted to make sure one of the main things that I really don't like about a lot of those leveling add-ons out there is that they are very prone to just breaking if you run into the littlest issue. I mean, I'm sure somebody out there is probably like knows exactly what I'm talking about, has used one of those other leveling add-ons where if the entire thing is basically one unbroken sequence, then if you run into one issue where a quest isn't working or something gets stuck, then the entire thing just becomes a jumbled mess because then you can't progress to the next step. So the entirety of Follow the Arrow from the ground up was built to be broken into these like little individual steps. So within this step, there is like a small sequence here, and they're like, I'll be honest, right? Obviously, I'm not immune to human error. There are definitely some steps where within the confines of this current step, there's a bug and it's prevented progress. It happens, which is why I try to compartmentalize things pretty well. There's like the most complicated steps is like the Amanizar village, like pick up and turn and stuff. That I kind of need to put all in one step because it's like one flow over the course of a small area, so it wouldn't really make sense to break it up. That would cause it to become very disjointed, but it does involve like multiple little things going on at once. So I do have all of them there, and there are a few like niche bugs where if your character did like one thing but not another, it might get stuck at a particular step. But then the beauty of it is if you run into that issue, you can just always click next, and then any errors you run into on one particular step will never overflow and interact with the next step. Everything here is self-contained. So it's impossible for the add-on to ever get stuck. You haven't gotten any bugs? Yeah, I mean, I would hope not. I've definitely done my best to make sure that there aren't. And a lot of the bugs that I am aware of right now in the add-on are things where it's like extreme edge cases where it's technically not a bug. A lot of those are more so like Blizzard's side things where like Blizzard has some jank where I didn't realize that like if a player meets like certain conditions, the game will like basically give me incorrect info. Sometimes that kind of happens. Now, there are definitely ways that I've like thought of how to hard code like workarounds to get around like Blizzard's nonsense, but it presents as a bug in those niche cases. But even in those situations, the bugs pertain to like literally one step. And then a lot of times I've put in like little fail safes, right? Where if I tell you to pick up a quest in one step and like that fails or something, and then you don't actually do the quest until a later step, then I'll make sure that in that later step, put like a kind of a redundant step that says, go pick up this quest. And it's invisible to anybody who already has the quest, but if somebody ran into an issue on that earlier step for whatever reason, then it'll once again redirect them. It only shows up if you do not have the quest in your log. So I've already tried to implement things like that, but there's a lot of like weird edge case workarounds that I'll need to figure out how to code, and like that's a lot of effort for something that like a singular person has reported, because it almost never happens. I still want to make sure I fix it eventually, but some of those bugs take the longest time to fix for the least, I guess, reward in that sense. But that is why it is structured that way. So it's basically the add-on by design is impossible to fail. It's impossible to get stuck because you can always just manually override. The add-on is self-explanatory, but you didn't realize clicking next would do something. Damn, maybe I should have added a step. I mean, I feel like I could swear there's some place in the add-on where I say that, where I'm like, oh, you can click the next and previous buttons to skip ahead. I want to say that I have put that explanation somewhere. Maybe I forgot. But, I also... There are certain things that I didn't think I would need to write explanations about. I'm not seeing Lupos up, which is fine. Figured it was worth checking, because he usually is up, and I've seen other rares. But I did try to put as much as I could. Talent points. Guess, yeah, I'll take Dancing Rune Weapon at this point. What? I love Blizzard jank. The ability that I'm dragging with my cursor just fucking vanishes into thin air because I got a new ability. That makes total sense. Thank you, Blizzard. Very cool. I'm trying to remember. Level 30, I have my next set of consumables. So I'll need to remember to use those. I keep thinking, like, I should use drums, but, like, I'm not going to use drums for this mob. Drums are in such a weird spot for leveling, because there's so few situations where you feel like you actually need it.
Well met.
Just immediately go back. I should note... Do I... Oh, no. Right, I'm dumb. I remember this order. There's some really cool tech that I have planned for the super fast speedrun in a few days. Where's the cave? How am I this lost? Okay. Right, okay. I went to the wrong set of mountains. It's so hard to see shit through these trees. But I don't want to spoil it, but I do think that when you guys see the plan that I have for the upcoming speedrun, there's like a really, really, really crazy strategy that it's something that I've been like mulling over doing for years in these runs. And I've always been like, it's probably not worth it. Like, it's always felt like technically this might in theory, be a time save. But in paper, or on paper, can't talk. On paper, I've always felt like, no, this is just, it's like way more trouble than it's worth. I don't actually think that I would save any time by doing this. But because of how Midnight works, I've found a slight optimization that makes like this really, really, really niche strat like actually worth doing. Not going to spoil it, but I will say it is an optimization specifically for the 10 to 50 range. And it's the kind of thing that will not really be ever relevant for regular leveling. This is like purely extremely cutting-edge speedrun tech. And it's like I'm going to have to do so much really, really, really complicated shit to make it work, to make it a time save. But I do think it might even be like up to a like 5... I forgot to pick up this quest. Yeah, I'm being a little bit of a mess right now, but it's fine. I think this is just yeah, it's fine. I just need to... I lost like, I don't know, 10 seconds of travel time there. But it might be up to 10 minutes of time save if I get it perfect. I'm stuck on a random tree branch. Fucking Duskwood. And I'm very excited. There is absolutely a chance that I just fuck it up and lose time. Though I will say, for that type of speedrun, I really, really want to make sure the upcoming run goes well. So there's a reason I'm not going to be streaming it, right? I'm going to be doing it off stream. If I get like a bad start, if I get bad RNG with like dungeons, if I fuck something up badly, I'm just going to restart. And I'm just going to go until I get the perfect run. And I'm probably not going to redo it for like the rest of Midnight, I'll be honest. Unless something major happens, I have a route that I'm really happy with. Which, I mean, it's basically the route that you're already seeing, just like hyper-optimized for the purposes of like speed leveling. And if I get it right, then there's really not much I'll be able to improve unless Blizzard adds something new. So I'm pretty excited for that. I hope it goes as well as I think it's going to go. Losing speedrun time due to a freaking tree branch? Yeah, I know, right? Getting a Cleave Deathstrike now is honestly kind of massive. Trees are Dragon Riding's natural enemy? Yep. It's really rough because in higher level zones, there's at least, like, the textures in the trees don't cover everything. So even if there are janky branches, you can kind of see through it. But the reality of how you're supposed to optimally dragon ride in some of these older zones is you do sometimes need to just fly into the trees and pray. And generally speaking, like, I know the patterns of the branches. Like, if I aim for kind of the top of the tree's hitbox, I know, like, where the leaves are, I guess. There is no hitbox there, I guess, rather. If I aim for the top of the texture, then I can pass through. But if you hit the branch at just barely the wrong angle, you're fucked. And then it takes forever to kind of untangle yourself from the tree. So I try to be really careful with that. But Duskwood especially Duskwood's lighting makes it even harder to see. It can sometimes be easier to tell where, like, the branches are in Elwyn Forest, because it's a little bit brighter. But here, it's rough. For flights like this, it's usually fine, right? Because there I can fly just above the trees, because if you're going for, like, long enough, then you don't need to constantly dip down. But if I'm doing a short little bunny hop, and it's not worth it to go all the way to the top of the trees and then all the way down, then I do just kind of need to hope I angle myself properly. Okay, level 30, I get new consumables at this level. New PvP talent, sure. And another new talent. What do I want? Haste. Haste can't be bad, at the very least. These. Where are my new consumes? I have this. I'm blind. These. It's somewhere down there, the mine. No, okay, the mine is after. Right. This one. Just gonna aim for the higher place, and then where's my new flask? I know this is kind of the problem with the mailbox got jumbled up. Right, yeah, Ghost Elixir is here. Ghost Elixir, refresh food buff. Yeah, I already did that, but that's fine. And at level, let me make sure I didn't forget. Yeah, at level 39, I have one new ring, but most of my new stuff, I think, is at level 42. And that's the last set of gear that I'm going to use, because basically the final section of the leveling run, like the last 20-ish levels, are kind of fake. Like, they go by so fast that it hardly even counts. You perhaps do a video of ranking all classes for leveling. I already did. I'm probably going to remake it at some point, but it's one of, at this point, the oldest public videos on my channel. And the reality is, very little has changed. Like, the stuff in the A and B range will, like, shuffle around. Like, I rated Blood DK as one of the worst leveling specs at the time. And it's definitely, like, I'd probably still put it at, like, B tier, but it's gotten better. Because, like, even just stuff like that, right? Having this talent, Deadly Reach, like, this didn't exist back when I made that video. That is a colossal buff for Blood DK leveling. Is it still much weaker than other options? Yes. But it's no longer, like, basically just unplayable at low levels. But the vast majority of that, like, you know, in that case, Windwalker Monk and Druid being S tier, like, that hasn't changed. I'd probably, like, bump up Havoc Demon Hunter to S tier as well. Maybe. But overall, the capabilities of most classes are roughly the same. It's just minor movement. But I will remake it. It's just a question of when I feel like I've gotten enough information. Because at this point, I have gotten around to, since making that video, especially recently, testing kind of the vast majority of classes and specs. But there are a few that I haven't tested recently. I also, like, there's some, like, Fire Mage I think I rated fairly highly, and it's kind of fallen off a little bit for leveling. It lost a lot of the stuff that made it really good before. But, like, certain rogue specs I haven't tested recently. I don't think Warlock would move that much. And I did level, I forget which spec I played. I think I played Ath, and Ath felt pretty good. But I put Ath in A tier before. But I haven't technically played Demo or Destro for leveling recently. I don't think they would change much, but also I need to recheck Rogue. Most people have told me Rogue still feels like shit to play, but maybe a lot of people say they don't think Outlaw is quite as bad as it used to be, whereas before Outlaw was the worst. And the main thing is, in the old tier list, I didn't rank Evoker, because Evoker still started at level 58, so it wasn't really eligible. But at this point, I would put Devastation very high in A tier, and Og would be the worst spec in the game for leveling, obviously. And then, like, Prez would be pretty much C tier along with the other healers. Or outside of Priest, obviously. So I would remake that at some point, but there are a few more specs that I want to make sure that I would test before that. So we'll see. You give up leveling Outlaw at, like, level 40 because everything outdamages you? Yeah. Outlaw definitely... like, people have told me, oh, it's gotten slightly better. But even when I poke... pretty much everybody says, oh yeah, no, it's still bad to level. It's just, I don't think it's as bad as you said. Pretty much. And a lot of the people who tend to defend Outlaw just, like, haven't really played other specs in the game and don't really know what a good leveling spec is considered to be. Because there's, like, if you've leveled as Guardian Druid, I was going to say as Windwalker Monk, obviously, I still stand by the fact that Windwalker Monk is just one of, like, top two or three best leveling specs in the game. But it's the same reason why, like, a lot of people seem to think that Devastation Evoker is bad for leveling, when Dev is bare minimum top 10 leveling specs in the game. And so many people think Dev is awful for leveling. I've seen that take a lot, surprisingly. And I think specs like Dev, Windwalker, if you play them correctly, can be very, very, very good. But a lot of people, for some reason, just really struggle with them. I don't know why. But nobody can really debate that Guardian Druid is just fucking busted. It's just kind of impossible to struggle ever on Guardian. That spec is just crazy strong. So if you've leveled a Guardian Druid, then it's kind of impossible to ever defend something like Outlaw Rogue, because in what universe is it okay for Guardian Druid and Outlaw Rogue to exist in their states for leveling? Like, one spec is basically fully online by level 11, Guardian, and the other spec doesn't even feel like it's come online by the time you've finished the leveling process. The entire process is janky. And then especially at lower levels, it's just extremely janky. You feel like Outlaw's pretty decent? Yeah, it's not. The only question for me when I retest it, because I have looked at it, I've played it for like 5 minutes, right? I haven't done a full run with it. Really, the only question for me is, do I move it out of C tier? It was the only DPS spec I put in C tier in my previous tier list. The rest of C tier was healers. But whether or not it escapes C tier, that is like the only thing up for debate. I mean, Outlaw is just, compared to basically every other spec, it just has fucking nothing going for it. Something that I was debating. I feel like... I saw this message earlier, right? So I figured now that I'm about to do it again, I'll address it. So I forgot to read it. T-Fire said, I had to mute for a few minutes. I saw you join a dungeon and leave instantly. Yes. It is because Capital Gardens, specifically Capital Gardens, if I get it, is really efficient. The rest of the dungeons would not be worth it. But what I'm trying to do is basically I queue. If I get Capital Gardens, I run it. If I don't, I leave. And then I basically get to try that every 30 minutes. I would say, generally speaking, for other dungeons other than Capital Gardens, it's probably not worth it. Like, in TBC, maybe Blood Furnace, maybe? But I don't know. It also depends on what your most recent dungeon is. Which for me was Service... Well, I guess it was Service Entrance, and then I got Zul Farak. I don't know if... I think it might still rule out Service Entrance from appearing. I'm pretty sure your last completed dungeon cannot appear, but I don't know. I have Purely for Science... queued and left multiple times, and I have seen 2 deadlines in a row if I leave deadlines. like instantly. Let's do a big pull up to this mob. I'm running into a fucking fence. Yeah, so like dead mines, we do not want to run this one. So, boom, goodbye. You don't sit to drink Crimson? Use it before you need it? What? What does that mean? What would you say keeps Dev from top 5? I said bare minimum top 10. Honestly, I think Dev might be top 5, but if it is top 5, it's like number 5, because then you have to think what else, because obviously Guardian Druid and Windwalker are in the top 5. I also think Havoc is squarely in the top 5 as well. So then you have to ask the question, what else would you put there? And I think for the remaining like 2 spots in top 5, Dev is definitely a strong contender. I think Prop Pally is probably also a strong contender. I'm trying to think what else I might put there. Right, it's these ones that you want to do. Like, there's even a case to be made for Fury Warrior at number 5. I don't know. Like, I think personally, I'd probably put Dev at number 5. But it's outside of that, like, there's a lot of specs that I think are comparable in that range. Outside of the real outliers. Like Guardian Windwalker, Havoc are really the 3 massive outliers in my mind, where they are just, like, so far and above better than the vast majority of specs in the game for leveling. But I think my list would probably put Paladin at number 4, Prot specifically, and then Dev Evoker at number 5. But I could also have my mind changed on that. Bit of a dick move to leave immediately. Now the group has to wait more time. No, it's not. If you're no. You do not understand how time walking dungeons work. That group will get a near immediate refill of a tank. That is how that works. It'll be almost instant. And the reality of time walking scaling is if that group is not, like, completely AFK, just, like, completely unable to do anything on their own, 4 people could very easily do time walking dungeons. You do not even need a tank. So, vast majority of the time, you'll just instantly find a new tank. Those groups get priority for tanks. And while they wait, they can very easily pull a few mobs. So no, it is absolutely not a dick move. If you think it is a dick move, again, you do not understand how time walking queues work. And also, I mean, there just goes without saying, right? Don't hate the player, hate the game, right? Like, Blizzard designed the game to work like that. They wouldn't make the game work like that. They know that that's how it works, and they choose not to do it. Like, the dungeon queue system has literally worked like that since forever. I did that exact thing. I've been doing that exact method for so many different things, not even leveling, for fucking ages. Mop Classic. I spammed random dungeons, and then if I didn't get the 3 that I needed for pre-BIS, I left. Guess what? Group immediately refills. That's just how it goes. And every single time that I would get a dungeon that I needed, I would usually see 1 to 2 people leave. Guess what happened? Those spots got immediately refilled right after 1 or 2 people left. So yeah, it's just how the random dungeon system works. Okay, I want to make sure I don't hit a tree. What the fuck? I wonder if because... That's interesting. Because I picked Legion Time Walking, or not Time Walking. Uh, right, okay, improved Bone Shields. I finally have that. What else do I want? Icy Talons is probably pretty important. I could take Permafrost so that I can path into that. Because I picked Legion Chromie Time, it has the Dark Rider thing active. Normally that's not there, but because I think the Apocalypse artifact takes place here, I guess it only appears if you're phased into that. Nice. Good RNG on those ghoul ribs. Just gotta get back here before it kills the NPC. And now that I have improved Bone Shield, it's actually worth keeping this up. 1 Druid, 2 Monk, 3 Havoc, 4 Fury, 5 Dev. Fury's definitely up there. I think Fury... So, Fury at higher levels is a contender. The main thing about Fury that I think, for me, keeps it from being in the top 5, and if you're making a leveling tier list, you have to include the entirety of it, is Fury does not get Meat Cleaver until, like, level 30, level 40, something like that, which is the thing where it's like, when you press Whirlwind, your abilities cleave. So up until that level, Fury is, like, completely fucking worthless. So... Now, it's not really a problem because Protection Warrior is also pretty good, and especially at lower levels with tank scaling, you can kind of just go Prot Warrior and press Thunderclap, and like whenever I've leveled a Warrior, that's what I do. I always start at low levels playing Prot, no matter what I eventually intend to play, and then if I plan on playing Fury, then once you get to the level where you get Meat Cleaver, you swap. But if we're rating the spec as a whole for leveling, you can't ignore that fact. You can't just ignore the fact that it's completely non-functional until it gets access to that ability. At least unless they change something, like admittedly I haven't looked at their talent tree in Midnight. I don't know if in Midnight they moved Meat Cleaver to not be like towards the middle of the tree. But that is a massive, massive flaw for Fury. But once it gets going at higher levels, it is quite strong. Yeah, I am talented into Ossuary. The problem with this is, like, my Bone Shield decays so fast, and I don't really have many ways to generate it. It's obviously worth keeping it active for the haste buff, but I don't think keeping it above 5 at this level is worthwhile for, what's it called? For Ossuary. It's just such a minor benefit, and it's so expensive to maintain right now. Okay, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? I guess I probably could have... honestly, it's probably still a time save to Hearth here. And then we go to Lochmodan. And I can actually turn in this quest while I'm at it. Because this actually is a breadcrumb to Lochmodan. There's also... there's the quest in Goldshire to visit Stormwind, which I didn't pick up. And actually, you know what? Come to think of it, I don't think it was there. It might not be available to Death Knights. There's a lot of quests like that that are in early zones that are actually class-specific. And Blizzard flagged all of them up until Monks, but then some classes aren't eligible for it, because like they never thought, like, why would a Death Knight do it? I'm actually curious if that's one of them. It could have been that I just missed it, but it's also possible that that was what happened, and that's why I didn't see it. Let me scroll up a little bit, make sure, because I know I'm pretty sure I missed a message or two. And while I'm flying, may as well. I did. What heirloom gear set am I using with my Blood DK? Really, I'm just using whatever I have, right? So, since this is on Europe, I'm missing a lot of, like, the optimized heirlooms, like Garrosh and stuff, that I normally use in North America. I'm just using all of the basic ones. I don't even have, like, Minari Training Amulet. I don't even have heirloom rings on Europe. I don't have any of the fancy trinkets. So it's a bit basic in that regard, but I gotta work with what I have here.
Let's see. What is the Void Elf racial for those of us who haven't played in a while?
So Void Elf has a few cool racials. The main one, the one that I was probably referring to at the time you asked that, is in Spatial Rift. So you throw out this thing, and then you press it again, and you teleport. This racial is so fucking good. It like seems pretty basic until you realize, like, since it counts as a teleport, you basically have blink on classes that do not normally have access to blink effects, like Death Knight. So a good example of things that you can do with the Void Elf racial is whenever I'm tanking Mythic Lura on my Blood Decay, and I'm holding a crystal in the intermission, if I get trapped behind a bunch of DPS players because we get really bad beam spawns, I have regularly chucked my Void Elf racial through the laser beams and just teleported to the other side to easily get into my spot. Because the way that tanks work on that fight for crystal carriers is you're basically assigned to run out into the middle of nowhere where nobody else is standing, but a lot of times if you get bad RNG, it could be a really long walk, and what do Blood DKs not have? Great mobility. So it's a Void Elf also, one of the other things they have, is there's a racial called, where is it? Under General, this thing, Entropic Embrace, which is basically just sometimes you turn purple, and then your abilities deal extra damage. You also have this, your spellcasts are not delayed by taking damage, so basically spell pushback is not a thing, obviously irrelevant for a Death Knight, but for a lot of casters, this is a very strong racial. You also have 1% Shadow DR, and then this thing, transmog costs are reduced, which, like, who cares? But the two really good things are Spatial Rift and Entropic Embrace. Entropic Embrace just does really good damage for a racial. So for many classes, Void Elf is like among their top 5 or 10 best simming racial options. It might not be the best, like right now for a lot of people, Panda is the best simming. Oftentimes Mechanome is the highest simming race for people. There's other ones like Draenei sometimes is pretty good. Human can be pretty good because you get more stats. But the damage proc effect on Void Elf is like very consistently decent. Which is nice because if you reach a point where the racials are all like relatively comparable, and like at that point, the difference between Void Elf and something like Human is so minuscule that it doesn't matter. So then the only thing that you're really caring about when you pick your race is utility racials. Now that being said, Void Elf racial isn't necessarily the best utility racial. I really like it, especially on Death Knight, and I'll be honest, also, you know, it's an elf. I will fully admit that I am kind of biased, and I just like playing elves, right? Like, you know, it is what it is, so I'll take every fucking excuse to play an elf if they are, like, at least somewhat viable, and Void Elves definitely are. But there are a lot of cases where, especially in M+, in Raid, there are fights where you need specific racials, but on the whole, it tends to be a lot more flexible for your racial choice. But in M+, vast majority of groups, you're required to have either Night Elf or Dwarf at a very high level. Like, if you're pugging M+, nobody gives a shit, right? But if you're trying to push extremely high for, like, title and stuff like that, you're kind of forced into one of those two races. So Night Elf is really broken. Night Elf has a decent stat racial, right? So it sims like well above average. I don't know if it's like better or worse than Void Elf, but like that doesn't really matter, right? It's close enough to where it doesn't matter. But Night Elf has Shadow Meld, and Shadow Meld lets you completely break so many mechanics, specifically in M+. Every now and then there's like something in Raid that you can mess like or like screw up with Shadow Meld, but a lot of times it doesn't really matter because like it'll just retarget somebody else anyway. I cannot remember the last time there was like a relevant raid mechanic where Shadow Meld was actually like a thing you cared about, but in M+ it happens all the time. Because especially if you're on like a squishy caster, in high level keys, if you get targeted by certain abilities, it could literally be a death sentence. If you get hit by this, you die. And then if you Shadow Meld, they stop targeting you. So you negate that damage effectively. It's very, very broken. There's also things where like it lets you drop combat, right? So there's skips where everybody will like run ahead and then Shadow Meld to ignore mobs. And then Dwarf is another example. Dwarf has a really good just raw damage racial. They get like crit damage or something like that. I forget the exact Dwarf racial. But they're like above average for damage. In many cases, they have historically been the number one simming race. I don't know if they are at this exact moment. But then Stone Form also gives you DR and removes like bleeds and poison effects. So Stone Form is an incredibly strong defensive racial. So similarly in M+, there's a lot of effects where if you can just remove it with Stone Form, it's broken. That said, Stone Form also has had a lot of importance for raids as well. So Shadow Meld not as important for raids often, but Stone Form, the fight that comes to mind the most is Fyrakk. Fyrakk had like a shitload of raid-wide magic effects that it applied to you, and then if you were a squishy class, it was really helpful to have Stone Form to be able to clear it off. And a lot of times, even if it's not necessarily like Fyrakk, where it's basically your healers are just struggling to keep up, so Stone Form is critical, there are so many boss fights out there where just having the ability to clear off your own debuff just makes your life so much easier. So if you are able to run Dwarf, a lot of times you want to. Another thing is bleeds. They're like Castle Nathri, I remember, had like a lot of really nasty bleeds that could be cleared with Stone Form. So that was a great example of like where Dwarfs are really strong. And there have been every now and then bleeds, especially like tank bleeds sometimes. But I'll be honest, unless I absolutely need to play a Dwarf, I try not to play a Dwarf because, man, I really fucking hate Dwarves. I'm sorry to any Dwarf enjoyers, but I cannot fucking stand Dwarves. So I usually don't play one. That's how it goes. But Void Elf is cool, so I tend to play Void Elf. Elf fetish? Maybe slightly. You play male elves more if their melee animations didn't suck ass? Well, I mean, I usually play female characters anyway, so... the female animations, I think, are pretty good, though. Another example of a race that, like, right now happens to be just good for raw numbers, though they kind of have no real utility racials, kind of bouncy counts. Pandaren. Now, I like playing female Pandaren. My warrior's been a female Pandaren forever. But unless their racial is... Well, it's hard to say that. Their racial is kind of a fixed value. Basically, Panda racial doubles the effectiveness of food buffs. So it's not really subject to tuning, more so it's subject to the like effectiveness of food buffs. And if food buffs are tuned to be really good, then the Panda racial by association is really good. And Panda doesn't really have any massive racials, but Bouncy, which, well, not doesn't negate, but heavily reduces fall damage, can often be really nice. It's the kind of racial that you never really think about until you jump off a cliff, realize, oh fuck, I'm gonna die, and then you don't die, and you're like, ah, yeah, that's a Panda racial difference. And then it also has Quaking Palm, which is a mini CC. Honestly, in my opinion, a little bit underrated. I think Quaking Palm is actually very useful sometimes. But I'd be lying if I said that it was even close to as good as things like Shadow Meld, like Stone Form, hell, even like the Void Elf Teleport. But it's nice to have. Classic elf lover can't stand the Glorious Mountain Kings? Yeah. I'm going in the book for sure for that one. But, man, it's even worse. Because for anybody who knows Warhammer lore, not only do I not really like dwarves, but I also main Skaven in Total War Warhammer, so I'm just like really a mega dwarf hater, just kind of across the board. Really, really makes me not want to play him. Having to sit drinking... I understand now. I saw the context. Jason said you don't need to drink Crimson. Yeah, because somebody else said having to sit there and drink Crimson Vial. Yeah, obviously you don't need to sit there to drink Crimson Vial, but Crimson Vial is just a fucking terrible ability. For a sustainability, it's really bad. It's kind of a shame because, like, if you go play... I'm pretty sure it still exists right now in Mop Classic. I don't know if it was Mop or WAD, but I remember old Leeching Poison actually made Rogue really nice for solo content. You had pretty effective self-sustain when Leeching Poison was a thing. But nowadays, like, it just gives you flat Leech, which is kind of whatever. God.
Hello, don't worry. Uh, you. As an enjoyer of Lord of the Rings and DRG, what's DRG? It might be obvious. I might be blanking. Hearing such brazen dwarf hatred is truly disheartening. It's kind of funny because I don't know why. I just like I don't vibe with dwarves anymore. Actually, I think it was literally my first ever World of Warcraft character was a dwarf warrior named Thunderaxe. But also, I was like 5 years old when I made Thunderaxe, and I don't know, like also I was a little kid, right? So I wanted to like I saw the dwarves and I'm like, oh, the dwarves are tiny like me. So it made more sense to me to want to play as a dwarf. Because like I could make the dwarves look more like myself as a 5-year-old kid than I could make like the big adult humans. So I tended to play dwarves when I was 5 years old, and ever since then I've just kind of not really enjoyed playing them. And the other reason I thought of that is you said Lord of the Rings. I played Lord of the Rings online a decent amount when I was a kid as well, and I also played a dwarf there. So yeah, I don't know. It really is kind of like at some point I just kind of grew out of dwarves. I don't know why. Thunderax speedrun when? Technically, I could level Thunderax. Thunderax, I think, is like level 13 now, because I got him to... I forget what level I left Thunderax off at, but Thunderax has been hit pretty hard by all of the level squishes over the years. The last time I logged into Thunderax, he was sitting in Ironforge wearing, like, partially mail and leather gear, because, well, the last time I really played him was back in, like, I don't know, TVC. The original TVC. But like that might be fun, actually. That could be interesting. Playing the original Thunderaxe. I honestly I'm not sure. Because like it is like I do sometimes enjoy logging into Thunderaxe and like some of my old classic characters that I've kept. Because they are kind of like a time capsule, right? I still have ammo in my bags on Thunderaxe, I'm pretty sure. I don't really want to have to get rid of that, which I'd have to do if I actually decided to ever level him up.
Well met.
Deep Rock Galactic. Ah, yes, yes, yes. I haven't played it, but I've heard good things. I know a lot of people play it.
How are ya? You got my attention.
One thing that's kind of funny that I've pointed out in other runs, but I don't think I mentioned it recently, is the location of the townsfolk in Loch Modan varies depending on the time of day. And if you're doing this during the day, they're actually standing outside of their houses. If you do the run at night, they're down in the bottom of their houses. So it's actually a time save to do your leveling during the day. I went to the wrong place. Because then you don't have to run inside the house to turn in the quest. Which, I'll be honest, it took me multiple years to actually figure that out. Because, like, I am a night owl, so for many, many, many years, I pretty much only ever did speedruns at, like, 3 to 5 a.m. So the dwarves were always just inside their houses. And then, like, one day, like, 2 years later, after I started doing speedruns, making YouTube videos, I did a run, and I was so confused, because the dwarves were just in a different spot, because it was during the day. And obviously, at the time, I had no idea why. And I'm just like, did they randomly hotfix Loch Modan? What the fuck? Why is this different? Well, honestly, at first I thought I was going crazy. At first I'm like, there's no way the dwarves have been outside their houses all this time. Like, I remember them being inside. And then it took until the next run for me to be like, no, something's clearly different. And it honestly might have taken like another full year or two after that for me to put the pieces together and realize why in some runs they're indoors and in some runs they're outdoors. And then it was just like an, oh my fucking god moment. Now, the unfortunate reality is, I it's such a minuscule time save, and half the time it's just, I gotta do the run whenever I can, right? There's I can't really control that a whole lot. So I'm not exactly scheduling my speed runs to make sure that during the day I'm in Lockwood. But it is an interesting little bit of trivia, I think, at least. Just make his brother Storm Mace easy fix. Oh boy. Uh...
You got my attention. Very good. Okay. Now
I do, whenever in like another game, if I ever need to make a dwarf, I do usually name it Thunderaxe as an homage to my first ever WoW character. But I don't know. I'm happy. Like at this point, I could never. Thunderaxe was a warrior, in case that wasn't obvious, and I could never play a warrior now that isn't Anji. Anji is just like so ingrained at this point to me as like if I ever play in any other game a warrior, like for instance my warrior in Guild Wars 2 is a Char, also named Anji. So it's just in every game at this point. My warrior is Anji, my paladin S, which in Guild Wars 2 I just figured I'd make it my guardian, close enough. My guardian is Giliana. And any sort of necromancer class, so literally necromancer in Guild Wars 2, and obviously in this case Death Knight, Rossiliana. I can... Okay, I have new consumables. Let me figure this out. New consumes here. I have to remember to refresh my buff soon. We have Unbridled Fury and Bear Tartar. Where's Bear Tartar? There we go. Female Pandaren Rogue takes almost no damage? Yeah. I'd imagine that is really, really nice. Basically jump off the max height and pretty much not die. Okay, yeah, drink this, do this. I may as well just get this now. Bear Tartar is one of the few types of food buffs that I will gladly sit here and eat 10 seconds to get, because this will save actually a considerable amount of time, especially at a Blood DK. So this will give me a lot of speed. We're already making back that time for the 10-second food buff. At this point, probably faster to just kill these so I can mount up them. I haven't really planned out my talents. I know kind of off the cuff Blood DK talents enough to increase the effectiveness of Runeforge. Okay, fuck it. I'll spend that point, but obviously I don't have Runeforges. It's not worth it, but that's an important gateway node anyways, so it should be fine. But I'm just kind of taking talents off the cuff. I'm sure that there's some slightly better order that I could take in a few instances, but I think it's probably fine. Now, is the rare mob up? There have been quite a lot of rare mobs that haven't been active, so I can't expect to find a ton of them. My time walking queue is about to come back. Do you ever think they'll just remove combat racials? Good question, but honestly, I don't know. I mean, the obvious answer is just that, right? Like, obviously, I have no way to know. Blizzard's gonna do what Blizzard's gonna do. Oh, nice, Whitefin is up. My... I think they should, to be honest. I don't really like... How do I word this? I like the concept of racials. Like, in a vacuum, they sound cool. But in practice, they're just always really annoying to have to deal with. Because then you inevitably end up, like, having to play something like Dwarf that you really don't like. Just because it's really broken, right? And that just kind of feels bad. And I want to be able to make my character look the way I want without feeling like I'm sacrificing, meta effectiveness, because I'm a bit torn, right? I am obviously a giga min-maxer, and I do really just enjoy the process of min-maxing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing crazy speedruns like this. So it is fun for me to try and figure out, like, oh, what race would I have to pick to get, like, the most advantages? And obviously for my speedruns, I always try and pick the race that's the best. And for something like that, right, speedruns I don't really mind, because often I'm playing the character for the run alone, and then I'm not really playing it beyond that. But a good example is, for this run, I am playing the character. After I'm done, definitely gonna play Void Elf. So I haven't done a Horde leveling run in a little while. I've done multiple Alliance leveling runs. I did the Shaman leveling run, so it was somewhat recent. But I've done way more Alliance leveling runs recently than Horde. But I wanted to make sure that I made this character a Void Elf because I'm actually going to play it. So that kind of skews my decision-making a little bit here. Man, really bad RNG in these Crocolisk Jaws. But I do think that if racials still exist at this point in time, the odds that Blizzard decides to remove them are in my mind, low. I think for whatever reason, they like the existence of them. And like so many decisions with this game, there's somebody out there who doesn't actually play World of Warcraft, who is still making decisions about World of Warcraft, about what they think the game should be like, completely divorced from what the players actually want, which is just, frankly, so much of this game. And I say that as somebody who loves the game, but unfortunately, I'm sure we can all point to a clear example when that has happened. There's just almost too many to count. Just, it is what it is, right? But that is one of those cases where Blizzard just seems pretty set in their ways. Of they want this to be part of the game, and it just will remain that way. Q for time walking at this point. And the hope is, as long as I get Capital Gardens at some point, like within the next hour or so, I kind of want to get Capital Gardens, like, not right now. And you could argue that, oh, well then why are you even queuing? Well, if I do get Capital Gardens, at least I do re-extend the buff, so it's fine, right? I get slightly more mileage out of it. But the perfect situation is I get my 1 Capital Gardens when I have, like, 1 hour left in the buff, and I get, like, 2 hours of extension, and then I never need to do another one. That would be the most possible optimal situation. But I obviously can't control that. It's RNG, so... 2 hours in and 42 already? Yeah, and keep in mind, right? 2 things. 1, I got giga griefed and lost, like, pretty much 10 minutes right at the start. This is without Dark and Fair buff. I also don't have Draft of 10 lands. And, to top it off, the early sections of the leveling process are significantly faster. Level 50 through 80 is basically 30 minutes, ballpark. Another thing to consider, by the way, with time walking dungeons is sometimes you'll queue into a dungeon that's, like, basically at the end. They replace the tank or something like that. And then it's just kind of completely free. Right. This, Moss Hide.
I should note, by the way, while 50 to 80 might not be 30 minutes in this particular run, to give you an idea of what I'm kind of planning, I suspect that in the super fast speedrun I'm going to do, 50 to 80 will quite literally be under 30 minutes in my super fast run. It might even be around 20 minutes. It's like I'm putting a lot of emphasis on heavily optimizing that. But that will require a lot of very, 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 like, particular speedrun tech that obviously I don't really want to worry about for a run like this, which is not meant to be the, like, super duper ultra fast leveling speedrun. And a lot of it also I simply cannot do. Like, I lack the resources on Europe that I already have on North America. That run, you know, it should go without saying, will be on North America, right? And it'll be a lot easier to do that with Burning Crusade time walking. Or rather, well, the run will be faster with Burning Crusade time walking, and that'll be with Dark and Fair, so it'll just be significantly faster. I am definitely reaching a point, though, where with how low the XP modifiers I have are, I might fall short of getting to, like, level 65 by the end of Loch Modan. So, I do have the quests in Wetlands, which I probably will do, and those are pretty good. The only question is, what do I do afterwards? I could do WAD intro if needed. I don't necessarily want to do WAD intro, but we'll see. What would be really ideal is if in 30 minutes I get Capital Gardens. That would actually be, I think, the best possible time for me to hit it. Because that would be basically guaranteed to shore up the remaining experience that I need. A singular dungeon should round it off. And then that would be like the perfect refresh time for my buffs. And I should note also, at a certain point, what are the PvP talents? None of these I think are really good. I guess Last Dance could be kind of nice for leveling. Definitely want that. At a certain point, I will just need to refresh my time walking buff. So if I don't manage to get Capital Gardens, I'll just have to suck it up, and whatever dungeon I happen to hit, I'll run that. But we don't reach that point until there's like 30 minutes left in the buff. At that stage, I'll just take whatever I can get. But I would hope that I'll have enough chances to get Capital Gardens to where we'll make it work out. Is there a rare mob? Rare mob, rare mob. I do not see him. Wait. Ah. That's actually interesting. I basically got completely juked by the rare. He somehow walked right past me. That's why I wanted to double check. Now, take that, sure. Ondar. Refresh my potion. Also, before I forget, I'm going to refresh the scrolls, just because they're unusable beyond level 50. So, I'll try to refresh them at 49, but if I forget, I still want to have the highest uptime I can get. Let's see. I think I missed a message or two earlier, but since I just see this one in Twitch. Hey Harldan, I was curious, when you do your speedruns, do you ever do professions? Depends on what you mean. Like crafting experience? Yes, because crafting experience is really fast, but like what are we talking about, like in terms of professions? Because
For Dragonflight War Within and Midnight, like if you've watched any of my speedruns, I would imagine you've seen me do that. So I'm guessing that's not the question. But if you didn't know that, then yes, crafting XP is really good. As for other stuff, I generally speaking don't really do professions at this point. I don't really find them worthwhile. I don't want to invest that much time to make gold. I don't think it's worth my time to do that. And it requires you to invest a lot of time to basically pay back your investment. And I'm just not willing to do that. I also, frankly, I don't really enjoy the current crafting system. I really like how professions worked in older versions of WoW. Like, usually when I play Classic, I actually work on my professions, because I think it's a lot more fun there. Like, a good example is when I played Turtle WoW, despite the fact that I started playing it 2 weeks before the server shut down, I actually got my professions up to the max, at least for my level, which was 40. So I think I got them up to, like, 225. And that took me, like, yeah, a decent amount of time to gather all the materials and then level up. I forget what I picked, like leatherworking, whatever, blacksmithing, whatever I used on my character. But I just really enjoyed the process of gathering materials, building my own gear, and it like felt satisfying, like getting my own potions, armor kits, etc. They just feel really rewarding in Classic, and it just does not feel that way in retail. It's like one of the few things, I guess, where I'm going to sound like a Classic boomer on, but the Dragonflight profession system rework was... this rant I've gone on before, and I won't give the full rants again, but I think the Dragonflight rework was fucking atrocious for professions. Honestly, just made it worse. I think it made it better for people who really enjoy making golds, so whenever I bring that up, there's like a lot of people who will rush to its defense and be like, no, I love it so much, don't say that. But for pretty much like anybody who isn't just trying to make as much gold as possible, I do think that the Dragonflight profession rework was just objectively horrible, and it's just made it so much worse to engage with for basically everybody else. Hello? I tried to target myself to massacre it. Okay, of course the ram's out of range, which is annoying, because then it's going to keep me in combat, so I need to kill it. And it's just, the thing that has always pissed me off, I said I was going to rant about it, I'll do a tiny, tiny rant. The thing that always annoyed me with it is because they were very clearly trying to copy Final Fantasy's profession system, and Final Fantasy's profession system has flaws, and unfortunately, the parts that Blizzard copied were basically only the flawed parts of Final Fantasy. They don't understand what makes Final Fantasy's profession system interesting and fun to engage with, and they only copied some parts of it, and oops, they accidentally copied the part that like the vast majority of people in Final Fantasy hate. The thing that I really like in Final Fantasy is that if you are just trying to engage with professions like for fun and not to make money, like all the gil, I guess, in FF, then the process of actually crafting an item is really fun, because it's basically a mini game. And every time I say that, people are like, oh yeah, but then like at the end game, people have these macros that they use to optimize it. And it's like, okay, sure, like yeah, you can do that. But that doesn't change the fact that I genuinely find the crafting process in FF to be fun. So if you aren't doing that, it is still well made to the point where you can enjoy it. Like, you can interact with it and just have a fun time trying to level up your own professions and get like the perfect crafts. And like when you get like those, like the constant procs to make an item with like under quality materials, it's really, really, really satisfying. And there is technically some skill involved, especially early on in expansions when people don't have perfectly itemized crafting gear. Because the way in FF, if you don't know, like you have actual gear. They kind of tried to copy that in WoW, where you have like one or two crafted tools and stuff. In Final Fantasy, you have entire gear sets with crafting stats, like gems that you can socket to make your stuff better. And there's like a resource management system for like every single action, like hammering away at like an ingot requires like a, certain amount of energy, and you have to control like the energy of your character and like the durability of the item. And if you're not careful, you can literally break the item and lose your materials, or you could run out of energy and be unable to finish the craft, which again loses the materials, right? But then if you know what you're doing, like you can actually like use your abilities to properly manage your resources, and a lot of times even with subpar materials, you can make a really high quality craft just by playing around like proc effects that you get and using the right ability at the right time. And that is really, really, really fun. It's just genuinely a fun mini game to engage with, at least in my opinion. But WoW doesn't have that. Like, World of Warcraft crafting, after the rework, is still just you press the button, you get the craft. There is no mini game to speak of, which in my opinion is the only reason why Final Fantasy works. Like, you kind of ignore all of the other flaws with the crafting system because the mini game is actually really fun. And it's kind of the same thing, like, there's so much jank and, like, M+ in raiding, but, you know, we enjoy the process of M+ in raiding, so we sit through it. But then, when you take away any of the actual gameplay from Professions, and you just turn it into a numbers game, but keep all of the bad system design, then it's just shit. It's just bad. So... It's yeah. I kind of did end up ranting there for a little bit, huh? But, you know, it is just really bad, and it pisses me off every time I think about what they did. Blizzard's laziness in upkeeping old Profession recipes is a huge issue. Yeah, true. It's actually kind of sad because when they did the first major squish back in Shadowlands, they actually did make a big effort to keep things balanced. And it really just goes to show how little care they put into a lot of the changes they make in the game nowadays. And I understand, like, kind of, they're constantly on a time crunch because they're just forcing themselves to get these patches out, like, ridiculously quickly. So there's just no time for polish. By the way, you know, I'll link it again, right? I've mentioned this basically in every single stream, but I think it's important. So right now, delves on the PTR are completely broken. They are just completely unplayably broken. Let me go find the link and post it in... Why do I... Baze sent me a WoW lore video. Oh my goodness, Baze. Here, can I... Yeah. Posted it in YouTube and Twitch chat. So I made a forum post. The VOD of me testing delves is up. The warning, right? You will actually get your eardrums blasted, quite literally. Because... Oh no, I want this. Because it's just not finished. Right now, so many delves, the new delves that they're adding in the next patch, are just, they're broken. And I don't mean like, oh, they're poorly made, like, they kind of are, but I mean like, quite literally, you will get softlocked and you will be unable to finish the delve. Which is just so glaring, because if there is a softlock that prevents completion, you want to tell me whether or not they actually tested it for even 1 second? Willing to bet not, because they would have probably noticed, hey, we can't finish the delve. So, and this is not a one-off thing, one of the delves, there's an audio issue where if you walk over an egg, it just blasts your ears with sound effects and crashes your game. It's like, these are egregious bugs. Like, really, really, really unacceptable bugs. And the patch is out in 2 weeks. Like, I just cannot understand how this development cycle is sustainable. There's just so much garbage that keeps getting shoved out, and then they just try to patch it after the fact. But, like, man, it really makes the game frustrating to play so many times because you just know, new patch, all right, strap in, there's going to be some bullshit that's going to be really annoying to deal with. And it's just, it gets really old after a while. I'll take Voracious just so I have the pathing node, and I guess I'll take this for the pathing node. Bobcats and... Yeah, so go like, bump my forum post or whatever. Or, like, better yet, I mean, go test it yourself so that you know I'm not, like, lying to you. But anybody right now can go onto the PTR, test elves, and then realize, like, wait, this just isn't finished. It's just... It is... Like, I've done, obviously, a lot of PTR testing. I need to for videos, and this is... maybe the most unacceptable state of something this close to launch that I've ever seen. I mean, really just because I cannot remember the last time when I've tested something in the PTR and it has quite literally crashed my game. Like, that's rare. That doesn't happen often. And it has happened to me multiple times on top of the fact that the delves are, like, uncompletable. It's really, really, really questionable. And the fact that this is the build that is marked as a release candidate, releases in 2 weeks, I really hope it gets fixed. I mean, for my part, I'm a little bit selfish. I was planning to make, a new Season 2 Delve Guide, which I did for all of the seasons in War Within. I didn't make one for Midnight Launch because I was busy with Fall of the Arrow, but I've done that all the other times. I was going to do that this time around, and I just can't test the delves. They're just broken. And so, like, that makes me a little bit annoyed, but frankly, there's significantly bigger issues than me being unable to make a delve video if, like, literally game-crashing bugs make it live. So, hey, I did my part, reported it, I made a forum post to hopefully bring more attention to it. 2 other people have at least chimed in there, and a lot of times I've made many forum posts on, like, PTR forums in the past to, like, bring up issues, and it is not often that I actually get responses to it. Because, relatively speaking, there aren't that many people who actually test the PTR, right? It's a fairly small group. So the fact that 2 other people have chimed in to say that they ran into that issue kind of says a lot. It also means that I'm not crazy, right? That I'm not just like, I didn't get unlucky and happen to stumble into a bug that nobody else has found. It is just a systemic issue with delves right now. What do I even want? Here, that, I guess. And then I have new consumes. I will need to clear my bags soon. Spectral power. Core oil. Snow. Stout augment rune. Does spectral power gives more than the other one, right? No, it doesn't. Okay. It's a good thing I checked. Yeah, so, goes to show how fucked the scaling is, right? I didn't even think to check until now, but yeah, spectral power, a Shadowlands item, is giving less stats than a BFA flask. So that is a bit of a scaling problem. In fact, Glacial Fury does 79 frost damage. I mean, for a flask, that might actually still be decent. I don't know. It's really hard to tell, like, what numbers mean anything. I'm going to put that on my bars for now, because I'll need that later. I'm going to put fried bonefish on here, because I will need that later. Nice, rare mobs up. Have I considered covering my chat box with Xalatath's feet instead of that banner? That is definitely a good idea. I will give it some thought. Maybe that's the clickbait that I need. What other consumes? There's Drums of Deathly Ferocity. Not that I've really been using my drums at all, but... Okay, so if I... In 11 minutes, if I do not get Capital Gardens, then on the run after that, I need to run the dungeon, no matter what. Because we'll be around 70 minutes, and then we'll be around 40 minutes after that if it misses. So I just need to make sure I remember. I also need Potion of Phantom Fire, which is probably still worth using, but I mean, who even knows with Blizzard? I don't even know where it is in my bags. It probably got messed up, yeah, because of the ordering of my mailbox. Let's do that. Doesn't matter now. Should have done Zally feet any percent when we had those on War Within campaign. That would have been an interesting speedrun category, true. I don't want to go down there now. Okay, so we're done. We're done with lock mode on. Yeah, definitely not at level 65 yet, so we're not safe to start crafting. And I where do I think all of them are turned in here, right? I do have wetlands. Wetlands in the dungeon. If it hits Capital Gardens, that would actually be pretty much exactly enough. Yeah, by the way, remember when I said that like 50 to 60 is basically fake? It's like extremely fast? That's what I mean. I got 2.5 levels from just like those quests alone. Also makes it very misleading because I very often see people in these level ranges say like, oh, it's so fast. Oh yeah, so on that note, right? If you ever see somebody say, I got X levels by doing this thing, and I respond like, that is a meaningless metric. This is what I mean, right? Because the difference in like number of levels from like 50 to 60 and 20 to 30 is colossal. Because the relative amount of XP that you get because Blizzard fucked up the scaling is massive in those ranges. 50 to 60 is just considerably shorter than 20 to 30 in terms of how long it takes for how much XP you get. So it really is funny how if you ever see somebody claim that they found like a super awesome leveling method, 99% of the time, at least in my experience, it is something like that. I'll take Blood Draw, I guess, and then we'll take Blood Mist. It is somebody who stumbled upon something while they happened to be in that range of like 50 to 60 or 70 to 80, and then got like a crazy amount of levels, and then basically they just cherry-picked that exact range. And also, I don't necessarily think a lot of those people do it intentionally, right? Usually it's like newer players who just think that they've stumbled upon something crazy, when in reality it's like, yeah, no, that's just how the leveling works. And they'll tell you, I got so many levels. And then other people who don't really understand that that is a meaningless metric will be like, wow, that sounds so fast. So, like, one of my favorite jokes to make is you so often see people say that they got a whole level from time walking dungeons, when that means, like, fucking nothing. So like I think one of my most frequent responses in like YouTube comments is like if somebody leaves a comment saying, I don't know why you shit talk time walking dungeons. I did a dungeon and I got a whole level, and I usually just respond, a whole level? Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark. Like, wow, that's so much. Because it just like, wow, I just got a whole level by turning in 2 quests. Holy shit. It means nothing. Okay, I'll take that. When do I get 2 charges of Death Grip? That's, bottom of the class tree, right? So it's 2 charges of Death Grip and Death and Decay. Death's Echo. Yeah, oh, and DA. Yeah, so I guess I should do that. Path into Will of the Necropolis and then take that. Oh, yeah, right. I don't know why. Forgot. This is why I have this. this, and then just mass grip. And then I need to make sure in 5 minutes I'm doing this, like, exactly on time. I also, at some point, I need to use fried bonefish. I'm not going to do that right now, it's just whenever I have a moment.
You've not followed my speedruns recently? You just saw DK and you were like, I'll watch?
Oh, you haven't played since early Dragonflight. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah. Well, there you go, yeah. Crafting is a very important part of leveling these days. You'll get to see it very soon. We start crafting at level 65, and then we do crafting all the way to level 80, and then normally I save crafting until the very end for midnight, but I'm going to do crafting from 80 to 81 in this particular run. Just because, like, if you're doing time walking dungeons, for instance, then from 80 to 81, the scaling averages out, so it doesn't really matter whether you have access to, like, the BOE gear or not. It doesn't really make a difference. But in my case, since I've already done my time walking dungeons and I won't have that, it's going to be more important that I get the gear early on, because I'm going to be jumping straight into delves. So in this case, I do think it is worth it to do the crafting immediately. And it's kind of exhausting at this point seeing so many people post on Reddit about, like, the whole do delves early on and turn them at the end, who have absolutely no idea why people do that. They've heard that, like, tip echoed, and they just regurgitate it without any understanding of why it's done. It is a extremely minor time save. And you only do it because you turn all of them in at the same spot anyways, so you're not really losing any time by doing the hand-in. But then if you're making sacrifices, like, so many people will go out of their way to fly all the way to Zul'Aman at, like, level 80 or 81 to do the delves immediately because they read some guide that says it's better to do delves early on. So they will sit there and waste, like, 5 minutes of travel time to do the delves at an earlier level, when it's like, do you think you're saving 5 minutes? Do you think that's how much time it saves? 5 minutes? At that point, you just easily lose that amount of time. So you just do it at the end. It's also, this again, by the way, when I said before about so often people will fail to read something, one of the most common things that people fail to read in the leveling guide, and then leave comments saying that the guide, like, didn't do XYZ thing, at multiple points in Follow the Arrow, I explain that we do the Zul'Aman delves and Shadow Enclave at the end, and not at the start during the early delve section. And I've gotten so many comments saying the add-on never sent me to do those delves, and so I went ahead and I did them early because the add-on failed and didn't do it. I'm like, did you just skip past the part where I said, like, specifically, we are not doing those right now, and you will be directed to do them later on? That one really baffles me, because I've seen basically that exact comment, like, 5 different times. And a lot of them, like, some of them ask, like, you know, hey, I'm confused, like, why did it not ask me to do that? But I've gotten multiple who just kind of immediately assume that the add-on is wrong, and that I just forgot. It's like, I mean, I feel like at that point, if you're confused, which is... Okay, it's only these oozes. I can't void elf up the cliff. It's only the neutral ones. Okay, gotta instantly queue. Now it would be really, really nice. Capital Gardens here would be phenomenal. I honestly, I would even take another dungeon that's, like, okay. Okay, this is also a little bit poor RNG here. Target too high level, right? Can't do that. if it's not dead mines, if it's a really, really, really bad dungeon, then I will leave. Which is basically, if it's service entrance or dead mines, that's not worth it. Holy fuck, okay, I'm getting kind of railed on RNG right now. For your sins against dwarf kind, I curse you with the dead mines queue. Oh, come on, man. I suffered enough. Holy fuck. Well, did you also curse me with just non-existent drops from these fucking oozes? I don't think I've ever seen this happen before. I didn't realize this quest was like that RNG. There we go. It's not good enough. Zul'Farrak is like... It's not as bad as those two. So I'm gonna gamble a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. Also, like, I don't know. It's a tough call. It's honestly a really tough call, that, because on one hand, I could have used the XP more now than I would later. So you could make the argument that maybe that's, like, a bad call. But at the same time, I just really do not like Zul'Farrak. And I think the variance is worthwhile, because if I get service entrance, I lose like 3 minutes compared to Zul'Farrak. If I get dead mines, it's like about the same. I'll be honest, I haven't timed dead mines. I just know it's slow. But I think it would be about the same. But then if I get Capital Gardens, I save like 5 minutes. So, and then if I get Zul'Farrak again, or I get one of the other dungeons, then it's like equal. So, on average, I break even, and then I have a chance to save 5 minutes, and I have a chance to lose, like, 3 minutes. That's probably a worthy trade-off, right? Especially considering when I do the dungeon later, even if, let's say, I get Zul'Farrak or something like that, at this point, I'm going to be doing that dungeon around level 80. And I'm going to have, like, giga scaling. Because I'm going to have all my level 80 BOEs, which are, like, way stronger than any of the green shit that I'm equipping while I level up. I'm also going to have Deathbringer talents. So instead of just being, like, you know, extremely weak as I was in those earlier dungeons, I'm just going to be running through and soloing everything as blood. Because that's when you really come online. So I think overall, it'll work out. Hello, Harldan. I missed the pre-app. Are you ready for Delves to be broken on release? Oh, yeah. It's gonna be fun. Honestly, you didn't really miss much pre-app, because I'm on a really tight schedule here, because I need to get as much done as I can before the European weekly reset. So there was maybe like 10 minutes of pre-app. In fact, now that I remember, let me scroll up and... So I know that there were a few messages earlier I missed. Now that I think about it, you haven't seen my Alliance route in ages. Really? I have done this route quite a few times recently. But if you haven't been watching since, like, before midnight, then you probably wouldn't have seen those recent speedruns. Oh, still. Yeah, the routes honestly haven't really changed a lot, especially the routes have changed the least that they ever have going from War Within to Midnight, because Blizzard didn't change the scaling of other stuff. They made it everything scale up, but they didn't change War Within scaling. And it's a combination of that plus just naturally over time, the routes have just gotten more and more optimized. So there's just less room for me to find new things. The main change now is that at the very end, like, honestly, the biggest change is you kind of just don't really do WoD anymore. WoD is still the next fastest thing, but because of how much XP you get for, like, the end of the run from War Within and Dragonflight crafting, you just kind of never need to do WoD if you have enough XP modifiers. Like, you can see I'm about to finish the Alliance section of the route. I also skipped some quests in Duskwood, which normally you would do. They're good. but they're like a little bit less efficient, so I was just banking on not needing to do them. But here, I'm probably gonna end at around, yeah, so I just hit level 60. Take World of the Necropolis there. At level 65, I go to do Dragonflight crafting, and I think that's enough. Honestly, I might do level 66, just to give myself a little bit of buffer. Drag this mob in, why not? And that makes things a little bit awkward, because I'm going to reach a point where, like, there's just not enough XP for me to get. And then situations like this are where Death Knight's just really rough. Completely indoor, on-foot movements. You can't even use, like, gun shoes. At this point, Swiftness Potion doesn't work anymore. Which is rough. I can use... I'll try... Oh, it's 61. Alright, never mind. I won't try Glacial Fury. I probably didn't even need to prep Glacial Fury. I'm honestly kind of fine with Strength Potion. I need one more of that spider, Leech Stalker. So I'll have to keep an eye out. I think that one's outside the cave, even though it extends over here, if my memory is correct. While I run, is there anything else I could do to organize? I can do this now. I could... Honestly, now might be an ideal time to get bear tartar, or fried bonefish going. In the 10 seconds it takes for me to get my DA back, I can just get this buff rolling, and that will be useful. And there we go. And then this is the food I'm going to use for the rest of the run. Here is, yeah, Leech Stalker. These are the ones outside the cave. So this is the last thing that I want to do in wetlands. But this will probably get me to like 62, this big turn in here. And then the question is, what do I want to do after the fact? Oh wow, it doesn't actually get me there. Only 61. How much XP does this quest give? I normally don't do this. Only 7k. I'm just going to... It's fine, we'll just do WOD intro. In fact, I want to... this here. I think honestly that might work out quite well. I'm not going to do the entirety of the WOD intro, but some of the early section of it. Pretty much up until the point where you do, like, the Kargath Arena, I guess would be ideal. So, Chromie, select a different timeline, Draenor. There's other things I could probably do for this experience, but this is just by far the most straightforward. And I'm not too concerned about optimizing this anyway, because the reality is, if I'm doing this during Darkmoon Faire with Draft of 10 lands, like, I don't even get this anyways. We're done before this matters. So. And then if you have even less experience, then you're more than happy to do the entirety of WOD intro anyways. Forgot to talk to Honorhold Mage. Doesn't really matter a whole lot. There's always a way to go faster. What I meant was, it was fast from your standpoint, not trying to be out here just being the fastest. You just thought it was stupid 10 dungeons, 3 levels. Yeah. Yeah, and to be clear, like, I know you sent that message a while ago, so I'm catching up in chat now. I absolutely don't mind people being like, oh, I did this thing and it felt fast, right? It's just a lot of times I will get people who, like, make an effort to try and prove me wrong, right? Like, no, I know for a fact that this thing I found is faster than you. So I always do feel like a need to kind of preempt that a little bit, even if that might not necessarily be what somebody meant when they sent a message like that. It looks like I did catch up on most of the other stuff from here on out. I remember reading this stuff. Is it true that playing Alliance lowers your testosterone? That sounds like peak horde propaganda. I don't know. New class leveling tier list sounds like a 12.1.5 or 12.1.7 venture. I do think that, yeah, around that point, I might have it done. We'll have to see. But it's not going to be anytime super soon. But around then, yeah, maybe. I could see it. Bring back BG leveling? I mean, I don't think Battlegrounds were ever a fast way to level, but I do hear that these days they're, like, particularly bad. So, they should probably be tuned to at least be an option for people who really enjoy it. Actually, I have to use gun shoes now. I did spend my talent, right? Okay. Did I put rune carve in the weapon? No, I did not. Intentionally, right? The amount of time it would take me to go to a rune forge just to put on, like, Rune of the Fallen Crusader, or I guess rather Rune of Sanguination at this point. It's not worth it. Obviously, when I get to max level, I will, but right now, I have Elemental Force in my heirloom. I'm not going to, like, go manually enchant Elemental Force in my heirloom, and then I've already pre-enchanted Acuity of the Render Eye on my leveling weapons for 80 to 90. Because, like, I mean, it's perfectly serviceable, right?
They were bleeding us dry. I don't think we had much longer.
Kill this guy so I can mount up. You can DK mail to it, or you can mail it... words. You can DK mail to DK with it, yes. I do not have a DK on this account, though. This is the first DK I've made on your app. So, in theory, right, you're not wrong, I could have made another Death Knight before starting the run, set that heirloom up, but also, does it really matter? No. In theory, at this level, Rune of Sanguination would probably do more damage. At early levels, Elemental Force would do more damage, because, like, Deathstrike isn't actually doing that much. Most of your damage is auto attacks, right? Which is why damage procs tend to be pretty good. Similarly, Rune of the Fallen Crusader doesn't really grant you a, reasonable amount of strength at lower levels. But at this point, once Elemental Force scaling falls off a cliff, like, if I had Sanguination on my weapon, would it be better? Probably. But then, really, it just boils down to, is that worthwhile, right? Like, do I care enough about doing that? Like, making a Death Knight just to be able to get that rune? Not really, no. And you can't do that for BOEs, right? So I could have done that for my heirloom, but it will bind the weapon to you, which for heirlooms obviously not a concern, but for all of the BOE swords, that would be a problem. But yeah, so ultimately, basically, the summary of that, like, yeah, as you said, it doesn't work. You keep forgetting I'm on Europe. Yeah. What's it called? It would really only be an upgrade for, like, this later section of 10 to 80. And that encompasses like such a small part of the run that I did not consider it to be worthwhile. If for whatever reason, right, you know, in the future, if I started doing serious speedruns as a Death Knight, then sure. But there's a reason, like, you know, Death Knight's just not a fast option. This, honestly, this is probably the most optimized Death Knight run I've ever done. Just because Death Knight tends to be just so slow as a leveling class. It's kind of... DK's in a weird spot, because it's not like horrible. I would even say it's above average. But that has a lot to do with just... It's basically unkillable. And it has pretty much all 3 specs of pretty solid damage. So, even though Death Knight's mobility is just completely trash, which just makes it so you can never do actual speedruns with it, and by that I mean like world record level speedruns. But the fact that it's just kind of consistently good at everything else means that, yeah, you can just level relatively quickly with it, especially compared to a lot of other, like, casters and whatnot that might struggle. But there's just... I mean, they would have to fundamentally change everything about how Death Knight works as a class for it to ever even approach something like a Guardian Druid, like a Windwalker Monk, in terms of leveling speed. Same with, like, Havoc Demon Hunter. And one of the big things those 3 specs have in common, right, is all 3 of them, in different ways, have god-tier mobility. Druid has, you know, cat form and travel form, and then Guardian just happens to be really good, in general, for leveling. And, like, Balance and Feral are both very problematic specs, but, like, let's say, if Fury Warrior had the Druid's mobility, Fury Warrior might end up being a Flight form as well. I forgot to say that. It might be one of the best specs in the game, if not the best. It just so happens that Guardian is attached to a class that has god-tier mobility, and then it doesn't have really janky leveling setups like Feral and Balance have historically had. And it also has a very good leveling setup. But Guardian, honestly, is not, like, that much better than something like a Fury Warrior, like Prop Paladin. Like, really, the main thing holding Prop Paladin back, and I would consider it to be one of the top 5 leveling specs, is just that Paladin mobility is, like, kinda weak. It's not Death Knight levels, but, you know, all you really have is Freedom, speed increase, and Divine Steed, which is, like, fine, but not amazing. And there's many specs, like, honestly, Fury Warrior, Windwalker Monk, and, like, Rep Paladin, even Enhancement Shaman to an extent. It really depends on the era for Enhancement Shaman. There have been some really shitty versions of Enhance for leveling. But all of those kind of can kill mobs at roughly the same speed and have solid survivability. In some cases, some of those specs have better survivability than Windwalker. But the thing that Windwalker just does so much better than all of the ones I just mentioned is that it just has significantly better mobility. At this point, one of the reasons why... I've mentioned this before, but in case you didn't hear, the run that I'm going to be doing, the super fast speedrun I'm going to be doing later, actually is not a Windwalker. I am going to be doing Havoc for that one. And that's because I do think that at this point, one of the biggest advantages Windwalker has had historically is its Zen Pilgrimage portal to Peak of Serenity. And I just don't really think that in the current state of Chromie time leveling, that makes that big of a difference. Its impact is much less. Havoc, I do think, for a while now, has been basically on par with Windwalker. The only reason I've never been able to do a run with it is because it never started at level 10. And the Demon Hunter starting zone actually was just such a massive time loss that it never would have been faster to level as a Demon Hunter, even if they did start at level 10. But now, because Void Elf DHs start at level 10, you can actually use them in a 1-to-1 speedrun. And I think that fact, combined with the de-emphasis on Zen Pilgrimage as a time save for Windwalker, probably puts Havoc slightly ahead. I still think Windwalker is incredibly good, but I do think Havoc might now actually be the fastest, which is why I'm going to be using it. It was either between that or Guardian for me. I think Windwalker I might actually put third at this point. Still really good, and I still think there there's like a pretty noticeable gap between those 3 specs and Prop Heli, Dev, and Fury, which I think would probably be my next 3 picks. And then after that, there's a lot of specs that are very close to Prop Heli, Dev, and Fury. Dev being Devastation, not Devour. Devour is one of the worst leveling specs in the game. It's Alzen Wild Shaper with a steel chair. Ugh. It really is. It's a shame that that first run went so poorly, but... Oh, I did pick up the quest. It was just bugged. Okay. I do think we're still on track to... What was my prediction? I think I said around 1 hour for 80 to 90 and sub 4 hours for 10 to 80. And, I mean, you know, I have literally an entire hour left to do the remaining process, which, as I said, is probably only going to take, like, 15 minutes tops to do basically 67 to 80. So, I am definitely still on track to more than meet the range that I thought. Which, again, by the way, remember when I said that the run I'm going to be doing later this week is going to be ultra fast? This is already, in my opinion, pretty fast. And I'm missing 20% increased experience from what I'm going to have in the run later this week. And I'm going to have a better time walking dungeon pool in the form of TBC. And then also, nothing disastrous is going to happen in that run, because if something disastrous happens to that speedrun, I'm just going to restart it, right? Even if the runs are, like, slightly unoptimized, I'm going to restart them. Definitely, if anything even remotely approaching the Dire Maul run happens, that's just a go-again angle. But, you know, a bit of a different situation for this type of Blood DK speedrun. I also, frankly, even if I wasn't, like, on a clock right now, I don't think I ever would restart a run that I'm streaming live. Partially because if I'm live streaming a run, it's inherently non-serious. Any sort of run that I'm, like, really taking seriously, I do it off-stream. So, by definition, I'm, like, not too concerned about the final time for runs like this. I'm more just, like, you know, streaming it for fun, so I can respond to chat messages. And frankly, the main thing that I'm even concerned about in this run is the gearing and M+ process. That's the part I'm excited for. The leveling is just a formality. It's just because, well, partially because I don't have a Deathite, right? So in order to do the gearing and M+ thing, I need to actually level 1 first. But that's the part that I think is actually going to be interesting. And it's definitely the part that's interesting for me, because I've done this route like 50 million times. But also, as a few people have said, they haven't watched some of my recent runs, so this is, if not new to them, then, you know, something they haven't seen in a while, so it's still worth including. And I definitely still did my best to optimize it. Is what it is, shit happens. Alright, I think... I could probably stop now, but the next few quests are fine. The only thing I don't want to do is any of the stuff where you're, like, at the tank. The tank quests are the slowest part of the WoD intro, by far. So, well, next to the Kargath Arena. But the next few quests are actually pretty good. The ones where you have to, like, get the barrel and you can draw the stuff with it, that kind of thing. Those quests are good, so I may as well just do those. I don't think I'm going to overshoot, but I would rather slightly overshoot than end up undershooting. Especially because most of the test values that I did for crafting were with all of the XP buffs. So basically with 20% more XP. Because all of the testing that I did for, like, my own sake, so that I knew the numbers, was in preparation for the run that I'm doing later. But I don't know the numbers without Dark and Fair and Draft of 10 Lands. So I don't know if I am safe at 65. I think I might be, but I don't want to risk it. I think, Khadgar has a quest, right? Just in case he does, I may as well clear my bags now. Because I gotta do this at some point. Yeah, I guess he doesn't. I think it's later. This run is already pretty crazy fast. Yeah, considering I lost all that time right at the start, I'm quite happy with how this is going. I lost all that time and I'm down 20% XP. If anything, it just makes me even more certain that my run later this week is going to be fucking wild. Yeah, isn't there... I feel like I'm missing a quest. Oh, no, it's just the... I didn't see the question mark. Right. I also, like I said, I have some fucking crazy tech planned out for that run. So, just at a baseline, it's gonna be faster. But with the really crazy tech that I have planned, at a minimum, right? The goal for that run, that run's gonna be Havoc Demon Hunter. The goal for that run is sub 3 hours, 10 to 90. Which I think I can do. That feels very doable. But as for how far below sub 3 I can get, that's what I'm a little bit unsure about. As long as I get sub 3, I'll be happy. But I think that if... Basically, I guess the main thing I should say is I feel relatively confident in that. That the route I have planned out will allow me to do that. Especially with like, above average RNG. Which, like, the RNG is minimal, but it's, like I said, it's right at the start. It's pretty much just like time walking RNG. As long as I don't get, like, giga punished by shitty time walking runs, I should be fine, but I am willing to do... restarts. Another thing that could cause RNG is the delve variants. So I'm going to try and do it on a day with the Calamitous delve variants. And that could swing it by up to 10 minutes if there's good or bad delves. The problem is there is a chance that we just never get the proper delve variants on the day when it overlaps. Darkmoon Fair and TBC Time Walking. On those 3 daily resets, there is a chance that Calamitous never happens. If that occurs, I think there is still a chance that I could get sub 3, but it would be much closer. Because again, I'd effectively, depending on what it is, I could be losing up to 3 minutes, and that is rough. Okay, at this point I leave. Where is Dollar on Hearthstone? This I definitely leave.
Magister of Buffalo said, OMG WAD, WAD exclamation mark. Wait, you're in Warlords now. Well,
we were in Warlords of Draenor. That's it. That's the end of Warlords. At this point, the remainder of 10 to 80, so the last 13 levels, is pretty much entirely crafting. So if you've never seen this before, then, you know... you are going to be a little bit surprised by what's about to happen. You remember when you were leveling here for the first time? I do quite like WoD leveling. It's a vibe. It gets, I think, a lot of undue hate. But yeah, what was I saying? So, assuming I get the Calamitous Delves, assuming that RNG works out in my favor, and I was going to say assuming proper RNG with time walking, but I would do resets to make sure that that happens, right? If I get completely fucked on RNG, I would ensure that I don't. Then I think sub 3 is very safe. The one thing that I'm unsure about, because the speedrun tech that I'm going to try and do, again, I don't want to spoil it, right? But I have never tried it before. It's like brand new tech. And I think that there is a chance that it could save a lot of time. Like, up to 20 to 30 minutes. But it's really hard to say. I think bare minimum it saves 10 minutes. But, like, I do not think that, like, 2.5 hours, 10 to 90, is off the table. I think that is, like, possible. But everything, like, the stars would have to fucking align for that to happen. Oh shit, I accidentally canceled that early. I have to make sure I'm watching for when I stop gaining XP. I think it's soon. I only have a few more crafts before it gives out. It might be... These two might be my last. I think that one's my last, so I'm just gonna... I'm not gonna waste time.
Not holding you to this time limit at all, but you would guess this means follow the arrow for 1080 is close.
So... I said earlier in the stream, it will be at some point during 12.1. I initially thought, I was hoping I could get it done by 12.1 release, but there's just been too much I had to deal with. The thing is, in a vacuum, it is close. Like, honestly, if I sat down and did nothing but work and follow the arrow for the next, like, week or two, I could have it done. The problem is, I don't have the time to sit down and do nothing but work and follow the arrow for the next week or two, right? We're about to get into a new season. So I'm going to have a lot of work that I need to get done. And Follow the Arrow will not be part of that. So it'll be at some point in 12.1. I've made solid progress on it, but the reality is when the season starts, you know, I tank in a Hall of Fame guilds. That's going to be my priority. I'm not going to be actively developing the add-on when I'm trying to spam M+ and make sure my characters for split runs and whatnot is ready. Don't you craft in the last 3 levels? Normally, yes. I'm going to be crafting for midnight at the very start, just so that I can equip my gear slightly earlier. Oh, also, the time walking... Ooh, actually, okay, I do not want to do time walking just yet. So we're going to be cutting it a little bit close here. But if I did a time walking dungeon right now, I would actually lose efficiency, because that would cut off War Within crafting. So the moment I hit level 80, I need to queue for a time walking dungeon, and whatever I get, I need to run it, because I need to refresh my buffs. Alright, craft... Oops, did not mean to do that. Rune Bismuth Rod. This... What is rare necessity? Refulgent Crystal? I have a Refulgent Crystal. What? Dude, there's no fucking way. Okay, Blizzard. Seriously? It has to be? It has to be low quality? Fucking what? Okay, dude. Fuck, where did the bag go?
Your gold is welcome here.
The coreway must be protected.
Specializations. I'll read chat in a little bit, by the way. I'm just trying to make sure that I get through this. Because we are on... I'm on a very tight, like, timer here with making sure I get the 70 to 80 in time walking done correctly. Hey, not Jade West. Good to see you. Sorry, I missed that message earlier. Recipes, Gleeful Glamours. I'm not sure if this is enough to get me all the way to 80 with missing the 20% XP. It might be, honestly. This might be enough. But worst case, I have plenty of backup things that I can do for the last 2 levels. Looks like it's going to be very close. Might get there. I'm gonna have to use all of the first crafts. I think this might actually be literally dead on. Holy. Alright, let's just pretend that that was fucking perfectly calculated. That is, I think, the absolute closest to perfect I've ever gotten the profession craft timing. I'm gonna do this real quick, and then I need to basically immediately... I just want to clear this up first. Immediately queue for time walking. And then whatever I get, I get. Get what you get, and you don't get upset. My level's too low to use that item. I have this ring. Then Phoenix Oil I can use. I'm going to refresh Fried Bonefish while I'm at it. Cancel that stuff. I have Augment Runes that I can use. Right. That. I forgot to use Aerated File with Quick Hands. Oh well. It's a very minor difference. I'm so annoyed at myself for forgetting. And then I do have shoulders. And then the rest of the stuff I use later on.
I answer to the light. I am the blade. Even with reinforcements, we cannot hold back the devouring host for long. Make haste, champion.
Gotta do a dungeon anyway to refresh? Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. That's why no matter what I get, I need to refresh my buff. But we pray it is Capital Gardens. That would be perfect RNG. Okay, come on. Scouting map. And honestly, it would work out quite well if this ends up giving me the time that I need to, like, set up my talents, and I'm gonna go 30 seconds. Oh, actually, wait, no, right, I don't get all these immediately. In that case... Mark... this. Let's do that. And then, what do I want? What do I want? What do I want? Let's just take Purg. Take Purg, take that. Yeah, I didn't manage to get my stuff crafted in time. Zul'Farrak, fine. Literally, I mean, that was... Oh, and you know what? Ended up being better, because it is an in-progress Zul'Farrak. So, we ended up saving, like, 30 seconds by doing it this way. So the gamble paid off. I did not high roll, but I actually, you know, slight payoff. Alright. Now, unfortunately, because I didn't have time to get my crafting done, my scaling is not going to be amazing. But time walking kind of averages out. The scaling tends to not feel all that bad. And I did equip some of my stuff. Most importantly, I equipped my new weapon. So my scaling should be at least pretty decent. I got polyed. you get to Silverpine, you have to take the portal to Old Silvermoon, which is in the downstairs floor of the Horde portal room. So if you're watching my leveling guide from War Within, the location has moved, but if you enter the portal room, on your left, coming from the main hallway leading into Orgrimmar, on your left there is a staircase that leads down to the bottom floor. And then you should see the Old Silvermoon portal, and then from there you can head to the back, you can use the Orb of Translocation, and then that'll take you to Old Silvermoon, in the back, and then eventually to Undercity. I don't know if I explained that properly. Oh, shit. Okay, and that's really unfortunate for this warrior. I usually try to skip Thief of the Martyr, but got him, it's fine. But yeah, I think, actually, out of all of the non-Capital Gardens dungeons... I don't know, like, Zul'Farrak is definitely, if your group follows you properly, it can be fast. And the fact that I basically shaved off a minute worth of trash by getting an in-progress one, it's not the, biggest time save I've ever seen, but it's easily as fast as, like, any of the non-Capital Gardens ones. Like, I can't imagine this will be slower than, what's it called? Warpwood Quarter, or, what's the other one? Regular Stratholme. It'll probably be about the same.
Executions begin.
The polymorph is, that's rough. But I can... Beerus him. And immediately polyed again. Really unfortunate poly. It's a fear at the very least. But yeah, you can see, like, the fact that I don't have... The fact that I don't have, like, the crafted gear, it's really not making a difference in my damage. Like, I'm still able to just very easily solo all this stuff. I can't grip the boss. Some classic bosses are weird like that. Wasn't sure. So it's the Shadow Hunters that poly. Interesting. Then, where's the Goblin? Unfortunately, it looks like we're in combat still. Some random enemy is probably still stuck in combat, so unfortunately for the Hunter, like, I mean... They'll still get completion, right? It's not like they miss out on that. Oh yeah, the Shaman has something on them. I don't know. But, frankly, I'm not about to sit here and wait just for the res. The Hunter will still be fine. Ollie. Die by the sword! Die by the sword! He might be Fury, actually. But... Fury is something, right? Nothing quite as strong as Die by the sword.
Oh god, yeah, no issues at the time. You got more 80 to 90 do still because you're lazy, but you love to squeeze in the 10 to 80s with time ways.
Yeah. I mean, the nice thing is, whatever the route you see in Follow the Arrow, it's going to be very minimal changes, if any, from what like is already in my guides, just because nothing has really changed. So the routes are the same, it's just obviously, I know it would be nice to have Follow the Arrow, but yeah, priorities and all that. Alright, there we go. So that'll cover me for the rest of the leveling process. Overall, that was a pretty fast time walking dungeon. Did that get me... The real question is, was that enough to get to level 81? If so, then I can just skip the crafting and do it later. It was not. What I might do is I'll do some of the crafting now, at least enough to get me to that level. Interesting that Soul Thrace actually has okay scaling. It would be interesting if this wasn't like already lower item level than what I had. There's maybe a case to be made for dropping it. Blacksmithing, learn, type. Okay.
My goods are one of a kind.
Anubalore Delana. Farewell.
Glory to the Sindori. Sunwell's glory shines.
Alright, Midnight, Evercore Shade. And then I'll have to clear my bags from this stuff afterwards, but it's fine. Huh? Okay, well, first off, this. I don't know why it randomly canceled my
Craft there. You know the add-on is a passion project? Yeah. Why do you not use the portal to Undercity when the Zeppelin used to be an org?
because generally speaking, you come from, what's it called? You're coming from the portal room, the entrance, because usually you just got done unlocking the Dollar on Hearthstone, which means that you're already inside the portal room, and the Silvermoon portal is closer. At this point, you could argue that because it's downstairs, it might be roughly equidistant. It's kind of hard to say. But that is the reason why, historically, it was always just faster to immediately take the Silvermoon portal. There also used to be a really nasty bug with the Zeppelin Tower portal. I believe it's fixed now, but that was just yet another reason to not take it. But at this point, yeah, you could probably go either way with it.
The future of Azeroth needs you to protect it.
Unfortunately, this means Chromie's probably going to teleport me, right? Because this is...
May the eternal sun guide you.
yeah. Can I mitigate this by heading to Harrandar early? Forgot that this bug was a thing. It just goes to show how fucking Blizzard just does not care about leveling. At all. But yeah, if you're still in Chromie time, it ejects you and forcefully teleports you even if you're already out.
Speak swiftly. I listen. I will watch. Take care of yourself out there.
Fine, because I got the Hearthstone.
You feel like with Dragon Riding, it's significantly faster than the extra loading screens? If you're not starting in the portal room, then yes. If you are starting in the portal room, it's... I guess in that point it would depend on your loading screen times, but it's pretty close, honestly. The Void Storm.
Question everything. Universe is full of mystery. Do not
Little detour there just to make sure I have the level 81 stuff ASAP.
But it is worth it in the end. What do I have? First Apex Point, which now no longer increases my damage taken. W. Pick Alnar's Bloom. There's a bug where if you do a lot of times, I haven't run into it every single time, but very often, if you pick up the quest and don't abandon it afterwards, it glitches out and it doesn't give you, or it doesn't let you start it. I'm gonna take this moment to fix all of this stuff. Where is my flask? I'm gonna use crit flask. I'm going to do... I have Verse Flask ready to go. I have Light's Potential there. Royal Roast I don't need right now, not for leveling. I have my drums here. The rest of my gear is here. There. That's everything, right? Cloak.
The seekers did not cry out for the goddess's return. They listened and waited in the quiet places where memories.
Perfect. Minor time loss here. This is one of the things where I'm so used to the route that I've practiced the route that I'm planning to do on North America, and I just realized that the thing I normally do here I can't do on Europe because I don't have the Mana Forge Omega portal. I'm still gonna do it, especially since I didn't prep any cloaks. But it's... Honestly, my cloak being item level 69, nice, is really not gonna make that much of a difference at all. I mean, it's the lowest impact slot. As far as the scaling is concerned for delves. So I am still more than fine to do the first 2 delves here. But then, when I go back to Silvermoon... When I go back to Silvermoon, I am going to go take a detour. Just do it then. What are we looking at here? Mars pincers. You know what? I feel like I probably am going to want this. Even though it's not the triple, my scaling is just so... Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. What the fuck? Yeah, my scaling's pretty fucking good right now. That was an elite mob. Alright, yeah, I do not think I'm going to have trouble despite having the heirloom cloak on. I think we're fine. Now, the real question is, with the crafting I did, I still have about half my crafting XP left. Little less, I'd say more like 40%, just because it's a little bit front-loaded. Unfortunately, the delves that I'm going to have to do are not very optimal. So I'm going to have to play this well. Also, I forgot to give Valera a roll, but because this delve is assigned the way it is, that should be fine. And also, Valera does, like, literally nothing while leveling anyway, so... The main thing, though, is I need to make sure that I've picked Mandate, because Mandate will also affect me. I've missed one Adoring Fan. Alright, let's go here, Companion Supplies, Mandate, Hand Grenade. I never even thought about doing this, but I'm actually not even going to give Valera a roll. Because she'll still attack mobs, but if she's healer, she'll generate threat. If she's DPS, she'll also generate threat, but basically do, like, no real extra damage. the main damage Valeera even does while leveling, because her scaling is so poor, is Mandate of Sacred Death procs. So as long as she's auto-attacking the mobs, I think that's really... That's, like, probably the most I could ask for. I've never even considered doing this, but I genuinely think it might actually be, with the way Valeera is currently tuned, optimal to not even give her a roll. Just pick Curios. Yep. All her damage just comes from Curio procs. Really hate this one. Especially if you don't have mobility to easily get all of these dug up in time. I might be able to mount up before they activate, and then I could try and make this work. Got that. Come on. Oh, barely got that. Valeera is still dead. How many of these mobs do I actually need to kill? I guess there should be a mob in every single one of those piles that counts. This should res Valeera. Yeah, because I'm out of combat. And then final boss. Okay. And then I don't have my Hearthstone up. So normally I would Hearth here, and then go to... The Hearth would take me to the Den. But because I had to use the Hearth to negate Chromie, I lose, like... It's honestly very minor time loss, like 10 seconds. And I saved more than that by using it to negate the Chromie time shenanigans. Loot, like, on the off chance I get a cloak or something off this, that would be good, but no. There's also, trinkets. You usually want to get a trinket. So getting, for instance, like, any of the stat trinkets from Delves, because you can't just buy good trinkets, like, I have this thing, which is pretty crazy, and then a generic, like, War Within PvP trinket, which is kind of mediocre. So I don't want to have to use that.
Defenders of the Veil are growing weary. Use this rejuvenation pollen to revive them.
I think I probably am good on bag space. I don't really need to stop and clear it out at any point before the run ends. Like to hope, at least. And even though I don't think Reshi Wraps is going to make a huge difference, the added scaling would be very nice. And it takes like a minute or two. It's definitely one of those things where if you have the Manaforge Omega teleport, then it becomes like extremely efficient to get. I think if I had remembered that I didn't have that on Europe, then I might have just gotten a BOE cloak and just dealt with it. But because I didn't think about that ahead of time, and I don't have one prepped, it's either that or I, use the crappy heirloom cloak. It's quite literally 100 item level increase, so it kind of makes a difference. I really... It's unfortunate that I got this set of Delves. I was really hoping to get Calamitous today. The thing is, though, compared to the other set of Delves, if I can't kind of game it and do, like, some Delves on one day and then, like, wait until the daily reset, which by definition, because I want to get stuff done on Europe before the daily reset, I can't really do. Then I do prefer this one to the other day, because the other day has Mirror Shine. There aren't any Delve variants in this pool, the A variant pool, that are, like, completely atrocious that aren't already in C. Like, the Shadowguard Point Delve it's only really good on Calamitous. The other two are pretty bad. They're not, like, bad enough to not be worth doing, especially after the Delve buffs, but they're both about equally trash. This one I do think is a little bit worse, but then the difference between this set of Delves version of Shadow Enclave, which is, what's it called? Trader's Due, it's the one you do as part of the campaign, versus Mirror Shine, that alone makes this set better. Oh, also, I almost forgot, the Parkelian Plaza. This does have the best Parkelian Plaza variant. It's like the only good thing about it. So, those two Delves alone make this not the worst possible set of Delves, but it really is crazy how much better Calamitous is, and all of its associated variants compared to everything else. Like, there's just such a massive gap. Just kill this, because then I get fried bonefish speed. Can't glide in here, right? Yeah. I wish you could. I do have the Pangolin buff. It's cool. Oh, let's grip you. Tag you. Can I grip this mob? I can. So I can grip you. How much of that was Mandate? Honestly, not that much. A lot of that's just Blood Boil. Wow. Okay, I did not expect Blood DK scaling to feel this good. What level? I am level 81 right now. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Holy. I was a little bit worried, I'll be honest, about Blunt DK not feeling that great. But, I mean, that's fine. Blood Boil is like 80% of the damage for a Death Knight Twink? I can imagine. I mean, Blood Boil does solid damage on AoE, for sure. I don't think I'm losing that much time doing it this way. Because, like, I would have wanted to do this no matter what. It's just, do I do this now? Or while I was already in Kazilgar for War Within Crafting? I have to talk to Alira.
Champion, Locust Walker has called for our aid against the Void. My hunt for Zalatath draws to an end.
While the roleplay goes on, though, I actually can...
The brokers are from
This...
Perret?
And then just in case...
The
Yeah.
Powerings of Hag left us refugees. The Shadowlands demanded stronger containment suits than our reps.
Even now it lingers
There we go.
in Hallowfall, long after our last battle. Please investigate it further.
You're shocked Frost doesn't do better? Well, I would imagine it does. The point isn't that the point is to do a Blood DK run. I suspect Frost would be better, yes. Now, at certain points, one of the other things, right, is you have to play Blood anyway, because for any sort of dungeons, you're obviously going to want to use tank queues. So you are going to play Blood for that regardless. Now, for the levels where you're, like, in the open worlds, especially at the lower levels, I suspect Frost would be better for that. Now, at this level, I don't know. Deathbringer Burst AoE is, like, really strong. The other thing is, you definitely could live those entire pulls as Frost, but you might need to focus a little bit more on, like, weaving Death Strikes for survivability, whereas, like, here, you just live, right? It's chill. Oh, you're just shocked it doesn't do better as a whole. I mean, just generally speaking, right, the biggest weakness for Death Knight has always just been its mobility. Its damage has never been a problem. It's right up there. At least Frost historically has been right up there with the other specs that tend to be pretty good for leveling. That has never been the thing keeping it from being, like, a meta leveling spec. It really is just entirely its mobility. But unfortunately, Death Knight mobility is just really, really bad. That's just how it goes. Okay, so... Alright, I need to re-enable Matrix Plus. Oh, okay.
This world is dangerous, but so are we.
That's one of the fastest world quests. I will... My brain is, like, kerchunking at the moment. I will explain what I'm currently thinking through once I've made a decision. Getting a really fast world quest directly alongside the path like that is really huge. The really big takeaway here is Hope in the Darkest Corners is world quests or delves. This allows me to skip a delve. Now the question is, do I want to skip a delve? I'm not sure I do. But I might. If I'm gonna skip a delve, I skip Shadowguard Point. Then if I'm gonna skip Shadowguard Point, do I finish doing the other quests in the open world here? Or do I just do Eversum? Technically, the best delve to skip would have been Grudge Pit. But I had no idea that world quest was up. I hadn't really considered the possibility yet. Doing that. What I could always do is, if I find that I really need experience, because, like, you know, another thing I hadn't considered is I probably should be doing this still for Capital Gardens. Right? Because if I get Capital Gardens, it is still really good. Well, not right now, because that would interrupt the delve, right? But So I should probably leave the queue. But I might be able to finish the delve in time. Let's see. Yeah, there's gonna be enough mobs at the ends. If I get a Capital Gardens here, then I think it actually would be worthwhile to skip Shadow Guard points. It's a tough call, though.
My eyes on you.
Well, if I'll kill this guy in time, it doesn't really matter. I did. Alright. Oh, DPS didn't accept the queue anyway. Alright, doesn't matter then. In that case, I'm going to quickly loot this chest just in case I get a trinket. It is Dead Mines. Alright. You don't know, invulnerability to movement impairing effects is busted. You take that any day over 100% speed increase for 8 seconds. Surely you jest. Surely you jest. There's also, I mean, assuming you aren't joking, so many classes have the ability to cleanse slows, right? Including, you know, basically all of the best leveling classes. Druid can just shift forms. Why are we not giving me the quest? Tiger's Lust, Freedom. I'm pretty sure there's a talent that makes it so Vengeful Retreat also clears snares. But don't get me wrong, like I like Death Knight. It has a lot of nice utility. And especially in endgame content, yeah, that stuff matters more. But for leveling, I mean, who gives a shit if you can't be slowed? You don't want to be going at regular movement speed. If you get slowed, that's a separate problem. You want to be going at 100% increased move speed. Especially because, you know, assuming that is a serious comment, right? And one thing you did say that is potentially I can understand how that might be, you might be looking at it the wrong way, is the part where you said for 8 seconds, right? It's 8 seconds when you use it. But in practice, how much, like right now, do I need a movement speed increase when I'm standing here right now? No, I don't. So there's a large part of the leveling process where you do not need to be using your movement speed abilities. It's only for short bursts most of the time when you need to be just running straight from point A to point B. And it just so happens that a lot of the best classes have abilities that line up perfectly with those short bursts. Such as, like, you know, Tiger's Lust, Dash, Stampeding Roar. You know, basically fucking everything that Demon Hunter does. So a lot of those classes are not only getting a movement speed increase for 8 seconds, which 8 seconds, yeah, it doesn't really sound like much in the like grand scheme of things in a full run, but really the important thing there is most of those classes have 100% or whatever it is movement speed increase 100% of the times when they need it. And that's what really matters. Just like how Death's Advance is not horrible, but Death's Advance is not up enough for it to really be meaningful, not to mention it also has a lower effect. Okay, it's kind of frustrating that I'm gonna do something a little bit crazy here. We're going a bit out of order. This is the kind of thing where, like, you know, I'll never be able to design a follow the arrow module that, like, does this, right? That allows you to completely divert from the standard path to do things like this. But this is, I believe, an efficient time save. And at first, I was just planning to do the delves. But the fact that I got the Amanizar village hit, which is kind of huge, is, I'm trying to think about how I route this, because obviously, you know, I don't think I've ever done a run in my entire life where I just teleport straight into the center of Amanizar village. So I'm trying to, like, recalibrate my brain and be like, okay, how do I from this position properly route Amanizar village? And I believe it is like so. But this is like a variation that I have literally never encountered. So it's kind of impossible to ever account for something like this and follow the arrow. But in order to properly speedrun, you need to be able to make adaptations like this and realize, like, okay, I don't need Shadowguard Point. Therefore, I can leave Voidstorm early, and all my stuff is on CD. Therefore, the only remaining teleport tool that I have that is efficient is Wormhole Generator. And if I'm going to use Wormhole Generator, I may as well use the most efficient transportation for Wormhole Generator, which is to teleport to Zulaman, which normally requires the most travel time. And then you do Zulaman first. But that's, like, such a complex string of logic that, like, how would I ever possibly account for that? And these quests are really, really efficient. These are some of the most efficient side quests. So I'm doing them right now, because normally I try to fit these in at the end if I have time. But it can be sometimes a little bit tricky to make sure that I have time to get these routed in. But if I'm already literally in Amanizar village, well, I know that these are on par. I mean, these are basically the most efficient side quests in the entire expansion. The only reason you sometimes don't do them is because Eversong as a whole tends to be better, and it's like it's a lot of travel time to go out here just to do these side quests. But if you teleport directly on top of them, well, you know, that changes the dynamic. Here, I'm gonna do... full... Need to be careful, because these guys do a really annoying CC AoE ability. But I dodged it. Nice. Or rather, I killed them before it happened. Which is a form of dodging it. And also, I have, obviously, these quests integrated into Follow the Arrow, but the amount of time that it would take me to find where this is in Follow the Arrow, it's just too much work. So I'm going purely off memory here. So far, I've gotten... I mean, one of the nice things, honestly, about making Follow the Arrow is that I have all of these, like, quest routings pretty damn memorized. Kind of know exactly where I'm supposed to be going at any time, because I've had to do it over and over and over again, like significantly more often than I would in any other expansion, just to make sure that the add-on implementation is working correctly. This questline especially, is this questline has a lot of Blizzard jank that I had to do silver bullet coding to get around. Oh, Baited. Baited at the last possible second. Didn't get my sights. We get the Ani thing here. I think I can Reaper's Mark these guys, and it would be worthwhile. It's... When did what time was it that I started, started level 80? I think it was around 3 hours, 5 minutes? Ballpark? I'm trying to... I think for this run, what I'm probably gonna get is around what my Goblin Warrior speedrun was, which, you know, funny I should say that. That run, I posted on the second channel, so if you haven't seen my 1 hour 30, 80 to 90, go check out the second channel so that you can see it. Now, I've posted videos there a lot, which have actually, like, done rather well, so I didn't really think it would matter. Unfortunately, that, for whatever reason... That video, like, the YouTube algorithm just fucking smothered. Which, like, second or smaller channels are inherently volatile, so posting that on my second channel, I think, was unfortunately not a good idea. Because I found that, yeah, the vast majority of people just didn't see it. But I did get a 1 hour 30, which I was quite happy with. And I think around that time is what I'm going to be expecting for this. But I do think... possibly sub 1 hour could happen for the super fast speedrun later this week. But there's, like, absolutely zero chance that I get that right now without Darkwind Fair buff, and, you know, there's been a few tiny hiccups so far. I think overall, well, especially also with the bad delves, right? Because definitely not having the best delve variants can be a difference of up to 10 minutes. So, that's a little bit unfortunate. This Darkwind Fair is next week? Yes, yeah, there's 3 days, which is, that 3-day window is basically the window that I need to do my speedrun in. That's why, like, I'm waiting until then to do the really crazy speedrun. Because that is when, for a very brief period of time... where's the quest?
How may I aid you?
For a brief moment, Darkwind Fair and TBC Time Walking overlap. So I'm going to be able to hopefully get the perfect run. The problem is, shameless plug, I mean, I know you're joking, right? But, obviously, if you're watching this run, you presumably like watching the speedruns. It's just a bummer that if I had known that the YouTube algorithm was gonna fucking kill it on my second channel, I obviously would not have done that, right? And I would have posted it on the main channel. But yeah, I've never seen a video get shot in the head quite like that one. It's rough. And, like, generally speaking, that doesn't happen as much these days, like, on my main channel. Like, usually, if a video's underperforming, it is, but, like, you know, I usually get enough early views from, like, recommendations to where its performance is pretty solidly defined. Where is swim speed? Of course, it's just barely off cooldown. But when you're on a smaller channel, which in the case of my second channel, obviously, it's gonna be a little bit rough sometimes. So, and I was pretty happy with how that went, especially considering it wasn't meant to be a super fast speedrun. And it ended up going quite well. Okay, so before I do any delves, we're gonna do...
All made or gathered
Set my Hearthstone here. Fence. Do I want to do Path of Warning, Butchery Basics? I'll skip those, honestly. I am going to do Fearless, though. And then, I don't know, I'll take this. While I wait for this roleplay, actually, I can at least turn in the breadcrumb for, like, a tiny bit of XP, so I'm not sitting around doing nothing. And now we do Twilight Crypts into Atalamon. So what I'm probably going to do is normally... I'll play it by ear, Trying to think, what am I missing? I need... At the end of this, I'll need all of the Eversong Delves, right? So... What do we have, then? I think it'll probably be best to use our Cantina Key, or... Yeah, we have a mask here. I'll use, not outside of this, but after Atalamon. So we do Atalamon, and then we Arcantina Key out of Atalamon. Actually, because the flight from Atalamon to Shadow Enclave is probably, like... Is it less of a detour than just doing... Because I'm probably going to do part of Eversong anyway. I'm definitely planning on doing some of Saltharel's Soiree. I'm unlikely to find a runestone. But some of the quests overlap the campaign. I did check that. And also, how many coffer key shards do I have? Yeah, so one of the nice things about doing Saltharel's while leveling is you actually get coffer key shards. And that means that by the time I get to max level, I will have all the delve keys I need, which in most speedruns would not matter. In this speedrun, that is actually a time save for the context of this run. So even though well, it doesn't actually lose me any time during the leveling, but it's just yet another added bonus for Saltharel that I'd probably still do it anyway, but it just means that, like, if I'm choosing between Saltharel and other stuff that feels equivalent, that is more than enough to push Saltharel over the edge. What else? It's hard to say whether or not doing Shadow Enclave now or later would make a difference. I think it's probably going to be faster to do it at the end, because if I use our Cantina Key now, I should have it back up anyways for when I go to do the turn-in Silvermoon. So yeah, I think, if anything, it probably wouldn't make a difference. So I'm going to just play it safe and do our Cantina Key, because I do have a hunch that I might lose a little tiny bit of time if I fly to Shadow Enclave. We're talking, like, less than 30 seconds, but you know, may as well not risk it. And then, because I'm missing one Delver's Call, and yeah, I'll be missing one Delver's Call and some of my crafting. So where I normally turn in at level 85, I think it now makes sense to turn in closer to 86. But what I could also just do is turn in at 85, and then if I do find that I'm short at the very end, I could just run Shadow Guard points. And I could save Wormhole Generator for the very end. So what I could do is, for the turn-in process, since I now have my Hearthstone set to... Let's do that. I Void Elf Racial into that room? I think the door is already open and that other lever doesn't actually do anything. I'm not sure. Also, this should get me to 83. And then I have new gear that I can equip at 83. Wow, actually, okay, never mind. Barely short. Let's Arcantina. So, at the end, I can start by turning in Zulaman. Oh, shit. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. I got ahead of myself. I was thinking 2 steps ahead and kind of fucked myself. I actually meant to leave and do a Talamon. Though it's fine. It just means that now I'm basically going to be doing Shadow Enclave and then flying to a Talamon, which, like, at most I lose 10 seconds. It does not make that much of a difference what order I do it. Should do Collegiate Calamity first. Invasive Glow is pretty good, but it's not as good as Academy Under Siege. Especially not for leveling. I love this delve for endgame stuff. For endgame farming, it's incredibly efficient. I'm also just going to, before I forget, refresh fried bonefish. And...
Yes, keep your wits about you.
go that way.
My eyes on you.
Okay. I normally path this in a very particular way at max level, just because there's some annoying mobs that I don't want to deal with. I don't think that'll matter here, though. So... I think just go down this way now. Alright, how much more am I gonna need? I think I can pull this whole center area and probably be good. And massacre that guy. Is that enough? That is enough. Nice. Also, since every time I show this, people are surprised, right? Like, the extra action button actually does relevant damage. Like, pretty decent damage at that. It does, like, scaling damage with the delve level as well. So one of the reasons that delve is so good at max level is you can just spam run it. And even on, like, basically entry-level level 80 gear, you do insane damage to the mobs with that thing. I do have... Okay, I was gonna say... I had a moment where I'm like... I can't remember if I actually picked up the Delver's Call quest or not. I did. I usually remember, but also I'm not using Follow the Arrow right now, so... It's entirely possible that I just forget. That could happen. Okay, which one is this? I always confuse this one and the two that are not ogre powered. It always takes me a moment to be like, all right, which objective is this? So there's one where you have to bounce the beams, and the other one where you have to pick up the crystals. But they both kind of end up being very samey. I think this is collect the crystals. It is. Okay, usually I think this one's a little bit faster. I don't get interrupted. Nice. And this could be what I could do. I can slow them with D&D. Grab this. So, do I really care if they chase me? Not really. And then same thing here. Drag them away, D&D slow. Grab. Nice. And now there should be... What I should have done is... It's really no crystal in this area? Okay. I should have gone just up into the other tunnel and grabbed the crystal that usually spawns the entrance. That would have saved me about 30 seconds. A little unfortunate, but, I mean... I will admit I'm not an expert at optimizing this variant, just because I normally don't do it for leveling. And a lot of times when I do tier 11 delves at max level, I just kind of 100% it anyway, because you want to kill the nemesis packs. So I tend to kill way more than I actually need. Should be fine anyway. CDs here. And then run this way. Looking like for time. I mean, I think I'm very safe to finish. I forgot to equip my level 83 gear. I just realized. Where was that? What's over here? I have to do that after this delve. I'm very safe to get this under 5 hours. Like, that is basically in the bag. If I want to get this in basically 3.5 or 1.5 hours for 80 to 90, then I have about 30 minutes left, which feels maybe doable, but definitely a lot closer. We get Desecrated Chalice. Honestly, this trinket's not good, but it might be better than the crappy PvP trinket I have on. Yeah, it has primary stats, so it's probably better. And then I want to equip this. I need to apply an armor kit to that. I can equip that. Flag. And then my next few items are at 85. One of the nice things about having those 85 greens is I did think there was a chance that I'd have to do a delve or two at level 85. So if I find myself forced to do Shadowguard Point at like level 89, then the scaling might not actually be that horrendous for me. Where is the armor kit here? Yeah, Chalice Gaming. It's an interesting trinket for sure. Man, okay. Both of these weapons are kind of ass. This one's at least better on single target. Round up all these mobs. Especially because, you know, mass grip and all that. Weird lag there for a second.
You just got done with your first 10 on the Blood DK. Shit was cake from a tank perspective, but the DPS tried to abandon after wiping on the first boss. Jeez. Because they didn't swap to oozes. Can I figure out what that is in reference to, swapping to oozes? Oh, Seed of the Triumvirate. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, God. Yeah, it's... Tanking is super easy when you can carry all of the mechanics, but unfortunately there's certain things that you just cannot do. And then if you are in a group of people who just refuse to actually pull their weight, it's, pain. Very, very, very painful. I need... That's like really nasty debuff. Can I... What the heck? This thing does like no damage. Okay, this is not the item I was thinking of when I said this does good single target, also. I wonder if, like, it's bugged or something. I don't remember that being that bad in the Sunwell intro, but that did literally nothing. And a lot of the other artifacts will just, like, instantly kill all the mobs you hit. That's tragic. You timed it with about 20 seconds left? Oh, shit. Cutting it close, but... glad you managed to time it, though. And yeah, especially fights like doing Lura, Seed of the Triumvirate Lura with low DPS is going to be rough. Because you're not going to be able to fit that much into the damage window. I just realized I need to be out of combat, so I can... It's probably just, yeah, faster to do this. As painful as this is compared to flying. Okay, how many delves do I have left? What am I missing? Oh, yeah, I didn't do a Talamon before. Okay, so Shadow Enclave and a Talamon. Level 83? Definitely really hurts not having Darkmoon Fair, but... I mean, I'm used to it. I'm just gonna have to do a lot of Ebersong. There is a good chance that I'm just gonna want to do Shadowguard Point anyway. I think it is actually worth getting an Eversong Prey. I'm probably gonna do enough here to where it's worthwhile. I use this one mounted? No. Also, I'm gonna do this now. Because I normally...
normally skip that, but I think I have enough left in Eversong to where this will be worthwhile. I really like these side quests, and I don't find that I have enough time to do them usually. But in this case, I already expect that I'm going to be doing enough in this zone to get a prey done, so I may as well just knock this out. And I'm gonna do another time walking, or at least queue for it. And if we get Capital Gardens, that would actually round off the XP quite nicely. But if not, it's fine.
Question the time waste buff.
The time... time ways. Assume you mean. I do think that's a funny typo. Time waste buff remains after the event ends. No, I do not believe it does. It used to. It used to. I believe that was hotfixed going into midnight because people were planning to use it for launch, and Blizzard was not happy with that. So unless they only fixed it for midnight launch and now changed it back, I suspect it will be unavailable the moment the event ends. Okay, this should be... Oh, hey, that actually counts as a world quest. Still need. Okay, just the Blood Knight one. Your biggest problem right now is not using consumption on CD. It gets desynced from other CDs. You don't run consumption. It's not worth it. It definitely, like, yeah, I would agree. Yeah, using consumption is unfortunately a little bit janky. It's not terrible, but you generally speaking don't want to run it. I think, like, on high target AoE, it is an extremely minor DPS gain, but you can just run survivability talents, or, well, a survivability talent instead. Because, like, there's so many other things here. Like, even here, like, I'm taking a pretty aggressive build, right? So you would have to drop, I don't know, what would you drop? Like, Red Thirst for it? Which is a really, really, really strong survivability talent. There's just too much that you can take with that one point that just, it's not strong enough to justify, at least currently. Yeah, nope.
Only Capital Gardens. Only Capital Gardens allowed. Why have I been pinged?
Okay, I looked at my guild Discord and all I saw is Baze saying, apparently Temple of Setherless has been shot. Which, thank goodness, because that dungeon felt like fucking garbage to play. Oh, ambushed. This is actually a really nice ambush spot because the place they're gonna run away will likely be very close by. In fact, if I can get them up here, they might actually run away, like, right on top of this pedestal. Is usually how that goes. Yeah! Alright, perfect. Whatever. Time we stay from week to week, but you don't think... Oh, yeah, no. Different question. Somebody in Twitch chat specifically asked, after the event ends, will the buff stay? But yeah, it stays in between weeks, but that's a separate thing.
With perseverance, strength. Sunwell's glory.
And then turn in at Silverman. Alright, now I don't think I'm going to do the Runestone Rumbles quest, because unfortunately I don't think I'm going to be doing enough of Eversong to make that worthwhile. But it is... It's still good to have done that quest just there. And also, while I'm at it, is there... Okay, good. If the invasion overlaps one adventurous hatchling, you can do it. These quests are also really good. Person here. Is this, No, I mean, I think, is it worth it? Click 10 things? Is this worth a quest? I don't know. I'll do it. Fuck it. We're here. I know there's also one where you pick up feathers. That one is much faster. Figure this is like, we're already in the area, may as well. I also, technically, if I wanted to, I didn't have to do the other, or I don't have to do the other delves, but those ones are fast. So I would want to do them for sure. This. I can grip the frog. These here. How am I looking on overall time? So we have... I should have at least a little over an hour. To get endgame stuff done before the weekly reset. Bare minimum. That should be enough if I'm really efficient with it. So I'll try to be really efficient with it. And for Saltharils, I'm trying to remember what quests we have. Normally I turn this in at the end. I might actually turn Saltharils in up front because I need to use the Amanizar Village Hearthstone.
When did you first begin seeing these disturbances with this?
Light soothe those.
Okay.
Perhaps when the Sunwell flew sky high and...
My poor kitten was savaged. Thank you.
What needs bringing?
There's a clump of 3 Hawkstriders here. Can I get all 3? Ho, 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 ho. Actually lined up quite well. Let's do this. All 3 Lynxes. Here, get this escape to cancel it. Here, escape to cancel. Then I just need light worms and the interact stuff. Oh, and the links. So to this. Ah, shit.
The poor wildlife here must be terrified. The light bloom first appeared when the Sunwell was restored many years ago. It never grew near civilization.
Okay, final ambush here. Yeah, I was gonna say, sometimes it's good to not finish the prey early, just because... Yeah, I don't even need to do that. Because the bonus objective can actually overlap with the campaign, which gives you a little bit of extra experience, but in this case it was like in bumfuck Egypt, so it did not matter. And... okay, interesting, the prey thing is out there. I've literally never seen this prey spot ever. That's interesting. Uh-huh. Okay. How do I... the obvious answer would have been just magically know it's going to be there and then do it with one adventurous hatchling. What is the fastest way to go about that now?
It looks and smells.
I am...
What happened here?
Hawkstriders running amok.
I mean, it's obviously worth it to go and get that prey objective. Because that's a lot of XP. I'm just trying to think, how would I route that in properly?
Are a terror.
The nearest light bloom is nowhere near the village. How did the
I'm not sure.
get all the way out here?
This light bloom you describe is clearly out of control. We must find what has disturbed it so.
Unspent talent points. Okay, Apex talents.
We seek.
I think, honestly, I'm trying to think if there's any clean way to route this in. I don't really think of any. There's not going to be any time where it would be faster to just go there than right now. So I should just go do that. You can make an argument that maybe it would be better to wait until the end to do this, just so I could line it up with, like, use the portal to Silvermoon, but also it's, like, so close to Silvermoon. It's kind of weird.
I would have expected no less of a
I think it's fine.
hardy foe.
Now the question is, how much more do I do in Eversong? Because we're close to level 85. I do think I will need to do a little bit beyond 85, because I am missing a Delver's Call. And partly crafting. But I definitely do... I do the side quests in the harbor. I also do this. I don't know why that Whirling Surge just completely fizzled and gave me, like, no distance.
I was just speaking of you. Highly, of course.
I'm not even going to bother getting the Runestone quest, that won't matter. It's... yeah, Rampaging Ent and these things. Okay. So obviously I do these because, like, this is incredibly efficient with the South Rills overlap, this quest line. And, like, the Rampaging Ent is really efficient. That's just, like, absolutely worth doing.
Keep an eye out for opportunities for loot when they arise, like now.
And then what else? I guess I'll do this and I'll see what are my XPs at. And I think it honestly might be better for me to do the delves at 85 instead of 84, because at 85 I get new BOEs that I can equip. So I think actually my overall scaling might be slightly better, if anything. Then I need to kill more. Then I can turn these in. Yeah, I think that lines up well. I think I just do those in Eversong. And then those turn-ins... Right, I need to do the water one. Those turn-ins, especially with Saltharil, should be enough to get me to 85, and then those two Delvers calls... I'll be doing the big turn-in at around late 85-ish. And I think at that point, I should be fine. I should have more than enough. That is my... That's my guesstimate. What is another name for a Worgen Subtlety Rogue? A Subwoofer. That's a good one. You might have the best first-time chat message I've seen on Twitch. Good shit. I'm like, especially good timing, because I'm quite stressed trying to make sure I plan all this out properly, so I definitely needed, I needed something to distract me a little bit. Okay, how many of these crates do I need? 3. This... 8... Then I could probably get around not having to fight those guys. Just loot that crate, and that's good. Then we kill you? And then I can do theft tracking, which I think is just still worthwhile regardless. Okay, right, and the problem with this shit is I need to... Because the thing is not working properly, I actually need to use the thing in my bags. Because the extra action button is not showing up. Actually, I've never considered that. Of if your quest log is a complete fucking mess, which it normally shouldn't be, but obviously in my case right now it is. But a lot of times in Follow the Arrow, I will say, use your extra action button to do something, but... It won't show up if the quest log is fucked sometimes, if it's not tracked. So I should probably start just saying, use the quest item, you know, could be an extra action button or something. I could change the wording. I feel like it should be intuitive for most people, but it can't hurt to be thorough. This... I think we are at around 1 hour 30. So most likely this is going to end up being on the slightly slow end. For what's it called? For 80 to 90. I mean, this should take... I think this will take at least 15 more minutes. But, like, 1 hour 45 is not awful in the grand scheme of things. That's perfectly fine. At least I think. I need to put this on... It's the old pants. Put this on there. Then whenever this works... And then this should trigger, yeah, the quest. So I definitely kill... The real question is this stronger than the Rampaging Ent? I think it actually is. So I think I popped Dancing Rune Weapon on this guy. Then... Is it worth it to do the quests here? Huh? Oh, man. Yeah, this is the issue with not using Follow the Arrow, right? I didn't do the objective in the right order. Forgot to activate it earlier. Not a big deal. I just lose like 30 seconds. Really is interesting how like I've lost like a bunch of tiny little 30-second time saves that if I had been using my own add-on, I would not have made that same mistake. But here, unfortunately, this is just dead now, right? Also, did I not activate this? Trail followed further? I think this quest is just bricked, right? And I think it's fine, honestly. I don't want to worry about this. I don't want to have to go back and turn in South Rails later. So I'm just going to turn this in now while I'm here. Okay. Not the best set of Farstrider's quests, or Blood Knight's quest ever, but it's fine. And... I think I just gamble now on this being enough. What I could do is, yeah, so this will be probably about 10 minutes longer, could be about 20 minutes, roughly. What I'm gonna try is we do these delves for sure, no matter what. Okay, apparently, is this on the final objective? Can I just go in? Okay, no. Can't go and snipe the tag. Nobody's actually doing it. I think when I'm done with these two delves, and I can equip my level 85 gear now. Yeah, we're good. Now, I do a Telamon, and then I start the turn-in process. And then, around the time that I'm done, if I am not level 90, I queue for Time Walking, and it has a chance to hit Capital Gardens, which, I haven't managed to get it yet. Outside of, well, it was one of the 4, but I haven't managed to luck into it as a bonus dungeon yet. If that happens, that would be a faster way to get backup experience than running Shadow Guard points. If I'm barely off, if I'm like 1 or 2 quests off, then I probably wouldn't do that. I would just do, well, 1 or 2 quests. I'd probably go back to Eversong and do a side quest chain there or something. But if I'm roughly a full delve's worth off, honestly, Abundance might actually be better in that case. I didn't even think of that. I don't think it would have been worth it to do Abundance as part of the run, but either the quests in Voidstorm or Abundance could be more optimal. Especially, the nice thing is, I was gonna say I could just do Abundance in Zulaman, or in Harrandar, but the Harrandar Abundance is so fucking bad. So I'm actually not sure if I could guarantee that, and then that would be a disaster, because I'm actually gaining no experience during the process. I mean, honestly, what I'm really just hoping right now is that the turn-in is enough, and my math is just off, right? Or my napkin math. But I feel like I normally, in the past, I've started the turn-in right around level 85, and then I've ended up an entire Delver's Call short. So, if I start it midway through, minus a Delver's Call, then I should be fine. Even with the loss of crafting, or some crafting. I don't know, though. I do think it's definitely preferable to potentially overshooting. I'm going to... Let's see. Heal before the barrier? Yes! Okay. At this point, I don't really need trinkets. I got credits. Now, fly to its Halamon. And we'll see where I'm at on XP. The thing is, I can't even think... What other bonus stuff? Is there anything I could do in... Monizar Village? No. Could do... The biggest time loss out of anything in this run, I think, is just the Delve variance. Because what am I at right now? Like, I'm 10 minutes behind. And I did say 10 minutes is standard variance for Delve variance. Plus all the tiny little slip-ups, and then, just Blood Decay not being as fast. Being about, 20 minutes slower than the previous run. Which actually, in that one also, I think, had Darkman Fair buff, so... That feels like about what I would expect. It feels like within a normal amount. And also, I guess I did lose... I kind of lost a bit of time having to do the time walking dungeon at the start. I actually didn't even... I forgot about that. Because initially I was going to say, like, it's a little bit different from previous runs in that I didn't need to do the 4-time walk conventions at the start, but I actually had to do... I had to do that run early on, which, like, it wasn't terrible. But it was, like, effectively an 8-minute delve, is what that ended up being. Maybe, like, 6 minutes for generous. I didn't time it exactly. But it was fairly slow. How do I want to route this? There's... totems at the top. I should be good on percent. Really want to get this mask for the damage proc. Yeah, if I do these mobs here, that totem, the totem over there in the corner, and then there's enough up top along with the mobs defending it. Oh, actually, wow, that's already percent. Okay. I think I can get this without fighting anything. Nice. And then just one more. So probably that totem. And then I can do D&D slow. And as long as I get this in time, nice. Then... that soul spawned in a fucking crazy spot. Let's do this. Don't need to loot the chest, because this is pretty much the end anyways. And then we're just going to go straight into Hearthstone. And then... our Cantina key. Oh. Then turn in Silvermoon Delves. This one. Then Hope in the Darkest Corners. And then the remaining engineering crafts. Oh, this might actually be enough. Why can I not click? Holy. Alright, we have 3 Delver's Calls and Legends of the Heron here. Honestly, might be enough. Might just barely be enough. Where's the abundance now in Europe? I don't have the Dun Dun toy. I don't even think I have that on North America. I definitely don't have it on Europe. I think this might actually be exactly enough. It's gonna be a little bit awkward because I have, like, I'm exactly, like, one tiny little sliver of XP, so actually what I'm gonna do is...
The defenders of the Vale are growing weary. Use this rejuvenation pollen to revive them.
Earthen strats. But that means I get slightly more XP off these turn-ins. This actually might be literally bang on. Holy shit. If I actually calculated this that fucking perfectly, I mean... kinda fucking wild. What talent do I take? I guess that. I'll have to probably revisit my talents in a little bit for M+, but... is this bang on? Oh my god! That is actually fucking perfectly calculated. I'm quite pleased with that. And that was... well, sub 5 hours. The timer doesn't stop. The timer keeps going, but that's the time for... that's the time for leveling, at least. And overall, like I said, pretty pleased with that. That was a good run. Now I have to clean out my bags real quick, get my shit together. Care about that. Don't care about that. Okay. Merchant doesn't want this item. Fuck you, picky merchant. Those are my heirlooms. Okay. Let's get this together. I'm gonna be getting this a little bit organized. And move this over here. Seems good. Vellum, I don't care. Vast majority of this is junk. I don't care. I'll deal with that later. At least the reagent bag shouldn't really make that much of a difference. I can... your fried bonefish out. Hey owner, good to see you. Let's keep this. Keep that. I might need that. Everything else can go.
Looking for something specific?
No, I don't want to vendor anything, actually. Okay, that doesn't scale as you level. I'm going to dump all of this into my regular bank.
Need help?
So I'll buy this. And that way, obviously I want to clean this out later. Because I want to be able to reuse this for future speedruns. But I don't want to have to pause the timer to reorganize it. I'm just going to do this now. All this stuff. All this stuff can go. Alright. That seems good. Now... Here, I want to go back to Silvermoon. So, now... just to reiterate, by the way, for anybody who missed the earlier, like the start of the stream when I explained what this is, am I going to do a quick Black Temple Illidan time walking skip? I probably will tomorrow, or rather, well, when the European reset happens, which is in 3 or so hours. But I am probably going to do that. But I have a lot of stuff I need to get done in a few hours before the reset happens. But yeah, so for anybody who missed the idea of this, I just realized I can change my chat cover now. It's subtle, but I'm going to just make it... There we go. So the leveling is done, so now it's gearing in M+. I also want to turn off war mode. I'm not going to need that. Alright, so one thing that I want to quickly show, right, just because if you don't know this, I think it's worth acknowledging for gearing. So you can go to this NPC here, and you can buy these boxes. I do not recommend doing this. I actually don't think it's worthwhile. You'll see a lot of guides say this. It is an option. It is a subpar option. I'm going to spend my Voidlight Marl on it. Now, the thing about Voidlight Marl is there's 2 better things that you can use it on. One, bonus rolls. It is by far the most efficient way to use bonus rolls. And some people say, oh, well, I don't want to use my Voidlight Marl in bonus rolls. Okay, but then the reason for that is probably because you want to use it on cosmetic stuff. You know, transmogs or whatever the things from the renowned vendors are. But it's actually really expensive to get this gear, relatively speaking. Even though it is a worthless currency, there's better things you can spend it on, and you just don't really get much at all from this. I'll show you what it does. It gives you an item from the dungeon pool. Now, I happen to get a really dogshit trinket, right? So, like, whatever. I'll keep it in my bags. You know, I may as well hold on to it. In fact, I should set my loot spec to Unholy, because I don't want to get crappy tank trinkets that I'm never going to use. But that is what that does. It is an option. You can do that. Also, there is something that you can do, which, if you want to, I would not recommend this. I am going to actually partially use it just because I had so many leftover field accolades. There are these Warbound boxes, and I think this is way better. The amount of time it takes to farm 100 field accolades is like next to nothing. The only reason I wouldn't do this is because you can just skip this part and just buy hero track pieces. So that's the reason why it's just, like, why even bother with this? You could just buy hero track items by farming field accolades, so you don't even need to use the Voidlight Marl items. You could also just run delves, which I'm about to do anyway, and get really good gear. But these are options, and since I had a bunch of excess field accolades that would not, like, round properly to let me buy a hero track item, I did buy in a few slots that stuff. But realistically, if you're gearing alts, you want to start off by doing delves, prey, all the stuff that you're about to see me do, but then also, once you've done it enough times, you just basically are able to get enough random Warbound pieces, which, as you can see here, most of the stuff I have is just random Warbound stuff that I've collected over the course of playing my character. And I'm just going to put it on. Because, you know, that's kind of the purpose of Warbound gear. And another thing that somebody said when I floated the idea of doing this challenge, so they're like, oh, aren't people going to be like, oh, well, you could just, like, buy myth track BOEs. I'm not going to do that just because I know that's, like, even though really it doesn't matter that much, people would probably be like, oh, that invalidates the challenge. Myth track BOEs honestly make such a little difference. There's so many ways that you can get really easy gear at this point. There's a reason why if you go to the auction house and you buy a myth track BOE, it's fucking dirt cheap. Relatively speaking these days. For anybody who has gold, it's kind of dirt cheap. Kind of crappy stats that ring, but presumably I can get a better one. And then I just need actually good stats on that. Okay, so I have a full set of champion track gear that I can put on here. But I'm missing a handful of pieces, and I'm going to runeforge that real quick. But the pieces I'm missing is helmet, necklace, Belts and actually, well, it's just those. But there is also a ring or a trinket that I can get, which I'm going to go do now. I have enough of these things, so I'm gonna just quickly enchant my gear. May as well just make my life a little bit easier. I'm not going to... Yeah, I don't need to re-enchant my helmet. But anything that is champion is an upgrade, at least for now. I'm going to do that. I prep these enchants ahead of time. That way I don't need to just constantly run back and forth to the auction house to go do it. Otherwise, I would still be going to buy them. It would just waste a little bit of time. Let me find... Where is Deathgate? Deathgate... So I'm going to go throw Rune of Sanguination on here. And that's why you don't buy it, chat. Thanks for watching. You bought the LFR and Heroic BOEs to get the Mog? Yeah. I mean, that's one of the nice things about whenever BOEs are this cheap, anybody who just wants to use them for transmog is in luck. There's also, I'll talk about this later, but I got this as a Warbound item. It's actually extremely easy to get a lot of weapons on Hero Track right now as entry-level items, partially because of a bug, but it's, I mean, honestly, with Blizzard, it's really hard to tell half the time if something is bugged, whether it's just kind of part of the game or not. Okay, so we're gonna go to Zolaman. Let's high roll a Moneyzar Village a second time. That would be crazy. Oh, not too far. Okay, so the reason I did not get Champion Track, Necklace, Helmets, and Belts is because you can get that from rep rewards very easily. And so you can also get Crucible of Erratic Energies, which I will be getting, even though I already have Trinkets, just because Crucible's really good. I'm probably not going to worry about Crucible at this exact moment, just because it's not a high priority. What I am going to do is complete 2 other quests in Voidstorm, because this is a time-gated currency. And as long as I get one of them on 1 week, then it doesn't matter when I get the other 2. So that quest I need to make sure I complete even before I unlock Crucible. I have the Abundance quest, so I just need to do an Abundance event somewhere. Now, generally speaking, I find that the one in Zulaman tends to be one of the fastest. So I'm just going to fly over there. What I'm probably going to do, though, is because I'm trying to be efficient with my time, I have my Hearthstone set to Zulaman still, specifically to Amanizar Village. Man, I really burned all my vigor. So I'm going to do Abundance here. That will complete this quest, so I can pick up the Champion Track Necklace. It's also, one of the other things that I'm doing from this is I'm getting Copper Key Shards, which I'll be able to spend in Delves, and also, I'm filling my Great Vaults. Now, I want to try and get this filled. That way, I can take either a bonus roll or a socket item, Undershot. And I only have like an hour or so to do that. So activities like Abundance are pretty helpful towards getting that. And then after this, I'm going to go to Southril's Soiree, and I'm hoping that the Runestone quest will be active, or like at least one Runestone on non-war mode. That way I can get that done. That'll give me a helmet. And then, like I said, not going to worry about Crucible of Erratic Energies yet, but the Heronir one, you just kind of walk in there, talk to them, and you get the belt for free. So I probably could have done that first. It doesn't really matter. What was the final time? The final time was around 4 hours and 50 minutes. You can also check the VOD, right? On YouTube, you can rewind while the stream is still live and see. Once this is... Obviously, anybody watching the VOD will probably already know this. Once this turns into a VOD, I am going to go back and add timestamps and whatnot, but I can't really do that in real time. I know when I apply to an M10 when you're 240 item level. Well, one thing I am going to do, so I guess I could talk about what my plan is. Now, I do not expect that I'll be able to get into M10s at this item level. I managed to get invited on like my bear at a pretty low IO, but I was still like 270 something, and that's a very big difference. Also bear. So I figure people are just really not going to want to invite blood DKs. It's too much of a risk. Even though, obviously, I know that I could literally walk into a +10 right now and do it. But it's a little bit tricky. So there's two things to consider here. One is... I can't talk. One is, there is the Mythic Dungeon Weekly, which ends in 1 hour and 20 minutes. And I do not know if I have the time to get that done, but it would give me a hero track box. So I'm going to try and see if I can. I might need to do M0s, though, but what I might try to do... Oh, crap, I can't carry more abundance. But the problem is, if I do an M0, then I kind of fuck my key, so I might try... No, I have to think about it. I might just not have enough time to get that done, period. Would there even be, like, a good M0 dungeon to spam? So I should go do this. I guess you could spam M0 Skyreach or something. Probably. That might work. Would that be worth it, though? I feel like as nice as it would be, in theory, to be able to get that Mythic Dungeon box, I don't know if I have the time to do it, unfortunately. And I also don't think it's worth it to get the classic one. Like, obviously, on the next weekly reset... Yeah, it's tricky. I seriously doubt you can find people for M0. Yeah, well, that too. The reality is, I'm getting a random item from Raid. Like, what would I want? Pretty much the only item from Raid that I actually would care about is, like, the trinkets. Like, Plume would be okay. Gaze would be okay. The Voracious trinket would be okay. But on Hero Track, all of those are just kind of, like, basically barely better than Hero Track Delve trinkets. Now, don't get me wrong, they are better, but not by enough to where I think it would be worth it to do 4 M0 dungeons. Now, if I had enough time to where... Oh, where's the active runestone? Okay, over there. If I had enough time to basically do 4 Mythic Plus dungeons and, like, push my own key or something, and then I'm, like, basically multitasking, right? I'm getting 2 things done at once. In that case, yeah, that would be efficient. But right now, as it stands, I don't think that I would be able to get enough progress. And then if I waste time doing things that don't really give me any value, and then I don't actually manage to get it done in time, like, that would really screw me. Unfortunately, I don't have enough Lated Arcana. I can try and see... Let's see, are there any quest groups? No, there's none for South Rills. Which is fine. Really, I just need to check back later. Honestly, after the weekly reset, there might be a decent chunk of additional people doing that. I should go to Harrandar first, get the belts. The Rotmeyer quest, why not? And at some point, I'll go get the... I'll do the campaign skip from Sword Army. 4 times M2 to 5 is doable? Yeah. But that's the thing. It might be doable, but here's the thing, right? If I do all of that, and I get, like, a random... Basically, if I do all of that and I don't get Gaze of the Almseer, then my time has been completely wasted. And while you can maybe argue that if you're not doing a speedrun, it's kind of worth it just for the chance that you get Gaze, I also do need to think about, like, efficiency here. And I am trying to think, like, is it actually worth the time? Do I actually need to do this? I really don't think I do. I don't think it actually is justified. And honestly, kind of extending that further, even if I get Gaze of the Almseer on Hero Track, is that worth it? I don't think it is. Because, I mean, I got Keystone Hero on, in 3K at that, right? On many of the healers, and on pretty much every single one of my healers, what was I using? Crucible of Erratic Energies and Glorious Crusader's Keepsake on basically every single one of them. So you absolutely do not need it. I'm getting all of it. Give me all the Voidlight Marl. How many more do I need? Yeah, one more. Alright, I need to do 2 World Quests in Voidstorm. What's up? That one's really fast. There are... one of the PvP ones is probably pretty fast. They usually just kill a bunch of stuff. I could do Stormarian Assault, but yeah, that won't be active anytime soon. Really, the main thing I need to do is fill the world's thing of the Great Vault. What I could do, right, is in order to save time, I could potentially do 1 dungeon. Just because, like, a singular dungeon, if you think about it, would basically count for 4 world slots in the Great Vault as far as getting progress towards the vault would be concerned. But I do think that there are enough activities that I could do, because I'm going to be trying to do all 4 of my delves here. And I can get the Cracked Keystone now, and if I'm not trying to get the Mythic Dungeon Weekly done, then I can just rip them on tier 11, and then even though I get a +2 out of the delve thing from the Cracked Keystone, that doesn't matter, because then by the time I'm doing M+, which will be after the weekly resets, my Cracked Keystone will still be there, but the level 2 Keystone that it gave me will not be. I probably should have canceled the slow fall. But it does that. That counts as progress, right? Yeah. Is this 10%? Sure it is. Okay. I go up here, I don't remember which of these world quests is faster. I also... I didn't pick up the Liadrin quest, but I also do remember this week. I didn't do the Liadrin quest on any of my characters this week because all of them were trash. It was just kind of impossible to overlap them with efficient activities. So I don't think it's worthwhile. I definitely need to do Vol. I could do that now, actually. Well, after I turn this in. So I'll turn in this quest, get credit towards Crucible of Erratic Energies. Then, do any of these reward a helmet? That would actually be, and all things considered, that's a decent item. Okay, yeah. That one, I remember, that one's not fast. This one is pretty fast, though. Is my Europe account caught up in Folio? Thank you for the reminder.
What is that odor? Go see what that's about.
It is, though, yes. Yeah, usually, Plumber just yells at me and is like, ah, you have Folio points to spend, so I did not notice. I think it usually does that when you log in, though. Alright, there are mobs that you can do. Oh, shit. Okay. Server shut down in 14 minutes. Now, the server will be back up, though, right? Because the European reset, I mean, you should know this, owner. I would imagine is in about 2 hours, right? So the maintenance won't be for 2 hours. Usually, when I go on Europe to check my vaults, the servers are already up, like shortly before the vault's opening. I don't know how long they're usually down for, though. But I can't imagine it'll be as long as North America usually is. Obviously, I'll pause the timer while the servers are down. And actually, one thing that we could do is I have not opened my North American vault. So as long as it's not down for too long. It can come up in 15 to 30 minutes. It can last an hour. I mean, even if it lasts an hour, that's actually fine, though. Because as long as I have enough time to fill my vaults before the actual weekly reset happens, that's fine. I definitely want to get as much done as I can in that time. I may as well do Shadow Guard Point while I'm here. Do Shadow Guard Points. I probably don't have enough time before the server reset to do Vol. Obviously, now I want to give Valera a roll, and I'm going to do Mantle of Stars. I'm hoping Valera is still strong enough to basically carry my ass at this point. And I think just Deathstrike is strong enough that I don't need to worry about survivability here. I did bring Beacons of Hope that I can use. So I will drop one here. You'd rather hold your Marl to spend on all the things since you need 289,000 Marl? Jesus. That is a lot. I think I think that was the only message I missed earlier. Oh, you noticed was just about to say down in 15? Yeah. Yeah, my thing is covering it, the chat cover, but I did see it. Pops up in my chat. I appreciate it, though. $50 to 60 minutes is usually when there's no new content push, yeah. I can't imagine the reset's going to be long. I mean, even on North America, it's usually down in under an hour, and I have to imagine that it's going to be faster on Europe than on NA. I mean, from what I have seen historically, the maintenance always lasts longer on North America. Now, I haven't been playing on Europe that long, so it's a small sample size, but that seems to be the case. Because obviously any issues that they would run into on North America would then already be sorted. Remember the big batteries? AoE does good damage when they explode? Yeah, I could try to grip mobs into it. I didn't think about that. It's a little bit annoying to try and drag them in. Oh, game. Mana Siphon. I just I fucking really hate this Del variant. This is definitely one of my least favorites. I think this one is going into D tier for sure. It's not the worst. It's not Mirror Shine. I feel so bad for Mirror Shine, because, I'll be honest, I think Mirror Shine is a cool concept, but I really just cannot... I do not think I can violate my own Delve ranking system and be like, yeah, but it's cool though. Like that, it's just bad. But I do think March of the Arcane Brigade is even worse. It's tough to say, though. They're all pretty bad. The one thing I can say about the other variants here, obviously Calamitous is S tier, but the other one, the one where you have to, like, free the animals, I have, like, done that enough times that I've actually kind of optimized that one. Just because if you know the pathing, and you know, like, which animals are the most efficient to, like, release, it's actually not that bad. It's still slow relative to, like, a lot of delves, but it is not the worst thing I've ever done. It's definitely faster than this one. Let's... Like, the main thing that I just really hate about this one is it forces you to go to every single fucking corner of the delve. You have to get all of the mana siphons, and... I mean, the mana reserves take forever to destroy, but it almost doesn't matter because it just takes so long to go to every corner to get all the different mana siphons. There's just no real way to speed it up. There definitely, well, there are more mana siphons than you need, but, like, even still. Come on, how does that miss?
I don't think so.
It's also, whenever there's, like, a fill the bar objective that doesn't involve killing enemies, I feel like it usually just ends up being really annoying. Because the kill enemies ones, I mean, some of them are annoying, but at least if you are good at doing that, which, you know, kind of part of being able to do delves quickly is, I guess, just being good enough at the game to kill enemies quickly, then they're not that bad. You can just do a gigantic pull, AoE it all down, DPS Valera kind of fucks. But if it's something like this, the fucking mana siphons, then it's just... How do you speed this up, really? And also, for an extra action button, it does, like, pretty piss-poor damage. It's, like, okay. But, it has a longer CD than the grenade. I'm not a fan of it. Also, it's a cone, doesn't have a big hitbox. Let's... maybe the NG tinker that summons a speedboat? Or were we talking about, what's it called? The... I know what you mean, but that's kind of my point, though. It's not... Like, movement speed doesn't help, right? Oh, God, that auto just fucked me. Yeah, Shadow Flame Rockets, right. Yeah, having additional movement speed doesn't really save that much time here, because you kind of just need to pull all the mobs around every single one of these mana siphons, kill them, and then you're done. And then you move on to the next one. There are definitely some delves where the main slowdown factor is, like, extensive travel time, but all the really bad ones, which is like this one, kind of the two in Darkway that aren't ogre powered, what's it called? March of the Arcane Brigade, like that stuff is not travel time. A lot of times the delve is big, which kind of makes it worse, right? Because the delve is big, you have to do a lot of running, but you have to constantly stop, right? It's the Transmog, okay, cool. Idol of the Hache, that's fucking trash, but it's item level upgrade at least, I guess. But Shadowflame Rockets is really good for, like, long straightaways, which you often find in leveling. Okay, there's a Nemesis pack that I missed, so... This is just so piss poor.
Quick to counter.
245. Should be fine. Just got to do the final boss. I think it's faster. Yeah, faster to kill it because sometimes Valera one-shots it. And then just gotta get to the final boss and have time to actually loot the chest. I'm definitely cutting it a little close here, though. I did not expect to be still on a clock. I guess, you know, silver lining, right? I managed to finish the leveling run before the maintenance. It would have been really, really, really bad if I had to pause before I actually hit level 90. That would have really sucked. Because no matter what happened, we knew that the maintenance was going to happen at some point. I was going to have to pause the timer as I waited. That much was expected. I just didn't know exactly when. And this actually kind of works out quite well. As long as I have time to fill the vaults. Which I should. Okay, yeah. Time. Nice. It's cracked keystone. What do we get from Zeron? I can't... Irony is, this is actually one of the best things I could have gotten from Zeron. Eventually. Right now, it's really not doing me much. Oh shit, actually, well that's an upgrade for 5 seconds, and then it's worthless. I should loot this before the server goes down. Hero Track Pants. Alright, nice. I'm gonna wait here until it kicks me out, because it might trigger my Hearthstone, it might not. Yeah, so Hero Track Pants is definitely good, because the guaranteed hero piece, there were a lot of things that could have been worthwhile, and I'll go ahead, I'll pause the timer here. A lot of things I could have gotten that would have been duds, like, if I had gotten a weapon, that would have been a waste. If I had gotten a crappy trinket, that would have been a waste. Frankly, any trinket would have been a waste, unless it was Glorious Crusader's Keepsake. But you get so many trinkets here, that there are so many potentially good Hero Track trinkets I could get, or at least passable Hero Track trinkets I could get, to where I would have been really annoyed if that's what my Delver's Bounty was. One second. While the timer's paused, I was responding to messages in Discord. While we wait, I'm gonna hop onto North America and open up my vaults, because I have a few. So what happened to Temple of Sethralus? Oh, there's now only one Essence Defiler and one set of attackers on Avatar of Sethralus. Nice, so I'm guessing the way that they're wording this, it's no longer completely RNG, which I kept saying every time we tested it. That was one thing that I just constantly pissed me off, especially because as a tank, there were multiple times where I'm on one side of the room, somebody in my party is on the other side, the ad spawns on top of them, and before I even have time to reach the ad, especially because there's the big fuck off like LOS circle in the middle of Avatar of Sethralus. Before I have time to do anything, they just get punched in the face and die. It's just such an annoying fight. So it sounds like it's going to... Okay, corrupted life force no longer knocks. Nice. They've slightly changed Avatar of Sethralus. I mean, that alone, I really still don't understand why they think it's a good idea to have a heal boss in M+. Like, obviously it existed back in the day and nobody fucking liked it. And they said they were going to rework Avatar of Sethralus. I thought, honestly, I mean, I guess, you know, I'm just fucking stupid. But when they said that they were going to rework Avatar of Sethralus, I was like, oh, so they're going to turn it into an actual boss. And, like, you'll fight the Avatar. It's, like, possessed or something like that. Nope. It's the exact same shit. They just shuffled around the mechanics, and it's still a healer boss. I cannot fathom the logic that led to what they've done with Temple of Sethralus. Like, yeah, it's been nerfed heavily, apparently, according to my guildies, but, like, I mean, even then, just the design of that dungeon is so bad. And they did, like, fucking nothing to actually improve it. Oh, interesting. Blizzard, new blue post. Midnight Dungeons Heroic and M0 difficulty is on a weekly reset and drops 292 item level gear. And credit towards Great Vault Season 2 rewards begins. Oh, man. My raid leader is not going to be happy. I was trying to argue that I think it will be worth it for us to do M0, and he's like, nah, you know, people should just relax and take the week off so that we're ready for splits. But the, yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about this, though. Yeah, somebody in my guild just pointed this out. Because we basically get that free vault of M0 dungeons, in practice, yeah, European servers went down for reset, so we're paused for now. I will go back the moment they're back up. But what this means is that basically every single person gets their guarantee bonus roll, which is really, really nice. Because now you don't actually need to sacrifice any worthwhile gear. It's almost guaranteed you take a bonus roll out of that first vault. But that's still good. Like, that is still really good value. The fact that we can do that. Because now, effectively, we're getting a free vault. Just not that vault. It's whatever vault we would have had to sacrifice for our bonus roll, we instead can now actually take. Which is pretty nuts. Interesting. For world bosses, fixed a bug that could prevent alt characters from receiving soulbound items when killing the world boss. Strange wording. Fixed a bug where rewards could include a piece of unmatched gear to the player's chosen spec. I did think that was weird. That did seem like a very obvious oversight, and I kind of assumed that that was just intentional. So apparently the fact that the Invasion Point world bosses have been giving you sometimes unusable gear has been a bug this entire time. So that's lovely. Thank you, Blizzard. What do I open this as? Probably... I don't need anything from ARMS. I guess I open this as Prot. I have that necklace, right? Yeah, I just bonus rolled that the other day. I mean, I don't need this, right? I can just take an extra socket. There's very little that my warrior could actually get out of vaults. Although, I can't remember, do I need... No. I was gonna say, I think I need shoulders, but I'm pretty sure I got... oh yeah, actually. I have a curio. Why do I have a curio? I don't remember. Okay. apparently I have a Curio anyway, so I definitely don't need that on Warrior. What other vaults do I have? My Druid should have a vault. This is my main Blood DK. My main Blood DK definitely has a vault. And even though my main Blood DK is full bis, there are a few items I'm hoping for so that I can use them for Catalyst. But also, I mean, there's always a chance I get something with speed that I don't already have speed on, and that is always a plus. So let's see. I'm going to open this as Unholy. Yeah. Because there's no real tank things that I want. That's actually an interesting weapon. Because that is a much better stat line for Deathbringer M+ than my current weapon. That being said, okay, this is actually a really interesting vault. So, there's 3 things here that I actually could consider taking, right? And at first glance, you might think, okay, well, you don't actually need any of these, right? Why would you care? You have all this stuff already. This is pretty straightforward. This is just the stats in this weapon would be better for Deathbringer M+. They're more defensive-oriented than the weapon that I have been using. I also already have, what's it called? Alondel for Sand Lane. So this would be a nice option. How did I get 269 on Worldline? That is from Invasion Points. Nightall and Vol. But obviously that's irrelevant. Now, I already have this necklace. I also have the Rotmeyer necklace, so this is not a consideration. The Rotmeyer chest is interesting because at this point I have all of the Rotmeyer loot. You can see I have a catalyzed Rotmeyer chest piece on. But Rotmeyer chest piece is high haste, low crit. Now, those are really good stats for Sand Lane. High Mastery, this is not ideal stats for Deathbringer, but I could have this as an option for Catalyst so that I can have a High Mastery chest piece going into the next season. Because I'll repeat this, if you don't know, I've shown this a few times in the PTR, the Catalyst changes next season are retroactive. So if you hold on to any items, like for instance, if you hold on to these Mastery pants that have double Mastery, once the patch comes out, I can chuck these in the Catalyst, and I can have double Mastery tier pants, you know, without spending any Catalyst charges. Because it's infinite Catalyst options for old season tier. So it's a really good idea to start stockpiling any single tier piece slot item with ideal stats, which brings me to this point. For pants, I right now have a few options for pants. The default ones, what I'm wearing right now, this is just the current Catalyst stats. These are really good stats for Deathbringer, but Sand Lane obviously wants as much haste as it can get in most cases, and there aren't many options for pants that have haste on them. The ones that I'm aware of are Nexus Point, right? Yeah, but Nexus Point is high verse, low haste, which is like... So, I do not think that there's actually any pants out there that have high haste from this tier. I believe the stat distribution might be a little bit more favorable for the Nexus Point pants, and I still want to use my bonus rolls on Nexus Point, because these shoulders, if I get them, have a more favorable stat line for Deathbringer. High crit, low haste. So that way I can have multiple tier piece options for both Deathbringer and Sand Lane going into next tier, in case I get like a high item level piece early on and I need to switch around whatever tier I'm wearing. So what I'm most likely going to do is I'm going to sit on this vault, and if I run Nexus Point and I bonus roll and I get the pants, then I don't want the pants. I'm not going to take that out of vault. But if I believe actually at this point, yeah, I've gotten Kasreth's Bindings. I don't think I've gotten Fluxweave Cloak. So I think I've narrowed the pool down to the shoulders, the cloak, and the pants. So it's a 33% chance for each one. If I get the shoulders before the pants, then it might honestly be worth it to take these, because that accomplishes the same goal. Then I have Sand Lane catalyzable pants. If I bonus roll the pants first, then I think I take the weapon, because then I have another, like, stat line weapon to choose from. And I think that would be overall a better option, because the only other weapon with this kind of stat combination, other than, obviously, the one from Algathar, would be, if I recall, where is it? Skyreach, this thing. Chakram Breaker, yeah. Very similar stat line here. So I could get this, but I do not want to use bonus rolls on Skyreach, because I have not used them at all this season, so it's a gigantic pool. My odds of getting this are not good. But I could guarantee it here. Now, I don't necessarily need this weapon. This is very much a nice-to-have. All three of these options are nice-to-haves, but I'm going to wait. And then there's a chance, right? Like, maybe I think about it, and I'm just like, I'd rather have a bonus roll. Here's a good chance that's the decision I'll make. But at this point, I do have 2 extra bonus rolls if I need it. So, also, there could be sockets. But I don't think I'll need to socket anything. I do want to sit on these, because on the off chance that I get, like, a speed helmet or something like that, speed helmet, a speed Rotmire belt, or whatever, I want to make sure I have a spare socket to throw in that, so I can actually use it, but it is unlikely that I'll need it. The true right choice in that vault is the new Mog ID. Are any of these new Mog IDs? Oh shit, you're right. I didn't even think of that. I've never gotten these pants? We've killed Light Blinded Vanguard how many times on my Blood Decay and Brought Warrior, and I've never gotten these pants. Interesting. You know, that actually does... That does make me lean more towards this. I'm gonna do Zenus's first. Obviously not right now, I'll do this later in the week. But I will definitely do that before I ever take this. Because if I bonus roll the pants off Zenus, then this is kind of a waste. But it's interesting. You'll be on a cruise when the patch hits live. You can't be asked to collect gear now. Yeah. I mean, I am obviously a Giga Min-Maxer, and I will be completely real. One of my favorite things to do every season is go for rank 1 parses week 1. I really like doing that. I think I got a rank 1 parse on Chimeras, right? Let me check my monk's logs. Unfortunately, I was playing Brewmaster at the start of the tier, so I didn't have a chance to get any of those sweet Blood Decay parses. But if I check, right, I forgot. My Chimeras rank 1 got sniped and ended up rank 2 before it finalized, so it's a 99. That happened to a lot of my parses, which was very tragic. I got, okay, I got a rank 1 heroic Chimeras. That might be what I'm thinking of. But I remember on all 3 mythic bosses, first 3, my parse got sniped, and I ended with a rank 2 when the parses locked in, which was very, very sad. I mean, I did end up getting the mythic Lura rank 1 this tier, which, like, I felt so happy about that parse. I have been so checked out of even trying to parse on farm this tier, and I have been, like, the most ethical person alive, just because I'm usually, like, a little bit parse hungry on farm, but all of my, like, hunger for parses was completely sated for the entire season, getting a rank 1 Blood Decay on our Lura, prog kill, right? Like, that was such a fucking crazy feeling that I don't even fucking care about anything else. I was quite happy with that. So, I'll sit on this vault. I'm gonna go check my druid, and then we'll see if Europe's back up. I'm hoping it's back up by then. And I only have 1 vault to check anyway. And I do think what I'm probably going to do is, obviously we'll see, depends on Europe, but I'm probably going to go up until the weekly reset, and, like, I'll open my vault and stuff, and then we'll probably pause the challenge for today, and pick up again tomorrow. Right around the time I wake up, I'll get up, I'll get coffee, and then we're just going to jump straight into it. Whenever that is, I don't know what the time will be. But we should be able to finish this tomorrow. It'll be a long day, but I think that I won't need a third day, I think, to get this done. The biggest issue for me, I should note, is that because I was kind of forced to stream this at like a very specific time due to the nature of like the European weekly reset, like I didn't wake up and start streaming this, right? Like I woke up at a pretty normal time today. I woke up around like 7 a.m., which is, you know, normally my sleep schedule is a complete mess. So I have been up for quite a while. You're checking servers? I appreciate it. And yeah, Killfall on Twitch said not up yet. I appreciate the heads up. Let's see. My druid, actually, there are a few things that could be upgrades. That I don't really care about. Radiant Plume, huh? Do I care? I mean, I'm probably not going to use this, right? But it's nice to have options just in case. And my druid is not killing Bellerin again this season. All remaining kills are going to be either on my warrior or my blood DK. So, like, why not? It's better than the average bonus roll. I also, so, at this point, my druid is kind of retired for the foreseeable future. Because the current plan... I did talk to my guild leader. The current plan is, obviously, I'm still maining Blood DK. My co-tank is planning to main Prot Pally. And then my co-tank's second character is Blood DK, just because, obviously, that's still really good. There's a good chance double blood might happen. And those are honestly, the three characters that matter the most. We're very, very confident, like 90% confidence, that I'm going to be on Blood DK for, like, basically the entire tier. And my co-tank's going to be on either Prop Pally or Blood. And he'll be the backup Blood. So only if there's a double Blood DK fight, or if the meta really genuinely is double Blood. But most likely he'll be on Paladin. And then everything else is just like backups. So my co-tank this season mains Bear. He played Bear, I played Warrior Blood. And so his Bear is already like fully stacked. Now, don't get me wrong, my Bear is pretty geared as well. But, like, my gear is not, like, perfectly optimized. I do have some, like, iffy pieces, just because I haven't been keeping up with it as much as, you know, as my other characters, like my Blood DK. Whereas my co-tank has, like, basically everything you could possibly want. He's a fully, perfectly itemized Bear for Season 1. He's also been pushing score with it, so he's been actively keeping up with it. And if somebody's going to be like the backup Mark of the Wild buff, it makes sense for him to be on Bear. So that's what we decided. So he's going to do Pally, then Blood, then Bear. And I'm doing Blood, then Prot Warrior, and then Brewmaster Monk. Against my better judgment, but my raid leader really, really, really wants to make sure we have a backup Mystic Touch. So my third split character is Brewmaster, which my Brewmaster is not very geared at the moment. In fact, I can hop over and check it, since it seems like European servers are not up. I will at least have, as long as they're up soon-ish, I will have over an hour to get, like, Delves done, Nightall Vol. And if I feel like I'm about to run out of time, I could just do, like, a singular dungeon, like an M0, just to get the M0 Vault slot, and then 2 open world content slots, and then that gives me a socket, which is all I really care about. Where is... yeah, Yixuan. So here's my Brewmaster, which, like, I mean, considering I played at the start of the tier, it has decent gear, but it's I mean, I have not been maintaining it for a while. The nice thing is, I'll probably make a video about this closer to the patch. There's a bunch of smaller videos. I guess I should probably say, once this challenge is done, right? This is kind of just like a final send off to the, you know, European stuff before the patch comes out and I return my focus to North America. And then I'm gonna make a video basically going over catch-up gearing and using parts of the, you know, this challenge as an example. But one of the things that I'm probably gonna do after this is done is just like, there's a lot of tiny little videos about 12.1 that I want to make. Some of them will be on the main channel, like more important things, delves. I'm going to have a Zul'Jar's Forces rep guide. There's also, I've mentioned this before, the entire 12.1 campaign is going to be in Fall the Arrow. That's one of the other reasons, right? Like, people are asking, when's the 10 to 80 route done? Well, I have a limited amount of time, right? And I think it's much more important that I have the 12.1 campaign integrated, because that's, like, directly relevant to everybody right now, instead of trying to have the 10 to 80 route done just so that people who are leveling alts at this exact moment in time happen to have that sooner rather than later. So that's what I'm prioritizing. But one of the things that I'm going to cover is the stuff from invasion points is actually being scaled up into the new season. So right now, what's it called? This gear, 750 stuff, this is actually veteran track gear in the new season, same cost, when 12.1 hits. And veteran track gear can scale up to 295 item level. So if you have, right now, 289 pieces, then you can basically get most of these things upgraded to 289 immediately, which is why it's still worth getting all of your upgrades now, and then whatever veteran crests you have, you can spend on upgrading some of these pieces to 285 or to 295 in the preseason. And think about things like belts, bracers, cloak. Obviously, in those slots, you'll probably still want to have, like, Arcana Weave lining embellishments right now. You're getting the realm list, but still listed as online. It sounds like it'll probably be up soon then. But yeah, so also I should note, like, here's my monk, right? 282, not terrible. I have, you know, still, like, hero track gaze and stuff like that. A few crappy things, but I have, like, a few pieces of gear. If I ran a bunch of M+ and spent my bonus rolls, which I don't think... Yeah, I have not spent a single bonus roll in this character. So, like, I'll think about whether or not I actually give enough of a shit to gear this character up. My raid leader did tell me that I'm exempt from, like, we have requirements for, obviously, like, what item level our split characters need to be. But because the original plan up until recently was for me to do Blood DK Druid Warrior, and, like, he asked me, can I switch one of my split characters to Brewmaster? Like, he's exempting my Brewmaster from, like, the strict item level requirement. As long as I, like, get it ready when the new season comes out, which, like, I will, but... In theory, obviously, it would save me a little bit of time in the new season if I spent some time running dungeons now and spending bonus rolls, but... I'll see whether or not I feel like doing that. I didn't even realize I had a leech socket helmet. That's pretty juicy. I have a few good pieces in this character. Yeah, I have a socketed belt. That's not bad. And that's... Oh, that's Myth Track. So even though I haven't upgraded it, with the discount now, yeah, I could convert all these crests upward. Because I haven't played this character since before crests were capped. Okay. Yeah, I could probably get this character up to 290 at the very least in time for the patch. I'll probably do that at some point over the next week or two. But it is a little bit behind. I do have enough decent pieces to where I'm not too concerned. And... yeah. But one example, right, is if I get... Oh, servers are up? Okay, alright. Thank you. if I get all my stuff up to 289, then on some of those slots on my monk, I could buy those veteran pieces from the invasion point vendor, and then I can already have 295 pieces. So even if I don't do a lot now, it's still very easily possible to get caught up. The only thing would be like trinkets, right? So it would probably be good to make sure I have ideal trinkets. The problem is, obviously, a lot of good trinkets are from Raid, like Gaze the All-Seer, stuff like that. And I do not want to bring my monk to Mythic Reclear. I'm not going to bring my monk to Mythic Reclear. There's like 0 chance. All right, I'm gonna log in, and then the moment the loading screen ends, I will restart the timer. I'm just gonna wait because it's probably gonna put me on a second loading screen. We'll see where I'm put. I am okay. We'll do this, and then I'm going to. Actually, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Okay, so I still have time. What's my Delver, or what's my Great Vault looking like? Okay, only 2 out of 4 at the moment. I do have 3 more delves left to do. And presumably... Yeah, still have disabled Atrix Plus. Let's see. We have guarded treasures now. Never turn this in. Let's take the Astalor quest. One thing I want to check in Harrandar is I did Legends of the Harrowneer while leveling up. A lot of these quests have a level up version and then a max level version. There's a good chance that I can do another Legends of the Harrowneer, which would be worthwhile, because that would fill a vault slot. And also you get, yeah, it looks like I can. Nice, nice. That's actually really, really good. Oh, interesting. Okay. So the one that I picked while leveling is still locked in, which is fine. I mean, this is the one I would have wanted anyway. Crap, I hope I don't get the bug. I might get the bug. I forgot to abandon it. No, it did not bug. Nice. Maybe because I already did it while leveling.
Some creatures forgot her song and listened only to the silence that followed. The creatures remembered where she had been. Some creatures still sang in harmony with her. The stones echoed her song, but this one was different. Within it, the song stirred yearning to share its tune. She was not in the light. She was the warmth it left behind.
Alright, perfect. I love how fast Elnara's Bloom is.
Did not answer, but something
I think it's probably worth just doing Gulf of Memory while I'm already here. May as well. Got a ring. I do not need a ring. As Leech. Very fancy. Another thing I really want to do is... I want to do 2 Prey. Because what I can do is... One limiting factor here is the Ascendant Void Shards. And Prey, like, the champion items I get from it are worthless. But they give, like, okay crests. And if I do 2 Prey now, and then 2 Prey after the weekly reset, I also get the 20 hero crests, which is not nothing. But more importantly, that gives me really efficient Ascendant Void Shard farming. And on a time crunch like this, that's actually going to be worthwhile. You've been evangelizing Follow the Arrow every chance you get. Nice. Yeah, I will be honest, like I've definitely ignored it a little bit for like the last month, but you know, in fairness, I did spend the better part of like June, kind of the entire month of June working on it. And even before that, like after, so I didn't have time to work on it as I was progging season 1, and season 1 was like a kind of a fucking grueling season, you know, Mythic Laura and all that. And developing the add-on kind of made me burnt out a little bit. So then, you know, Prog finishes. I spent a lot of time updating Fall the Arrow, and right around the time, and I'm like, oh, you know, I finally have time to take a break. Then Blizzard announces all the big leveling changes for 12.0.7, and then I had to spend a shitload of time remaking that entire route. So I've been kind of fucking slammed with work to do on it. So I kind of just, I mean, yeah, I talked about it a little bit earlier, but I'm also just a little bit burnt out on nonstop add-on development, especially when it feels like a lot of times and obviously not by you guys, right? I know you guys have said you appreciate the add-on, and I'm glad, but it definitely feels like it has, in some ways, gone a little bit unrecognized, and that has been, it's been disappointing, I guess. Demoralizing, maybe a better word. It can be difficult to sometimes keep pushing yourself to work on passion projects like that when external forces kind of go out of their way to murder your passion for it. Doesn't mean I'm giving up on it, but just means that like I need to, you know, take a step back for a moment, focus on things like, you know, the why did auto loot get disabled? It's annoying. But yeah, I wanted to focus on things that I was more passionate about, like the healer stuff. But now we're done with that. We're almost done with this, and then we'll be done with 12.1 stuff in the new season. And then I'll be ready to go at it fresh. I'll have taken the break I need, and should be able to get the rest of the stuff done. I guess 20-minute maintenance at 5 minutes for the realms to go back online isn't too bad. Oh yeah, I mean, by North American standards, this is incredibly fast. I have absolutely no problem with how quick that was. The wrong one. It's odd being on so early after reset, having to spin up the servers with long-hanging loading screens like your PTR speedruns. True, yeah. At least now you understand what it feels like for me. And it really does help prove that I'm not crazy. I know I've said this before, but it is so frustrating on every single one of those runs, seeing people trying to diagnose my issues when, like, I explain it in the run. But people don't listen. And then they're just like, oh, I know how to fix your issue. Have you considered improving your hard drive? Motherfucker. No. We need the Harronier. There's one more Nemesis pack. If there's no Mislaid Curiosity, I can... Where that's... Okay, there's a Mislaid Curiosity over here, so I'm gonna get that one. So after this delve, I can Hearthstone out. And I haven't gemmed my rings yet, but that's also because this ring, like, these are good stats, right? Haste, versatility. I am probably going to run that for longer. There's also a good chance that I probably will have a hero track ring. I don't know. It probably doesn't matter. I probably could have gemmed it if I wanted to. But I'm going to put my Eversong Diamond in this one, and then the new rings the new ring and necklace, I'm gonna put what's it called? The regular gems in. I'm also debating if I try to do... I don't think it's worth trying to jump into an M+ dungeon immediately. Even if I think I could find it, I just don't think it would be worth the time. And then, if it's for, you know, somehow is a disaster and fails, then I will have just wasted a lot of time. And there's just no reason to rush. Because really, the only thing that's important is I will absolutely need to find a way to get my own keystone. Which means that... I could... I really don't need to be picking up Mislaid Curiosities at this point. It's just, it's such a force of habit. What I'll probably try to do is get, like, join a +9 or something, because if somebody has a +9 key, they're fucking desperate, right? They're not getting anybody applying to their key. So if I can get a +8, and then run my +8, +2 it, get a 10, then that's like a really easy way to get my own key that doesn't require me to just kind of keep YOLO applying to 11s to 12s. Because it's either that, or I have to somehow get invited to a +11. That way I get a key that turns into a +10 that I can then run on my own. And I'm more than happy to do that for the Keystone Hero Challenge, because a lot of times I'll just sit there, like, yapping, talking in chat for, like, 30 minutes as I sit there and just, like, get chain declined. But I feel like it's going to be even more challenging to find a group for that on Blood. The bar will be significantly higher, and I will have much lower item level. And the amount of time that I'm sitting there doing nothing would be significant. In theory, I could try to multitask and, like, get some gearing stuff done, but... I think it's worthwhile. So that's at least we have 2 of the Great Vault slots. Ooh, okay. I did just get a pretty solid necklace. Crit over haste. I should also... I should switch out my pants now. What do we have here? Nothing on the vendor. The question is, do I want to run this, or... I think for now this is fine. I'm still going to go get the other necklace from Zulaman as an option. But... I mean, it doesn't hurt. Now, obviously, I'd rather some of these items upgrade to Hero. I have 2 guaranteed Hero Track pieces from the Delver's Bounties, but... and then, presumably, 1 guaranteed piece from Zeran. But I would like to have more. Because I do have the entire completed Delver's Journey track on my European account. So, in theory, I should be able to get an upgrade from one of these delves. I will have, I guess, 8 delves in total to potentially get a Hero Track item from. And as long as one of them hits, that's really all that matters. Technically speaking, you know, I'll show my hand a little bit. I have engineered it. Okay, Leech. I was going to say, if that rolled Speed, I might have been interested. But it rolled Leech. Alright. Don't really think Blood DK needs that. Let's get down here. What was I saying? Yeah, I have kind of engineered the setup in such a way that even if I get completely terribly unlucky, and I get no viable Hero Track pieces, which technically I've already gotten 1, I could still manage to get through this, but it would definitely be preferable. When will 10 to 80 be on the add-on? When it's ready. At some point within 12.1. Is there... Okay, no ritual mask down there. Let's see, really there's... Okay, well that... Is Valera... Okay, Valera's gonna hopefully take care of these. These delves, I always like to grab the ritual masks on the wall whenever they're up. So, because the damage proc in this is actually really noticeable. Especially when you're undergeared. So I've only had it for half the fight. We'll see how much did it do as part of my overall. Looks like Valera is just kind of murdering everything. Oh, yeah, though, even though I picked it up midway through, it ended up being my top damage on that pull. Though, frankly, a lot of that was just Valera going fucking crazy. And I did already use my first Beacon of Hope. Next one will be after reset. Let's see. It's just helmet at this point that I don't have. And this room has nothing. I need to keep notes. I have the Google Doc open on my second monitor that I've been... Oh, shit.
Centipede. If I die, I die. If I die, I die. It's more important that the centipede is murdered. No, where do you think you're going, bitch? The centipede has been slain.
Oh, and I'm still alive. Let's go. Okay. I hate centipedes. Stupid fucking... Way too many legs, those fuckers.
Oh yeah, on my notes. Let me actually update this real quick with ants hero to her 259 bouncy. Okay, pull the lever. What are the other bountiful delves? Ugh. Man. It kind of is a really terrible set of bountiful delves. There are some fast ones up today, like delves, that is. But all of the ones that actually rolled bountiful are kind of yuck. I'm really hoping that they are better tomorrow. Because that's not going to make up a huge portion of the overall time here. But it definitely would be nice if I could spend, 30 minutes in delves instead of an hour, because it rolled all of the worst variants. Which, if we end up getting... Like, what would be the worst possible scenario? I guess it would be probably... If it rolls C variants tomorrow, and then we get Mirror Shine. I suppose there's nothing that can be all that bad. It would be the worst version of... If it's C, it would be the worst version of Sunkiller Sanctum. But no version of Sunkiller Sanctum is all that bad. And then... Kinda, no matter what it hits for Eversong is going to be bad if it's a C variant. Because then it would either be
Bombing Run, which is kind of yuck. The Academy one, which is pretty crap. And Mirror Shine, which is just abject dog shit. All Atalamon variants would be fine, so that would be okay. That one's never the worst. But then it would be Late Bloom Invasion for... What's it called? Grudge Pit. Because today was Legends of the Heroneer. So I'd much rather have the Calamitous version of Grudge Pit. I forget the name. I grab the Cinnamal here. Oh, also at some point I need to do Nullius. I think I'm gonna wait until I'm more geared to actually do Nullius, because honestly, Nullius on Blood DK is not the easiest thing ever. He does not scale very favorably. Valera's fucking AFK right now. Thank you, Valera. I could use your help a little bit. There we go. A new Blood DK? Yes, this one's on Europe, though. Figure I gotta get some practice in, you know how it goes. But good to see you, Bert. We are, I suppose, winning by, I suppose, whatever standards winning could be considered in this challenge. But overall, I should have enough time before European Weekly Reset to get done with all the really important things that I need to get done with. And the final 10 to 90 time was under 5 hours, which was my goal. So for that particular section of the run, I got it done. Now I just need to hope that I get a, what's it called, sub 3 hours for the speedrun I'm prepping later this week. But there are a bunch of things I need to set up for that. Let's see. Give me a hero track piece. What did I get? Well, apparently I got something. Oh, it's because I got this helmet. I did also get an actual helmet, though. Alright. I'm still debating what I want to spend. What should I do? Now, I guess RP Cantina Key. This also does mean I don't need to do Southrill Soiree. At least if I don't want to. The stats in this helmet are honestly not terrible. Let's see. Are any of these good? There's World Boss. You know what? I could pick the World Boss one, and that counts the World Boss in Vol. That's interesting. Do you want to do Prey, though? First task. And Nightmare. Yeah.
This one is small in stature, yet great in power. Do not underestimate them.
What do I still need? I guess while I'm here, I'm gonna pop into Eversong just to see, is there a runestone that's actively being charged? should be able to see it, right? How do I... Here. It says fortify the runestones. Am I not actually in Eversong? Okay, yeah. If the runestone was actively... If it said the runestone is under attack right now, and that meant somebody was actively engaging it, then I would have gone ahead and flown to it, but at this point, it's just better to go to Darkway T11. And what am I going to be at for Untainted Mana Crystals? I guess I should have, if I'm lucky, I should have around like 3,500 or so by the end of the delves today and tomorrow. Because obviously the cap for each week is 2,000 or 250. I meant to say 350 words. So I should be around 350 for the cap. Assuming I don't manage to loot a trinket on my own, trinkets are the one slot that I can't buy with field accolades. So I could just get that from anything else. It's also... Trinkets tend to be one of the most annoying slots to get from anything else. I could try to pug the raid last second, but I do not think that it would actually be worthwhile to even like, pug Voidspire or anything like that. Like, I could pug Heroic Chimeras, but even if Gaze drops, what are the odds that I get it? Extremely low. It's just not worth it. And even if I got it as a vault option, presumably I would just want to take a socket or bonus roll anyways. Getting a Hero Track Gaze would not be worthwhile, I think. Unless I just happen to loot it out of a time walking box, which I will have a chance to do that tomorrow. Bonus roll? Oh, I'm definitely not using a bonus roll on Heroic. That would be the biggest waste I could possibly ever do. Now, so here's the thing, right? Obviously, it's late in the season. You could make a case that if I wanted to save a little bit of time, I could try to bonus roll that. Because, in theory, I would still have more than enough bonus rolls to bonus roll every single M+ dungeon I do and still be fine. But, like, while not officially part of this challenge, something that kind of unofficially I'm thinking about is I don't want to do anything as part of this challenge that I would not recommend to somebody else. I think everything I'm doing here is like standard gearing practices. Now, I'm going to, like, obviously play this really aggressively, and because I have my account set up, I'm able to use, like, Warbound things, but at the same time, if somebody else had a lot of alts, it's one of the advantages of it, and I've always advocated for it can be very helpful, make your life a lot easier. So, while I will still be able to do this really quickly, I don't necessarily think you should ever bonus roll a heroic raid boss. And I don't want to do that just for the sake of, like, burning through my excess bonus rolls. Because I do think that would be silly. And the other thing is, like, what if I decide I want to keep playing this character after the fact? I don't know. I don't want to put it in a position where now, like, the character is just completely bricked. But I understand the logic at the very least. It at least is, it makes sense. I just don't think I'll be doing that personally. Did Valyria kill that robot back there already? Okay, so this is...
I wouldn't cross me if I were you.
This is 4 out of 6. What would be the fastest way to do this? How many Nemesis packs do I still need? I think, since there's a Nemesis pack up here, and there's also some easy crystals up here, presumably. Looks like it varies.
This is for you.
Did not realize there was variance.
I don't think so.
Let's try to drag these mobs in. You and you. Right, so there's no crystals down there. Okay, there's a crystal up ahead. So that's number 6. I'm gonna be a little bit awkward because I usually like to start from the checkpoint area. I could do what I said before though. Slow these mobs.
I don't think so.
This crystal. And then we just run. All of the Nemesis packs are down. What I could do... Ooh. This is a little bit extra, but this is, like, technically going to be a bit of a time save, so...
Too quick to
Fuck it. If I'm ever gonna do some dumb trick like this, may as well be now.
time to sleep.
Okay. Never mind. What I was gonna do is I was gonna stand in that laser beam and let it kill me, and then the laser beam just disappeared. So the idea was I run over there, I stand in the laser beam, I die really quickly, res at the checkpoint. But then, like, I stood in everything I possibly could, and my health bar didn't move. So, like, I guess Blood DK is just fucking OP. I guess I'll just walk, sure. So this is the last delve, right? I'll have to see where I'm at for crystals. The nice thing is, if I always forget how many crystals you get. I think it's, what, 45? Whenever it fails. So, however many crystals I have after this, I can double that, and that'll be the amount that I'll have to work with. So... in theory, yeah, because I'm at 135 now, so it should definitely be at least 300 when doubled, which means I'd be able to buy one trinket, which is what I probably want to save up for, which is 200 mana crystals, and then a singular item that is 100 mana crystals. Also, I just realized Invasive Glow is up today. It did not even occur to me until now, but if I really need to fill my Delve Vault, I can just run Invasive Glow over and over. In fact, that actually might be ideal, because that would be really good hero crests, and it would also give me Zoran options, now that I have my, my Untainted Mana Crystals. It's still worth it to do Prey, though, so maybe I'll just get enough that way. Yes. Champion belt. It is slight upgrade though. All right. Well, Warbound's Libram. I don't need that. 2 Warbound pieces. Sure. Man. Man, that is rough. Those are both of the items I would like to have. Like, obviously I could buy the one with undercoins, but that's irrelevant, right? I want to get the one on Hero Track. It's questionable whether or not I should bother... Should start doing something while I'm sitting here thinking through it. The fact that I don't have enough Hero Track or Untainted Mana Crystals right now to buy a trinket, though... I could buy a 100 Mana Crystal thing, but the problem is if I buy a 100 Tainted Mana Crystal item, and then I get that same slot from Delves, that would feel like such a waste. And Trinket is by far the most important item. So... Searching those. I keep clicking the wrong thing. Don't have enough Latent Arcana. I don't need to do... I don't need to do South Rills anymore. In worst case scenario, I mean, any progress that I could theoretically get towards the vaults from this is just better done by getting Invasive Glow. But I still want to do Prey because that is really efficient for the Ascended Void Shards. I want to make sure I get that. Did you start playing WoW because your dad played? I remember watching you play with your family. Yeah. Yeah, my dad... Well, my dad hasn't really played much in a while. And every time that you've seen, like, me play with my dad and my sister, it's usually just, like, me trying to convince them, like, oh, I would, you know, it would make for a fun thing. My sister doesn't really play. The only MMO she's ever really tried, outside of Toontown Online, which we all played when we were kids, or, well, me and my sister were kids, but my dad played with us as well. But my sister actually got decently into FF14, at my recommendation, admittedly, but I tried to get her into WoW, she never really liked it, but anytime we do, like, a leveling run, and I try to get my dad into it, she always joins, because she thinks it's fun. She's usually a much better sport about it than my dad is, honestly. But, yeah, when I was, like, 5 years old, back in, when Vanilla WoW came out, one of my dad's friends at work told him about World of Warcraft, and so he tried it, and I used to watch, like, over his shoulder as he played when I was, like, extremely little. Like I said, 5. And then he got an account for my stepmom at the time, and she never used it, so then my stepmom's account eventually became my account. And it still is to this day. And then my dad didn't really play all that much. I think he played semi-often throughout... this is a little bit awkward. He played semi-often, like, throughout TBC and Wrath. But he never was, like, really serious into the game. He only, like, played casually. Like, he would level up characters. He really liked just gathering herbs and ore. I remember that. And then every now and then, you know, he would make, like, a low-level character to level up something alongside me, because I was, believe it or not, really bad at leveling when I was a little kid. Because I have ADD, so as a... You know, as like a under 10-year-old kid trying to stay focused while leveling up, it's very challenging, actually. So I was never able to stay focused long enough to properly level a character. And that meant I was constantly making new low-level characters, such as the aforementioned Thunder Axe that I brought up earlier on the stream. Although Thunder Axe was the first one. Okay, does this mob ever fucking leash? Holy. I guess I'll just kill it at this point. You're playing FF14 right now? Nice. At some point, before the end of the year, I'm going to probably try and get caught up in FF14. Because I've seen a lot of stuff from the new expansion that was interesting. And I've played all the recent FF14 launches. Except Dawntrail, actually. I forgot. I almost completely forgot that Dawntrail was a thing. Admittedly, I was planning on playing Dawntrail. I forget what happened, but there was some World of Warcraft conflict when Dawntrail came out. Like, something World of Warcraft did snipe Dawntrail, so I was unable to play it at launch, even though I wanted to. And then I was planning on playing it after it came out, and I heard, like, extremely negative stuff about it. And I was like, maybe I don't. I have heard that the patch content has been a lot better, and that a lot of the biggest issues that people had with the expansion have been fixed. And everything I've seen so far for Evercold seems interesting. So I'm definitely going to give it a shot. Especially because I don't think that much will be going on. They announced the release date, right? Like, isn't it going to be in January? And based on like the WoW seasonal cycles, we're most likely going to get the new patch in like March or something, so I should have plenty of time. Most likely, though, Blizzard's probably going to try and snipe Evercold with like whatever the mini raid they do on 12.1.7, so I'll probably have to deal with that, but I can't imagine it's going to be a very difficult prog boss or whatever, if it's anything like Rotmire. Dawntrail isn't good? Yeah. It didn't really seem worth bending over backwards to try and make sure I got a chance to play it on release. It did not seem like people enjoyed it all that much. Crit vs. Cloak is neat, I guess. I think I really need it, though. Has anybody started? No, it hasn't been charged yet. Yeah, so in that case, I don't really care about that. But I do want to get... So I have less than an hour. Very important things. I need to do the world boss on Vol. I need to do one more prey. Let's do Voidstorm Prey. Is there anything else I need to do that's absolutely critical? Really think so. Yeah, okay, so Great Vault is filled. I don't need to worry about that. This prey will fill it for sure. So really, it's just do this, do the weekly on Vol, and then I'm good to go. And then I think, obviously, the Stormarian Assault. Well, I have to do the entirety of Stormarian Assault at some point. Or at least I should. But I don't really want to spend time doing that right now. That's something I can very easily do after the weekly reset. What job do I main in FF14? Previously, it was Warrior. I've been told by some of my friends who still play that apparently a lot of the stuff that I liked about Warrior has been changed. But I really... Well, first off, the whole, like, two-handed axe tank. I really like just two-handed tanks in general. I mean, it's one of the things I've liked about Blood DK. A Brewmaster Monk as well is kind of similar in that regard. But I think that aesthetic is a lot cooler. So it's one of the reasons why Warrior was what my character started as. But I have played all the tanks in FF14. For, like, after Gunbreaker came out, I played that for a while, and I liked it, but they really, like, simplified a lot of the Gunbreaker burst window that I really enjoyed. And I used to find the warrior burst rotation a bit boring, but then they added like some new abilities to it in Endwalker that I quite liked. And also the new whatever, I forget the name, Nascent Gleam or whatever, they basically buffed warrior self-healing in Endwalker, which was the last time I played, obviously. And it was just fucking broken. Like in a good way. Where I was just able to literally solo dungeons. You could just pull wall to wall, and then you didn't even need your healer to be there. You could just pop your self-healing ability, and then you pressed whatever the... I forget the name, but the ability where like you just slam the grounds. And you could just press that, and if you pulled enough mobs, because like the healing that you did scaled off the number of targets that you hit, so if you just did gigantic pulls, every single time you press that, you just instantly full healed, which was fucking crazy. But, you know, it was fun. So I really like that. I enjoyed Gunbreaker, even after the changes, but I definitely remember that by the time I stopped playing, I was primarily playing Warrior, and that's what I had more fun with. That being said, I don't think I ever ended up raiding on Warrior. Back when I did briefly raid in Shadowbringers with some friends, and all of the Savage bosses I killed, I was still playing Gunbreaker at the time for that. And, I mean, I enjoyed it. Gunbreaker was fun. Although, what's it called? I just saw the other day that they're adding the new tank class with, like, the shields. And that looks fucking sick. I don't know what the mechanics are, but, like, aesthetically, holy hell, that is a really cool tank design. The, like, Gunblade as a tank weapon is maybe still one of the coolest tank weapons I've seen. But now you have fucking gun shields. It reminds me of, one of my favorite transmogs on Vengeance Demon Hunter is the Eldrachi artifact appearance that's like the full arm, like, Warglaive things. And I love that look. It's so fucking cool. And that's basically exactly what the Final Fantasy gun shields are. Which, that was not on my bingo card for new tank specs that they were going to add. But I guess considering it has been a while since they've added a new tank spec, come to think of it, so it makes sense that they're getting a new one, and that is a really, really sick design. So I'm definitely going to try that. Obviously, if it feels garbage to play mechanically, then maybe I won't enjoy it, and maybe I'll just go back to Warrior or Gunbreaker or whatever. Or maybe Paladin or Dark Knight feels good to play now. I don't know. I didn't really enjoy Paladin and Dark Knight that much. Dark Knight especially always bothered me, because, like, on paper some of it looked cool, but every time I played it, it just felt so clunky. So, that was always kind of like, eh. But they are kind of overhauling the rotations, so I would imagine if something is ever going to feel different to play, it might be now. So we'll see. You play Pictomancer? I've never played with Pictomancer, because I think that's a Dawntrail one, right? But it looked really interesting. I've tried to, like, loosely keep up with the game, but it's a lot to keep up with sometimes. Honestly, I've tried to generally keep up with a lot of MMOs, even that I haven't played. For some reason, I don't know why, but the other day I felt like looking up Elder Scrolls Online meta raid comps. I was just like, I'm curious, like, what it's like. Especially because I remember I never ended up raiding an ESO, but I did play it very briefly. And I was looking up, like, what tanks were good. And at the time I played it, which was, like, we're talking the ancient times, like, very early on, the first few years after its release, pretty much the only viable tank was Dragon Knight. And I thought Dragon Knight was kind of lame as hell. So that was one of the big things that was off-putting to me when I tried out that game, is basically every other class except Dragon Knight I found interesting. And then when I looked up, like, what are people playing in raid, every single, like, optimized raid group I saw was running double Dragon Knight. And that just seemed so fucking boring to me. So it kind of killed motivation that I had to actually ever try the endgame raiding. But I looked into it recently, just out of curiosity, and it looks like the meta is much more diverse now. And pretty much every single class has a viable tank build, which is kind of cool. Even like the caster classes have viable tank builds. They have raids? Yeah, apparently. There's quite a lot of them. It has a Warcraft logs page. The same, what is it, Archon is what they're calling themselves now? There's an Archon page for ESO logs. There's even an Archon page for Star Wars The Old Republic logs, which I also checked out of curiosity, but to my surprise, there's actually like thousands of logs for Elder Scrolls Online. Like, it apparently has not like World of Warcraft levels, but it has a live raiding scene. It's not like a fringe, completely dead thing, which is kind of interesting because I did not expect it. I've always thought of Elder Scrolls Online and kind of Star Wars The Old Republic as kind of in the same category. Because, like, to me, they're both, like, older MMOs that I tried around the time they came out. In the case of Star Wars The Old Republic, I actually literally played that on the night it released. It came out around Christmas, and my dad bought it for me as a Christmas present. And, like, basically a day or two after it launched, I just specifically remember we were on a ski trip, and my dad gave it to me for Christmas, but he was like, I'll help you set it up, but obviously, like, we're about to go on vacation, so, I don't want you to be, like, inside the lodge constantly just playing on that game. But he helped me set it up on my laptop, and then I remember, like, the night after we got to the ski resort, super late at night after, like, my entire family had gone to sleep, I got to, like, boot it up and play it. And that was, it's always really fun playing, new games, especially as a kid, right? So that is, like, a fond memory of, like, making my character playing through it. But it's kind of interesting looking back and seeing, like, the logs and stuff. Star Wars The Old Republic, that game is fucking dead. There are some raids have no logs, and then the few raids I can find that actually have logged runs, there's, like, multiple specs that don't have logs still, and then a bunch of other specs that have one recorded parse. So it's, like, a really small sample size. And then when you compare that to Elder Scrolls Online, which has, like, thousands of parses and, like, every single raid has multiple parses, there's, like, guilds that do speedruns and stuff like that. I gotta hand it to Elder Scrolls Online. It seems like it still has a fairly active community, which I hadn't been following it a lot. But it made me glad that I at least looked into it, because I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I would not have thought that. Kind of makes me wonder, like, I wonder how difficult the raids are, though.
I do my duty.
It would be cool to check it out at some point.
The neutralizing the void presence here buys our people back home the
You knew about Star Wars The Old Republic stuff because you have a friend who plays whatever the high end of Star SWTOR is? It's the founder title, you got the collector's edition? I don't know if... I don't think I ever got the collector's edition. I'm pretty sure my dad just got me the base game. So I probably don't have that. But I have been around since day one. I returned to it years later. I did raid a little bit in Star Wars The Old Republic. I kind of, I still feel bad about that. It was right around, like, the time I was, about to start college. And I just checked it out for fun. And, like, low-key, I kind of ghosted the raid team I joined. Because, like, I started playing the game again, and... like, I forget even how I ran into, like, some guilds that was, like, looking for tanks. And I was just like, yeah, fuck it, sure. Like, I'll give it a shot. I had already started raiding a little bit in WoW by that point. But I was still, like, fairly new to MMO raiding in general. And I did clear a few raids on my Jedi Shadow. And it was fun. I didn't hate it, but it also... I was, like, literally about to start college. I did not exactly have a lot of time. And I did kind of one day, I was like, I just don't really feel like logging in anymore. And this was before Discord, right? So we used that guild. I don't remember if it was fucking Ventrilo or TeamSpeak, but it was one of those, like, dinosaur voice things. and I never logged back into the, Ventrilo server or the game, and I have no idea. I'm guessing they just assumed that I quit, right? But I did kind of always feel bad after the fact of, like, I probably should have at least logged in to tell them, like, hey, sorry, I'm not feeling it. Because, like, the amount of times that since then I've had that happen to me, because, like, I ended up leading raid guilds in World of Warcraft for, like, many years after the fact, like, with friends and whatnot. And that happened to me a lot of, somebody would just disappear, and I'm like, well, I guess I have to replace them. And every single time that happened, I thought back to when I did that to that random guild in Star Wars The Old Republic. Which, like, in fairness, though, it was, like, a pretty casual guild. I doubt they gave that much of a shit, but I still feel bad about it. Used to play Star Wars Galaxies? I also tried Star Wars Galaxies. That was a long time ago. But I remember when I was really, really, really little, I could not even tell you what I played. I was, like, very young. And I remember, I didn't really, like, ever play the game. The two things I distinctly remember from Star Wars Galaxies is there was, like, space combat, which was actually pretty cool. I remember thinking that the space combat was, like, really advanced for games of its time. And basically 90% of my time in Star Wars Galaxies was spent just driving around Tatooine on a speeder. And as a kid, like, I was used to World of Warcraft with its, like, the World of Warcraft maps aren't small, right? But they have a fixed size, right? And I was just, like, holding W across the desert for, like, 10 minutes straight. And then I opened the world map, and my characters barely moved. And it gave me, like, this feeling of, like, holy fuck, how big is this world? And honestly, I cannot think of an MMO since that has really captured that feeling. Now, mind you, most of that was just empty desert. But then every now and then you'd come across, like, a player-built village. And that was, like, so fucking cool. Really, the only game I can think of that gave me that same sense of exploration is, like, Minecraft, right? And joining a, like, factions PvP server in Minecraft and just, like, sailing endlessly and trying to, like, explore the ruins of old bases, which, like, I really enjoyed doing that when I was younger. But I really like doing that in Star Wars Galaxies, though admittedly it was many years before I ever played Minecraft, so it wasn't like I had an objective. I was just kind of aimlessly wandering and trying to find cool stuff. And also, like, little kid me is like, oh, Tatooine, that's like the place from the movies. So I do remember I made my way out to Jabba's palace because I saw that on the map. So that was, like, my main goal. I'm like, oh, that's Jabba's palace. I want to go find that. And I drove my speeder all the way out there, and then I couldn't get in. I walked up to the front door, and I'm like, all right, I don't know what to do from now. But I also recall that apparently there was, like, you needed to get gas for your speeder, or, like, it got damaged or something. All I remember is that at one point, the first character I made, suddenly, like, it said my speeder wasn't working. And, like, as a kid, I have no fucking clue, like, how to understand, like, the instructions and figure out, like, how to repair it. So I kept trying to, like, drive my speeder. It said it wasn't working, and then I said, fuck this, and I made a new character, and then they give you a free speeder every time you make a new character. So I just kept making new characters and then driving the speeder until it broke down. And then I'd make a new one. And the process repeated. And that was basically all I did in Star Wars Galaxies as a kid. I guess I'll just pull the boss, and when people get here, they get here. Holy shit, this boss got hands. Have I played EverQuest? I have not, no. That is one MMO I have never tried. That was, I think, a little bit before my time. Your understanding is that the Star Wars Old Republic endgame is basically just all sail runs and no one's logging it because everything is so figured out and the community is so small that no one cares. That's fair, yeah. I mean, you have to imagine, though, like, obviously we do sail runs, we log our sail runs. If the community was even remotely as big as, like, Elder Scrolls Online, or obviously, like, WoW or something like that, there would be more than, like, at least one log. I did see that some of the earlier raids, like the lower difficulty ones, had more recorded logs, but we're talking like there would be maybe like 50 logs for a raid, and then some other ones had like a singular recorded log. So it must be a pretty small raiding scene at this point. Man, this is... I don't know how long I can keep borderline soloing this world boss. Used to watch your dad play Ultima Online. I've heard the name Ultima Online, but I'll be honest, I do not know a single thing about it and how it works. I don't think I've ever... I might have seen footage of it without knowing that that's what it was. But I know very little. EverQuest I have heard bits and pieces of, like, anecdotally. Even though I've never played it. But even then, I know very little. But Ultima Online, I've only ever heard the name. That's it. It's an isometric MMO. Interesting. I used to make the best Basarian brandy on the server. Nice. That's how you also quit your Star Wars The Old Republic guild? You said see you tomorrow and never logged back in? You know, I'll be honest, I feel a little bit less bad now. At least I'm not alone in ditching my Star Wars The Old Republic guild. I am, Okay. In theory, that should give me some breathing room. The problem with this is, like, this world boss is such a fucking garbage design. Because he's just immune for fucking half the thing. And so many of these mechanics just one-shot you. Unless you're a blood DK. And it takes fucking forever, but you still gotta do it. It's worth it for the gear. Ultima Online was really the Wild West. Yeah, I'd imagine a lot of those early, like, really early MMOs had, like, very strange mechanics. I've heard some stories of, like the old hardcore full loot PvP MMOs and some of the stuff that went on in those games, and it sounds very interesting. Top tier Blizz design, squeezing those player engagement metrics. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Are there other groups? I can't search. I can't imagine, but there's just And look, if I gotta solo the world boss, I'll solo the fucking world boss. I have 30 minutes. This is the last thing I need to do before the European Weekly Reset. Surely, I can get this done. I guess that'll make for a great next challenge for you. No repairing every time you run out of viable gear. New character. What, like a WoW Nuzlocke run? The idea of not being able to repair gear is actually kind of interesting, though. Okay, dude, this is rough. Every single person has just given up. Not me. I will kill this world boss if it's the last thing I do. At the very least, okay, I'm gonna leave party. This might be a mistake. I'm pretty sure it's on my shard, though. Yeah. So it's fine. But I want to check, like, is there another group? No, it delisted. Fuck me. Alright. Well. Look at me. I am the raid leader now. There was this guy in Classic, he destroys all his gear every time he levels up. What the fuck? Now that seems a little bit questionable. Why would you do that? That is a crazy challenge. Is the Blood DK bug fix live? Yes, it is. They patched it in. Oh my god, I am getting fucking blasted. I really hope I don't die to this. I'll be honest, if I die to it, then maybe it's just not meant to be, and I won't kill the world boss, but... I feel like I can. Nobody else? What's the last second world boss? One of your friends was playing Ultima Online. He was on his horse while on a boat practicing sneak. I do have my... Yeah, I have Barat here at least to do some damage. It's so cool how it knocks you up just enough to where you take fall damage. That's such a cool aspect of this boss's design. I'm so glad they added that part. Oh. Come on. Am I the only one here still? I think everybody just keeps walking in and dying. Oh, man. Groups? No, just me. Okay. Oh, goodness. Oh, I've left bone. I have to let bone shield fall off. Oh, this is a disaster. I will try to finish reading chat in a little bit, but as you can see, I am currently slightly preoccupied. Oh, fuck. If I look over to read chat and then die, I am going to kind of hate myself, so... This fucker. Might be dead. I might be dead. Okay. Vamp blood up just in time. Is there, like, how? How is there actually nobody fucking applying to, like, there's nobody? Like, there were 5 people in this group earlier. How did everybody just say, fuck this shit and leave? Man. I didn't think I'd have to literally solo the world boss. I thought I'd have at least one other, there's this this one warrior here, I mean, he's a fucking champ. He's giving it his best. Man. Alright, well we have the ad phase at least. What's the fastest way to gear up now? Well, there's a lot of stuff, right? Delves, obviously. Then do these invasion points. Ideally try to do this boss with, you know, more than a single person, and usually you get good gear from this, as you'll see. You can't see my group in LFG. Are you searching... Just type world bosses. You might not be searching on heroic. World boss is really badly scaled for small groups? Yeah. You're not wrong. It's fucking crazy. They just, like, man, this zone, this Vol fucking place is actually one of the worst things Blizzard has ever added to this game. It is just so fucking dog shit. It's crazy. Everything about this zone was just designed to make players frustrated. Because, like, they wanted to add heroic world here, and they, like, I do actually feel that that is intentional, right? I don't actually think it's just an accident. I think they actually set out to make one of the worst zones ever. It's like the same shit with the Maw, where they're like, oh, we want the Maw to feel inhospitable, and it's like, congratulations, you just made a zone that feels bad to play in. I mean, like, mission accomplished. Are you happy? Was that a good decision to make? And it's like the same shit with, like, why I never understand why people say heroic world tier is a good idea. Because the only way that Blizzard knows how to make open world content difficult is to just add, like, obscene punishment mechanics and give it more health. Like, that's it. That's just all they know how to do. Like, yeah, if it was actually designed to really meaningfully threaten you, sure, but it's just not, because they're not good at designing open world content. Well, there's 2 people here now. Oh, my Fury Warrior friend has died. Oh, my healer has arrived and immediately died. Okay. The Warlock has immediately died. Oh, no. Yes, yes, please convert to raid. Please convert to raid. The problem is they're dragging extra mobs in here as they run. So it's actually just going to make things harder on me, because now these extra mobs are just going to be piled onto my face. Now, I should know, as annoying as this is, that this is taking quite literally like 20 minutes, this actually is still fucking worth doing. Now, normally, if it took 20 minutes, I wouldn't bother, but the European Weekly Reset is in 20 minutes from now. So I either do it now or I miss it. And I will explain why this is so important in a moment, when I'm not distracted. Okay, nice, it's dead. Ooh, salty. Okay. Alright, now we're cooking. Oh, fuck my life. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Yeah, because by the way, this dungeon, or this fucking zone wasn't bad enough. They also have random, like, prey ambushes. And these mobs will fucking interrupt you and then spell lock you for 5 seconds after interrupting you. Which, like, not relevant for a Blood DK, but imagine doing this on my fucking casters. Actually fucking hell. I need to keep fucking holy. Yeah, so now I just have this motherfucker punching me in the face as well. Because that's exactly what I needed. So I need to burn him down. Oh, it's because I'm Alliance? What the fuck? Why does that restrict it? I will say, so, little tip for Vol, for any character you don't care about, or any character you care about, do not actually do the questline on this zone, because all of the relevant unlocks from the questline are account-wide. So pick a random alt you don't give a shit about, and then do the questline and then. Because if you don't actually finish the questline and you hold on to the starter quest the entire time, look at my damage breakdown, shoot Barak the long shot. He's my #1 overall. So right now, the NPC is just blasting the boss. And he just follows you around anywhere in the zone, as long as you still have the intro quests in your log. So if you just get all of, like, the teleporter unlocks on a random alt, you still have access to them on your main characters, but then your main characters can also have a little NPC follow you around, so the zone feels ever so slightly less dogshit. You're here? Nice. Are you the dragon? At the very least, we've gotten through all the ad phases, so now it's just a burn, and now there's actual people here. Our suffering is over. You are the dragon? Nice, nice. Man, this was... this was harder than Day 1 Nullius, I'm gonna be honest. Though, a low bar on Day 1 Nullius wasn't exactly challenging, but... It basically felt like the same thing, of just hitting a gigantic fucking health sponge that also just punches you really hard. But I felt like this one was way sketchier. There was at least 2 times when I'm pretty sure I was just dead. I did still have Purgatory, though. I actually don't think I proc Purg once. I'm sure this is riveting stream content. I'm in war mode off. Yeah, no, doing the invasion points with war mode on sounds like just actual cock and ball torture. I could not even imagine. That would be fucking crazy work. Oh my god, we're good. We're done. Holy. Okay, so... Why did I just waste fucking 20 minutes of my life? Quite literally, that was a 21-minute, 39-second fight. Oh. Yeah, so why did I just do that? Main reason? This thing. Umbral Warden's command thing. This gives you, when you're done, a Mythtrack piece of gear. And technically speaking, if you, like, grind the fuck out of a zone, you can actually get all 4 of them, I think, in 1 week. but it's a lot easier to do the intro objective, this thing, and then the world boss to get 2, and then on the next week, do the same thing. Oh, look at this. Forced evacuation. We need to leave this planet before our location is compromised. That just means that's the weekly reset, but that's an interesting little bit of flavor. The other reason is because you get hero track items from doing that. Now, unfortunately, they're like warbound items, so I don't actually think I get any upgrades out of that. Because one of the hero track items you can get is the sword that I currently have, the hero track sword. But obviously, as you can see, I already got that as a warbound piece on one of my other characters, which is why I was able to give it to my blood DK. And I don't think there's any other viable plate items that can drop, so the stuff got sent to me by the postmaster, because the actual boss is bugged, but we'll see. Right now, what I need to do is finish this quest, the showdown on Vol. And give me a minute, right? Because obviously we are down to the wire here. I need to see what objectives are up. Okay, elementals. There are some rares.
Those elementals appear to be quite passive when they're small,
Come on.
but extremely hostile when larger. See if we can use this to our
Dude, really? Oh, this zone is fucking ass! Everything about this zone. Why does this world quest work like this? It's just, this world quest, you have to click on a snow pile to unlock the objective to just kill enemies. But for some reason, clicking in the snow pile has an interruptible cast time. Why? A developer had to sit down and intentionally add that to their game. For what reason? How does that improve the game, Blizzard? Why does that make it better? Talking about Nolius, I wish Blizzard confirmed the new Nemesis release, because if it's on the 11th, that thing is going away super fast. Troy, I don't know if you saw, it lasts for the entire week. They did 100% confirm that the change to it is, it's going to work like other normal Hall of Fames, where when it closes, which obviously will be week 1, you will have until the end of the week to get the Hall of Fame thing. So, honestly, it should be extremely easy to get. Because even if it is week 1, I mean, you will have literally the entire week to like look up the strategies people are using to get all like the whatever corrosive power things. Yeah, you'll have plenty of time. Lost opportunity by Blizz. They could have spawned the NPC the Cleaner from Classic. That would be good. Okay, we got this rare. The Glacial Broodmother's also up. Got that one done. I need one more Rampaging Elemental. Huh? Oh, I finished that. That's the one that just finished. Okay, so I need to kill 20% more of the bar. I probably don't need to kill the Glacial Broodmother to fill the bar. And honestly, I don't care about farming rares here. I've already farmed accolades on all of my other characters. I have, like, shitloads. I'm really just doing this for this quest, which you just gotta do activities in the zone. So these two things, the rare and the world quest, should be enough. When's the next remix? Well, they have at least confirmed that remixes are going to keep happening. There was an interview, like, we kind of knew that already, but they did officially say in an interview that, like, they are just going to keep doing remixes. Like, it's just going to be a regular thing now. And they said, I'm pretty sure they also confirmed that the idea of remix is, like, end of expansion as like a chill thing. So I think we can safely say that remixes are always just going to be at the end of like the expansion lull. That just seems like a pretty consistent thing now. Oh, you didn't know about that? Yeah, there you go. Well, I'm glad that I could be the bearer of good news in this case. Okay, it's all dead. Ooh! Speed? I mean, I'm gonna get a hero check piece eventually, but in the meantime, don't mind if I do. If I can drop combat, be lovely. I'll hold on to the avoidance bracers because, like, I don't know. Why not? Alright, but I think we got everything done in time that I wanted to get done for the weekly reset. Yeah, so this is what I mean when I say, like, there's follow-up quests, but these ones take much longer to finish. But I think if you wanted to, you could do that. But instead, like, right now I've gotten the quest halfway done. After the weekly reset, I'll get the other half of the quest done. We'll be good to go. The good news bear? Yes. Ah. Let's just clean this up real quick, and then I can open these boxes. You get a bunch of currency. You even get myth crests here. 15 myth crests, so that's pretty good. Off to a good start there. I think... What's it called? I think that is it for now. I'm just going to check Postmaster. Oh, right, yeah, the actual loot. Oh! Your Trek ring! Okay, wow. Alright. I said I wasn't going to get any upgrades from that, and I take it back. I am. Well, that's good. Yeah, I want that thing. I don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, that is actually really, really, really good. Where's Eyes of the Eagle? I'm going to just replace this, because definitely I'm going to be using this for... the stats of this are good, too. Like, high crit, low haste, those are really optimized stats. I don't think I replace this. I think I run this the entire way through. That is very, very nice. But okay, I am going to... Oh, actually, before I forget, I need to turn in this quest. Doesn't really do much, but I do get some golds and spark off that. Just vendor this to clear bags. And I might as well just turn in this quest. The Stormwind Embassy. Also, before I forget, I can go ahead and let's just set my Hearthstone here.
All guests are welcome here. What needs bring you here? Sun will...
And I'll do the Silvermoon turn-in. The good news bear thing would have been much better if you were doing a Guardian 0 to hero. That is true. That would have been a much more fitting pun. But it's all good. They don't give the item for the quest, do they? You had many alts that stay at 2 out of 4. I think they do. I want to say those bonus quests do. Honestly, I'm not sure because I haven't done them. But I'm pretty sure on one of my characters, I did do one of them and saw it at 3 out of 4. I could be misremembering that. Either way, it's not an efficient way to do it, but I honestly, I couldn't say. Or rather, I was confident up until you said that, and now I'm second guessing myself. Who knows? Okay. On a Hearth, we'll get back to Silver Moon. How many accolades do I have on this character, actually? I have 611. Okay. Decent amount of crests as well. Honestly, crests are going to be one of the biggest one of the biggest limiting factors here. Having to grind out all of them, because I think getting gear is going to be very easy. It's just getting enough crests to actually properly upgrade it is going to be hard. Because I was able to very easily farm crests by just doing like weekly delves on all the other characters, but I'm limited in that sense here. So I'm going to park my character at the vault. I'm not going to open it right now, even though technically it will be in like 5 minutes. We are going to pause the timer here, and then I'm going to make sure I respond to all the chat messages, because obviously during that whole robust thing I was distracted. I'm going to log out, though. And then I'm going to stream again tomorrow, and we'll finish this up. So I would say we're about probably halfway. This is my estimated finishing time. Actually, almost ended at exactly 7 hours. That actually works out quite well. My estimated time for this to take is about 15 hours. The whole process, right? My initial estimate was 5 hours for leveling. I was basically bang on for that. 4 hours, 50 minutes. I think that the process of actually doing M+, getting up to 3 KIO, that's probably going to take about 6 hours, I think. And the gearing process, I think, could take like 3 to 4 hours. We're at around 2-ish hours at this point. So, I don't know. There's not going to be that much that I'll need to do after the weekly reset. Because one thing, so there are Warbound Hero Track boxes that you can buy with accolades. So, like, I'll give you an example, right? My Priest, I currently have parked at the Field Accolade NPC. And I'll probably be able to buy like 1 or 2 pieces on my own. But I can spend the accolades that I farmed on all of my healers. In this case, I only have 900, but the box is 750. Now, I'm going to wait to do this until like the end, right? So I'm going to do all my delves. I'm going to do all my guaranteed sources of hero track gear first, because obviously, you know, I got pants from my Delver's Bounty just recently. So now I don't need to buy a pair of pants. And then once I've gotten all of my guaranteed sources of weekly gear, this is what you can do to farm out the remaining slots. Now, the most time-efficient thing, like, this isn't exactly time-efficient. This is really good for targeting 1 or 2 missing slots, which is what I was doing on all of my healers. If you're just missing a ring, just buy a ring, 750. That doesn't take very long. I'm already at 611 field accolades on my Blood DK. So, in theory, I could just do a little bit more and then buy a specific hero track piece. Buying a full set is definitely very expensive and time-consuming, especially because you get diminishing returns the more you do. If you have a lot of alts, you can technically just do the basic early loop to get a lot of accolades and then funnel it to whatever character you want. Whether or not it's worth doing that really depends on how quickly you need the character geared. Obviously, at this point, like, we're late in the season, by definition, there's not much time, so you might need to do stuff like that. I'm obviously going to have to do stuff like that. But what I did while gearing all of these healers is I just chipped away at it, and I just logged in, did weekly delves, logged out. And I did that for like a month, and then I was just rolling in tons of hero track crests. I had tons of hero track gear, just way more things than I knew what to do with, and that's why I was starting this challenge in the 270s, or the healer challenge in the 270s very easily, just by spending my time wisely. Instead of just mindlessly grinding this stuff, I just only did the most time-efficient thing every single week.
But there's only so much you can do. Let's see though. So, but yeah. So as a reminder, I will be doing, I will be streaming this tomorrow. I don't know exactly when I'll start, but it's basically whenever I'm up, I've had my coffee, and I'm like good to go, pretty much. So it probably guesstimation somewhere around 12 hours from now, maybe a little bit more. And if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, then I will have a link to part 2 in the description, and you can just very easily click on that. Unless you're watching this like right after it was posted, in which case, you gotta wait with everybody else, I guess. Alright, I missed a few messages earlier. Let me catch up. If you want a really interesting rabbit hole, you should look into these things called rares in Ultima. They were pieces of the game environment that you could unintentionally pick up and take and put in your home. Even error messages. What the hell? Yeah, that sounds really interesting. I've never heard of anything like that in a game. Damn. Yeah, speaking of which, I was about to start saying this before I got distracted by the world boss, and then I got kind of off on the tangent of other MMOs. One of the reasons that I was kind of curious about other MMOs that I haven't played in a while is I've mentioned this somewhere. I can't remember if I only mentioned this like in passing in a Patreon video or something, or if I actually have said this on stream before. But something that I'm almost certainly going to do around the end of the year is I'm going to go back to New World and try and hopefully 100% New Worlds, at least all of the endgame content, right? I'm sure there's like a lot of like miscellaneous whatever farming content that I don't give a shit about. But I'm going to try to at least experience all of the zones and all of like the raids and dungeons before, well, that game is shut down because, Amazon fucking sucks, right? And while I'll admit I played New World on launch and I was never the biggest fan of it, it did have a lot of interesting ideas, and I heard that it was getting really good right around the time that Amazon pulled the plug. So I would be very curious to see if it has lived up to all the hype I was hearing about it, and I'm going to try to get everything done. I've also told my dad that he has to play it with me, because my dad works for Amazon, and he's the one who got me to try New World when it first came out, like, whenever that was, like 2021. So I told him that I'm going to drag him along, and he's going to have to play through it, so... that should be fun. That'll be like end of the year though. I don't know if I'll do that until like November, December, but I am like reasonably confident that that is something I will do before the game is shut down. And I was a little bit worried when I heard that like Final Fantasy's expansion was launching like in the winter, because I'm like, oh man, if they launched that in December when I was planning on doing the New World thing, that would suck. But the fact that Final Fantasy, from what I've heard, I think the release date is like honestly right around the time when New World's shutting down, so the timing actually kind of works out perfectly. As long as Blizzard doesn't snipe me with a one boss raid right around that exact time, that would fucking suck, but otherwise I should be good to do that, and I think that would be very fun. Let's see. Slurmus Good said, I want to get to ESO raids, but every time I try to play, the leveling is a drag. Same thing for Star Wars The Old Republic. I do remember I actually never got to max level in Elder Scrolls Online. That I can 100% concur. I remember the leveling being fucking miserable in Elder Scrolls. That was a while ago. I mean, honestly, I might have even been like 10 years ago at this point. It's been a while since I played Elder Scrolls Online. Probably around the same time since I played Star Wars The Old Republic, to be fair. But I do not think Star Wars The Old Republic was that bad. I did actually get to max level on 2 characters in Star Wars The Old Republic, and it felt fine. It definitely is, like, slower than WoW, but for MMOs of its time, like, getting to max level in SWTOR felt, like, kind of faster than Legion. Like, back in the day, when WoW leveling was, like, 20 hours-ish to get to max level. And the main thing that I remember from SWTOR is the leveling kind of had, like, a campaign to it. So if you were interested in the story, and there are some good stories, honestly, I think it kind of flies by.
but some of them are a bit of a drag and can suck. But the fact that it is very, like, it has a pretty consistent through line where, like, the story will direct you to all the different planets, and then there's, like, other objectives you can do and quests and whatnot. My memory's fuzzy, but I do distinctly remember that it was pretty, like, structured in that way, and it felt not too difficult to follow. It took time, sure, but I mean, leveling in any MMO is going to be time-consuming. WoW obviously has ludicrously fast leveling these days, but it was not always that way. And back when those games came out, WoW leveling in many ways took longer. So, I don't know. But Elder Scrolls Online, I do remember, the biggest thing for me in that game is it is not linear at all. It doesn't handhold you. And I mean, I'll be honest, I was not, like, super into speed leveling back when I played it before. So I would be very curious to see that if I tried it again, would I have an easier time figuring out what to do for optimal leveling? Because now I'm definitely, like, more in tune with, like, how to just optimize general questing paths and what to look for. And that kind of applies to most MMOs, but I do recall that, yeah, it felt like a bit of a slog in Elder Scrolls, and I never got there. I think I forget exactly, like, what level, but it was, like, around level 40 or something. But I forget what the max level is. I think the max level was 50? I don't know. I never made it, but I got, like, kind of close. I just got burnt out. You tried to get back into Star Wars The Old Republic a couple of years ago, but they're still running the same raids you ran, like, 15 years ago. Yeah. It definitely seems like a lot of those games don't release new raids very frequently. Old Republic definitely seems like it has kind of fallen off from what I saw. It looks like, at the very least, Elder Scrolls Online releases a new raid with every single one of its expansions, so there's that. You have some new content. The main thing, though, is that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, the fact that old raid content is still relevant is not bad. Because think about it this way. If World of Warcraft had the ability to play old raids and have them be, like, somewhat relevant, like you were scaled to it, it would be a lot easier for people to kind of get onboarded into endgame raiding. Because they might be like, oh yeah, I remember back when Vault of the Incarnates was current. Maybe I'm going to do, like, a casual Vault of the Incarnates run where I already know all of the mechanics, but now I get to see how my class plays in a raid environment. But for a lot of new players, what you're effectively forced to do is learn how to play the raid while also learning how to play your class. And now, obviously, experienced players like us will do all the research, will watch the guides, in my case, PTR test, right? And I'm pretty familiar with how my classes all play, obviously, but as a new player, it can be a lot to figure out, and whenever I play a new MMO, I 100% feel the anxiety of, like, what if I don't play correctly? What if I make a mistake? And frankly, 99% of the time, that is a little bit in my head, because I also just do obsessive amounts of research and reading before I ever step foot in a raid, so I'm usually well above the curve even before I enter, but I'm still always worried, like, what if I fuck up? And for a new player who doesn't maybe know where to find proper resources, I'd imagine that would be even worse. And in the case of World of Warcraft, it's a very complicated game, so I do think it's good that the old content is maintained. I've always felt that the games like World of Warcraft that kind of throw away their old content, like, they are just, like, how do you compete with games like Guild Wars 2 that have full horizontal progression? Because Guild Wars 2 releases, like, new raids and stuff, but you'll still hear people talking about, oh, this build is really good for Veil Guardian, which is the first raid boss ever released. Because people still run Veil Guardian, and whatever, Spirit Veil, I think, is the name of the raid that Veil Guardian's in. So, it's not necessarily super relevant as a boss, but there are still relevant rewards attached to the first ever raid Guild Wars 2 released, and people still use some of that stuff as a benchmark. And I think that's good. I think it's good for that to exist. I mean, the alternative is it's just dead content and nobody plays it. And while it might be a bummer to see that like most people are still playing the raids that you played 15 years ago, at the same time, for a new player, it might be really exciting to know, oh, hey, I can play this raid from 15 years ago and it's still relevant content, so I don't feel like I missed out on anything by starting the game late. Whereas in World of Warcraft, you basically only play the season, unless you're playing Classic. So it's give and take there. I thought Heroic World Tier and Lemix wasn't bad. I hated Heroic World Tier and Lemix, but the issue with Heroic World Tier and Lemix, I mean, there were two big problems with it. One was the power scaling, which, like, yeah, Heroic World Tier was just grossly overtuned, largely just because you were missing core parts of your kit, so you just couldn't survive. Stuff would just fucking kill you. And then eventually you just kind of turn the corner, like you got the right power-ups, and you got better gear, you got more talents, and then it was a joke. The thing is, it was still slow for leveling. Solo leveling, that is, because it still took you so much longer to kill the mobs that it doesn't fucking matter if they give more XP. It's just faster to be on normal world tier and complete more quests. So, like, on launch, it was not worth it at all to play through Heroic World Tier. And then that brings me to the next problem with Heroic World Tier. Because it was just extremely inefficient, but they slapped such a massive modifier on it, it eventually became the only way to make Heroic World Tier efficient is with boosting. So, the way they designed it ended up just turning it into a boosting-only method if you wanted to be efficient. And that just heavily punished solo play for leveling. And, like, I don't know, I really... I'm kind of torn, because on one hand, like, the fact that they designed stuff like that is the reason why I was able to set up those, like, super fancy group speedruns, where we got, like, the 1 minute 58 second time. Like, that's fucking crazy, right? And it was very fun to organize that and pull it off. But at the same time, like, is that good game design? I don't think so. And, you know, look, I'll be honest, I far prefer doing my solo speedruns to doing that group speedrun. The group speedrun is a fun novelty, right? Like, admittedly, the reason I at least enjoyed it is because it only comes around basically once every remix. We did it, well, we did a few attempts in Legion Remix, but we did it back in MoP, did it again in Legion, and then, like, there's not really any situation for it in the regular gameplay loop. So that makes it at least a little bit more interesting just because it's novel in that way. But if all of World of Warcraft leveling was one or the other, Legion Remix boosting or, like, actual normal leveling, give me normal leveling every fucking time, because Legion Remix boosting is just fucking soulless and boring. And I know some people are going to say, like, oh, well, it's faster. And it's like, well, sure, but they could also just make regular leveling faster and more fun. Like, there are ways to appease both player bases without just turning one thing into you need somebody or an alt account to boost you. And that is just bad design, you know, disconnected from the idea of leveling being fast or slow or fun or whatever. I just think that the design of that is inherently flawed. And it was entirely because of the way Heroic World 2 worked. MoP Remix did not have that problem. MoP Remix had, like, a partial boosting problem only because dungeons ended up being the best way, but level 20 Twinks, while boosting with level 20 Twinks was the best way to level in most cases, it wasn't even necessarily better than max level characters. Max level characters were, with proper investment, better than level 20 Twinks, they just took significantly longer to set up. And the main advantage that boosting yourself with a level 20 Twink had is that you were able to do it, like, completely on your own with an alt account. So you could make a starter edition account for free, set up a level 20 Twink there, and then boost your main account. So it was just very practical. Even if you weren't, like, really big into boosting, you could do it yourself. That was not the case for Legion Remix. You needed to have a really, really optimized max level character, which means you either needed to be like me and have 2 paid accounts, or you needed to have a friend willing to help you. And that's just lame. I really did not like that that's what it devolved into. And also, I do think dungeons are more engaging, because the reality of level 11 Twinks, or rather, level 20 Twinks being the optimal method for leveling in Mop Remix is that many times you would have players who were not actually looking for a boost, queue up for a random dungeon, and they would just stumble into one of those level 20 Twinks. And so the existence of those characters and the fact that that was the best leveling method just meant that leveling as a whole was much faster, because a lot of times I would not be boosting a full group of 4 people. I would be boosting one of my alts, maybe one of my friends. I usually tried to boost with 2 characters in my group just to make sure that nobody could vote kick me out of spite, because some weirdos did that back in Mop Remix. Well, some weirdos also master ported me and got me falsely banned, right? So I was right to be concerned. But I usually would just queue with 2 random people in the LFG, and they would get a free boost from me, because they just happened to stumble into me in the random dungeon queue. And that's beneficial. These random people benefited by this being the best leveling method. But the open world mob boosting in Legion Remix benefited nobody other than the people in the boosters group. In fact, in many cases, you actually had to fight with people over the boosting spots, because there's just limited resources in the open world, whereas, an infinite number of dungeons can be run at the same time. So even though boosting was kind of a thing in Mop Remix, it was way less impactful in a negative way to how the game is played, and the entire reason why it was badly designed in Legion and better designed in Mop is just entirely because of Heroic World Tier. I really don't understand why this is not a more popular opinion, because most people do seem to just glaze Heroic World Tier, and from the very moment I saw it on the PTR, I said this is going to be a horrible idea, and I was completely vindicated, and I said many, many, many times on live servers that this is horribly implemented, and I was right. I still am right, and I don't know what they're going to do next time, but the problem is so many people seem to enjoy it, I guess. I don't know. I'll be honest, I rarely, will just declare myself as just objectively correct, but I do feel that if anybody can have a pretty fucking close to objectively correct opinion about Legion Remix, it's probably me. I played it fucking more than almost anybody, and I didn't really enjoy a lot of the time playing because I, was very keenly aware of all the flaws. But I feel like there are ways, and the other thing is I feel like a lot of people will stop their assessment of something at, is this fast? Is this good for me? Right? Not, am I having fun? Just, can I benefit from this? And so if you attack something that they can benefit from, so if I say Heroic World Tier was bad, and they're like, but I leveled a lot of characters that way. And it's sure, but every single time that I said Heroic World Tier is ruining Legion Remix, I also followed it up with multiple examples of changes. And I said this early on, right? So there were still plenty of, many, 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 many weeks, months in Legion Remix where Blizzard could have listened to any of the suggestions I made in my numerous videos about it and fixed Legion Remix to make it better. And they, I don't necessarily know if they listened to me specifically. They probably didn't, but at the very least, some of the very minor things that I had mentioned got implemented, like buffing the weekly quests, the ones you pick up from Eternus, but that was a drop in the bucket. There were so many things they needed to do, and one of the biggest ones is they just had to nerf Heroic World Tier. But every time I said, you need to nerf Heroic World Tier and buff everything else to compensate, it just never happens. And we ended up with the sub 2 minute speedrun. So, alright. I bitched and moaned. I said that this is just bad for the game, and I proved it, right? Me, more than anybody, fucking put my money where my mouth was and organized that run not once but twice, just to show how incredibly abusable and bad the design of that is. If it's gonna ruin Legion Remix for me, I may as well kind of have fun with it and, use it to my advantage. So that was fun at least, but the rest of it, the fact that that was the fastest leveling method was not exactly enjoyable. There were, I enjoyed Legion questing. I think Legion's a fun expansion. There's plenty of things I'd rather be doing in Legion than killing mobs in the fucking open world because it just gives shitloads of XP. But, yeah, I mean, there's so many problems with Legion Remix. Legion Remix, I think in many ways was just worse than Mop Remix. I really did not enjoy it. I enjoyed Mop Remix significantly more. which worries me because I have a feeling that they're just going to keep catering to the lowest common denominator and just keep making it a gigantic grind and just, no interest in gameplay at all. Just fucking spam kill mobs with like infinite scaling that, takes no actual skill to play once you get it set up, but takes fucking months to properly build because they want to keep you on that endless treadmill, which is a nightmare for me to make as a leveling guide creator, because just how do you recommend that? It's, yeah. That's one of the reasons why it took me so long to make my Legion Remix leveling video, because how do you make a leveling guide for that? It's a nightmare. Anyways, I think I've caught up on chat, and I've sufficiently ranted on miscellaneous subjects. But I'm going to stop here. I am very tired, and we got through the first week. Well, I guess, yeah, first day, but also technically, because it's prior to the weekly reset, first week of the Blood DK challenge, and we resume tomorrow, and I should be able to get the entire rest of this done. I will say, though, the part 2 for YouTube people, it's probably going to be on the second channel. So I will link that real quick. You are already not subscribed to the second channel, then do so. I will also post in Discord, right? The link I'll mention when I'm starting, but there's the second channel. I don't want to fuck the algorithm by doing like 2 streams back to back, and also this thing has the leveling portion. I figure more people will be interested in that, and I'll be honest, the 0 to hero, Keystone Hero stuff didn't get as much interest for the healer stuff, so I'm gonna put that on the second channel, and we'll do that there. But that is it for me. It'll also be multi-stream to Twitch as usual, but that should be a given. But yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you for watching. I will see you tomorrow for the remainder of the challenge. Peace.